On the Han River, Tae-san gazed across the bridge and pondered. He had worked hard and dedicated himself to become a full-time employee, only for the company to go bankrupt. Looking down at the flowing river below, Tae-san contemplated jumping in. But someone stopped him from acting on this thought. Curious, he looked over. On the other side of the bridge's edge, a shop owner also contemplated jumping. Below, the police were patrolling and earnestly advising him not to do something foolish. They said that life is long, and one should not think of suicide over a small mistake. The shop owner seemed to take the police's advice to heart, crying out loud about his miserable life. Tae-san, watching this failed suicide drama, realized that suicides were common on this river. He understood that even if he jumped, life would continue for others without any impact. Disheartened by city life, Tae-san wondered if he should return to the countryside to raise fish and grow vegetables. Stopping at a red light, he saw a boy engrossed in playing games on his phone. Tae-san envied the boy's carefree life, focused only on eating and studying without worrying about money. However, the boy, absorbed in his game, carelessly crossed the road without paying attention to the traffic lights. Tae-san found this behavior of modern kids fascinating. Suddenly, a speeding white car was heading straight towards the boy. Tae-san looked at the boy, who was still oblivious to the danger, his face buried in his phone. The car didn't slow down and continued speeding forward. The boy kept walking and playing, unaware of the danger. Realizing the imminent threat, Tae-san shouted to alert the boy and ran forward to push him out of the way. The car, showing no intention of swerving or braking, continued its rapid course. It was too late for the boy to react, so Tae-san risked his life to push him out of the way. With a crash, Tae-san was hit and killed. His body was thrown far, along with fragments of the car's windshield. Before dying, Tae-san realized he had not done anything significant for his parents. He wondered if his parents would receive any compensation if he died in an accident, hearing a voice calling him foolish. He was pulled into an undefined space, hanging in the air before a shadowy figure surrounded by a halo. The figure was an old man with white hair and beard, wearing a large bead necklace. Tae-san, confused, asked who the man was and why he was suspended in the air, feeling utterly disoriented. He immediately assumed it was the Grim Reaper. The old man denied this foolish thought, revealing himself as Tae-san's ancestor. Tae-san was shocked, wondering why his ancestor looked like this, scolding himself for disrespecting his elders. The ancestor was furious, thinking his descendant was well behaved. He had considered sending Tae-san to heaven, but reports of Tae-san's misbehavior and disrespect towards his lineage reached him. Despite Tae-san's misbehavior, the ancestor decided to give him another chance. Tae-san, covering his ears, dared not cough or make a sound. In the end, his ancestor decided to give him a second chance at life. But there was one condition: Tae-san had to live an unbalanced life, not showing himself as a nobleman by forgiving his enemies. Anyone with the intention of bullying him should be taught a lesson, as there would be no forgiveness for anyone. Tae-san didn't understand a word of what his ancestor was saying, his face expressing complete bewilderment. The ancestor threatened that if Tae-san continued to live a timid life, he would come down himself to deal with this hapless descendant and force him to live and relive this life for another 5,000 years. Before Tae-san could fully grasp the situation, he was thrown into an undefined abyss. He fell straight down to the place where he had just been hit by a car. Tae-san screamed in protest, questioning why his ancestor had promised to save him. His spirit returned to his unrecognizable, motionless body lying on the street. The clock was ticking continuously. A hand reached out to turn off the annoying alarm. This hand belonged to a young teenager. The teenager woke up, confused about his surroundings. On a day in August 2020, Tae-san, then 32 years old, had been hit by a car and suffered a severe head injury. His ancestor had given him a chance to become young again. He was back to his youth, living the life of a miserable teenager who had never experienced love. Tae-san couldn't believe it and pinched his cheek to see if it was a dream. If this wasn't a dream, then the memories like the Mid-Autumn Festival of 2006, when his hands were still strong from the struggles of youth, were real. He was amazed. His body felt exactly as he remembered from his memories. He calculated his age, figuring out that he was now 18, an age where he didn't have to fear anything. It seemed that his ancestor wasn't bluffing. Memories of his 32 years of life gradually returned. Memories of friends, of those who had wronged him, and of past romances became as vivid as a dream. Now back at this age, he still had to go to school. He recalled his school days, the time spent at internet cafes playing LOL with friends while eating instant noodles, and dozing off in class, which resulted in poor academic performance. Surprisingly, he could still remember everything clearly, even the answers to exams. It was impossible for this to be a dream. He remembered a law exam he had once taken, and his past efforts to study for financial advisor, stock, and bond certifications to get a job. He was well versed in the knowledge of domestic and international stocks. This memory and knowledge were enough. Tae-san remembered that his ancestor had promised him a gift. He looked around the room for the gift left by his ancestor. Suddenly, a light appeared behind him. The light was so bright that he couldn't open his eyes, truly a special gift from his ancestors. A voice instructed Tae-san to sit down and cross his legs. When he opened his eyes, he saw a crow. Or rather, a crow perched on the head of an old man. The old man said he would transfer the 5 jewels of the Tai Chi to Tae-san. The problem was that he was still in his room but had been transported in front of an old, frail man on a very high rock. The old man introduced himself as the head of the Xian Xian Medical Institute, named Cha Jiang Xian. Tae-san was surprised by the old man's identity. Not wanting to waste time, the old man instructed Tae-san to immediately start cultivating the Yuan realm, warning him of the trouble he would face if discovered. Tae-san was still utterly confused. He had no idea about the Xian Xian Medical Institute, what cultivating the Yuan realm meant, or anything about the divine dragon. All of this was completely foreign to him. Jiang Xian praised the firmness of Tae-san's muscles and asked how he achieved it. Tae-san was surprised that his muscles, developed only from occasionally exercising, were complimented by the old man. Jiang Xian also warned him to stop watching pornographic films all the time, as it was ruining him. Jiang Xian advised Tae-san not to keep eating instant noodles, as they are bad for the blood. Understandably, as a poor student, Tae-san could only afford instant noodles. Jiang Xian then told Tae-san to close his eyes and start training immediately. Tae-san felt helpless. He looked around and thought this place was too dangerous for practicing any sort of cultivation. He couldn't be patient with this nonsense any longer. Did he even know the 3 core pillars of cultivation: speed, endurance, and perseverance? Convinced by the soundness of these principles, Tae-san sat down and began to meditate. He thought this was easy, having seen it in movies and martial arts novels. Jiang Xian scolded Tae-san for practicing improper techniques that could harm his bones, behaving like a nagging old man. The transmission session began, and Jiang Xian surprisingly sat behind Tae-san. Tae-san felt the power of the divine dragon being transferred from Jiang Xian's hands to his back. Jiang Xian promised to transfer all his powers to Tae-san. Once Tae-san grasped the minor heavenly cycle, he had to discover the truth on his own. Tae-san still didn't understand what to do. Jiang Xian could only start the transmission. A stream of light from Qigong emerged from Jiang Xian's hand. Tae-san felt a surge of strength being transferred into his body. Jiang Xian accelerated the pace of the Qigong transfer. Tae-san felt a wave-like sensation on his back and started to experience pain. Jiang Xian told him to endure it, as greater pain meant greater power. Tae-san silently endured, feeling like he was about to collapse. His veins swelled and screamed for relief. Tae-san yelled out, overwhelmed by the strength flowing into him. He fainted, his eyes rolling back, and his body collapsing from the immense qigong energy. Tae-san was teleported back to his room, lying on a soaked mattress. He wondered if this was the agonizing feeling people often talked about. He breathed heavily, sweat pouring non-stop. His body was covered in red veins, expelling all the harmful toxins. The qi from the old man made his nerves feel like they were burning. Tae-san's blood vessels swollen as if to burst, but Jeong Xian didn't stop, and tears and snot flowed continuously as the pain and power increased. Tae-san screamed enough, but the old man kept transferring the power from morning until night without a break. The five elements Tai Chi fist was a difficult martial art to master, but Tae-san managed to learn it all. He confirmed that the old man wasn't lying. He had comprehended the entire five jewels Tai Chi fist. Moreover, without asking anything, the old man hinted that he was the #1 disciple of a martial arts faction. He was a master who could fight for 4 days and 3 nights non-stop against the leader of the Huashan faction, ultimately defeating him and winning a competition organized by the Jade Emperor. It sounded impressive, right? Tae-san looked at his sweat-drenched clothes. Tae-san marveled at the greatness of the five elements Tai Chi fist. He had never sweated so much in his life. Despite the old man transferring energy to him all day, the time outside seemed unchanged. So returning from this secret realm was not a problem. Tae-san looked at his computer and then at the wallpaper, sensing the poverty around him. The modem that provided Wi-Fi was still functional. However, the computer had only 6 gigabytes of RAM, a 4 megabytes graphics card, and a 10 gigabytes hard drive, filled with pirated software. Returning to the past felt like entering a museum in Tae-san. The room smelled terrible, and he needed to clean it up. Outside his room, someone called him to come and eat. Tae-san, come down for breakfast, you need to eat. These words are incredibly familiar to you. Even though you've heard them your whole life, they still warm your heart. Your mother is the only one by your side when you fail or feel down. She always tells you to eat all your meals. Don't just eat fast food. Tae-san says he will shower first. His mother urges him to hurry before the food gets cold. In the bathroom, as he takes off his shirt, he looks in the mirror and sees he has grown taller. His body feels purified. Standing under the shower, Tae-san feels lighter, his skin smoother. The weather is nice today. Walking on the old wooden floor, Tae-san feels comfortable. He looks out at the garden, tirelessly tended by his mother. Outside, there is his father's old tractor. Their house, passed down through 10 generations, is why he lives and grows up in the countryside. His mother's voice calls from behind, bringing food. Tae-san comments on the beautiful day. His gentle mother tells him to hurry or the food will get cold. He sees his mother, looking frail from working in the fruit garden since morning, yet she's always the most beautiful at his school's parent meetings. Tears well up in Tae-san's eyes, and he rushes to hug his mother. She is surprised by his action, noting that he's grown but still hugs her like this. While crying, Tae-san compliments his mother's beauty. She asks why he is crying. Tae-san's mother, a graduate of the prestigious Hongji Fine Arts University, only attended by South Korea's finest artists, once said she never had to touch grass before marriage, yet now she's become a farmer. Tae-san compliments her beauty again, and she teasingly says that only his father is blind. While hugging her, Tae-san tells her not to overwork herself, noting she doesn't look like a typical rural woman. She pats him, saying, without farmers, there'd be nothing to eat. Tae-san praises his father for being lucky to marry her, joking whether she betrayed her country in a past life to be with him. His mother laughs, suggesting maybe she was a princess who betrayed her country in a past life. It's been a long time since he's seen her laugh like this. While embracing her, Tae-san promises to give her a happy life in the future. His mother jokingly tells him to eat a lot if he loves her. Tae-san apologizes for hugging her without his father's permission. She laughs, saying his father will be jealous. Then, Tae-san and his mother sit down to eat in the cool breeze of the countryside. After inviting his mother to eat, Tae-san serves himself a bowl of rice, enjoying a sensation he wouldn't have felt if not for his reincarnation. He doesn't forget to praise his mother's cooking as the best. He suggests she should open a restaurant to compete with others, claiming it would be a hit. Hearing him mention being tipsy, his mother suspects he's been drinking secretly. Tae-san admits he's grown up, so drinking is normal. His mother tapped his head and said Tae-san is just like his father. He remembers being quite a drinker in college. But now, rejuvenated, he doesn't even know what alcohol tastes like. His mother sternly warns him against touching alcohol. However, looking around the house, he sees mice everywhere, the household items are worn out, and the electrical appliances are outdated. Tae-san laments how poor their house is. Seeing a mouse near the door, he realizes he can't continue like this. He must earn money. So, Tae-san offers to wash the dishes. His mother teases that if a person suddenly changes their behavior, they might be nearing their end. She tells him to let her do it and not to get involved. Tae-san recalls washing dishes during his military service. His mother questions when he served in the military, to which he just smiles and tries to change the subject. She asks if he and his father are conspiring to tease her, but he immediately denies it. At this moment, he realizes he's been a terrible son, never having washed dishes before. Tae-san vows to make his mother happy. She remarks that fathers and sons always say that. Because his mother isn't in good health, she doesn't work in the afternoons. While she sleeps, Tae-san takes the opportunity to clean the house, wiping the floors, clearing the musty and foul smells. He also washes clothes and blankets, cleans all the windows, and takes out the trash. He knows that his father is currently borrowing money. His father, an apple farmer, understands the importance of fertilizer and pesticides. Organic food isn't very popular in South Korea, as few can afford such fruits, which taste bland. Tae-san tries an apple and immediately spits it out, thinking these apples are of poor quality. But his father's debts are high. His father has a fruit orchard and 2 rice fields inherited from Tae-san's grandmother 3 years ago. Tae-san knows that in a few months, all these assets will be sold to pay off debts. Then, his family will be ruined, and his father's relatives will never visit again. Tae-san feels sorry for his father. He wants to find a way to keep the orchard and the rice fields. The problem now is money. Tae-san remembers stock market charts from the past. Although he only saw them a couple of times, he remembers them vividly. He is surprised by his own memory and begins to question the significance of his return to the past. The idea of him traveling back to 2006 seems crazy. In this country, he wonders what the point of owning stocks is, as the market has already bottomed out. Who would lend money to a high school student like him, and part-time jobs don't pay much? With this situation, he can't make enough money to help his parents. Returning to his room, Tae-san realizes that things are not looking good. Looking at his outdated computer, he understands that stocks could make him rich quickly, but his current situation doesn't allow it. This useless machine only allows him to type text. Looking at pirated software, he notices a web novel site. The God of Wealth has arrived. The God of Wealth has arrived. Tae-san decides to write 2 works, Magic Warrior and Thunder Sword. These were the hottest works in South Korea at that time. The first series was published in 2007 by Jang Hee-jae, and by 2020, it had 59 volumes. This number kept increasing, but Tae-san remembered every detail of the novel. He typed continuously, not bothering to change the titles, as he believed in the rule of first come, first served. The story is about the main character helping the female lead after her father's death leads to her family's downfall. It sounds like an interesting novel. All the content continuously appears in Taesan's head, clear as day. Taesan feels proud, thinking he is a genius. Thus, a masterpiece is written by him, with some details adjusted to make the novel even more authentic. He keeps typing, quickly finishing the entire work. First, he puts the work in the free category. Once the work explodes in popularity, it will bring him a lot of money. He uploads the first chapters of the novel. Indeed, he has stolen a novel from the future, reminding him of a saying, "Money has no eyes. Whoever comes first owns it." His shouting even wakes his mother. Inside the house, a lazy guy is eating noodles while praising the main character of Taesan's story for having some guts. He realizes this is the best novel he has ever read. He is so enthusiastic that he keeps pointing out how the main character in the story knows how to care for the female lead. He reads 10 chapters alone, thinking if Taesan publishes a book, he will buy it immediately. He then goes online to pre-order and recommends it to everyone. Taesan's story explodes on the internet. It becomes the most uploaded serial, topping the charts with only 10 chapters released. At the publishing house, everyone is reviewing the fans' comments. With only 10 chapters, the novel is already being printed in large quantities. The chief editor is puzzled about printing so many with only 10 chapters. A subordinate thinks it's an interesting novel with a solid plot. It will be a bestseller. Some believe the author must be famous, hence the decision to change the author's pseudonym for the new work. The editor says that fantasy novels are now better than game novels. This magic warrior has great potential. The editor suggests buying the rights to this novel. Yesterday, she read it and found the main character very compelling. They have already contacted the author, offering him terms. If he is a newcomer, they can share 8% of the profits from 4,000 copies. The chief editor thinks that's too much. Yesterday's negotiation was only for 5% on 5,000 copies. The first proposal seems better, so the chief editor instructs her to contact the author immediately. At another publishing house, an employee asks the chief editor if he has read the trending novel. He thinks it's very good. The employee feels the novel is well written and has great potential. The chief editor sees it as very promising and decides to publish it. He offers 10% on 6,000 copies. The employee fears this is too much and the publishing house won't agree, and if they find out about the contract with them, there will be an uproar. The chief editor confidently says he had a premonition that the novel would sell at least 10,000 copies. Seeing his boss so confident, the employee asserts that although they don't know the actual profit, this is definitely a phenomenon. The chief editor instructs him to contact the author immediately. At 3 a.m., on the mountain behind Taesan's house, his body can now endure longer during Qigong practice since his last fainting episode. His breathing becomes lighter. His entire body is enveloped by Qigong energy, continuously emitting light. He focuses his internal energy. His body breathes rhythmically. Various stances of martial arts keep appearing in Taesan's mind. He moves swiftly. Taesan leaps up, kicking, tearing through the air. He breathes rhythmically. Standing on the mountaintop, he feels his power is at its peak. With this, he will be unbeatable. Since he couldn't practice martial arts at home, he temporarily made a tent on top of a 500m high mountain. Just as predicted, up to 5 publishing companies contacted Taesan. That completes step 1. Now, he simply ignores them. The reason Taesan's novel became popular by 2021 is because it's humorous and irresistible to readers. Many publishers want to meet him in person. But, seeing many authors go bankrupt, Taesan can't rush into anything. He lets them know about him first. Online, there have been many authors who signed with publishing agents and ended up with regrettable outcomes. Taesan must be very cautious. Moreover, he saw Nemezia, the original publisher of his novel. As the sky looked like rain, Tae-san wanted to take his mother out. He promised to treat her to a lavish meal, but she doubted he had the money. Seeing her son happy, she agreed. They were on their way to meet with Nemezia Publishing to discuss the contract. But Tae-san, still a minor, was a bit worried because minors aren't legally allowed to enter agreements without a guardian. The law involves payment and penalties, so he needed his mother as a representative. Tae-san helped his mother off the bus, telling her to be careful. His mother noticed his excessive care lately. Tae-san suggested they have coffee first. When his mother asked if he had already had coffee, he joked about the weather being too hot for an iced Americano. They headed to a coffee shop. Standing in front of it, Tae-san asked his mother if she trusted him. She assured him, saying, "Of course, my son." As they entered, the chief editor, mistaken for the author, was a bit disappointed. Tae-san noted their punctuality, a positive sign. He asked if they were from Manhwa Media. They were surprised to see the author was a student. Tae-san confidently affirmed his authorship, to his mother's astonishment. The editor and CEO couldn't believe Tae-san was the author due to his young age. But his confidence and arrogant tone were unmistakable. They were impressed by Tae-san's sharpness and demeanor. The editor and his assistant invited him to sit. Surprised by his youth, they asked his age. He replied that he was in his second year of high school, leaving them stunned. The CEO thought Tae-san was no ordinary teenager, seemingly difficult to negotiate with. His mother asked who they were, and about the pseudonym Go-Giver, leaving the assistant surprised. The editor was confused. Tae-san noticed their controlled expressions and decided to tease them more. He asked if they were reluctant to sign with a high school student. His mother was clueless. The editor and CEO denied it, saying they would introduce themselves first. They introduced themselves as Choi Woo-Kwon and Hwang Seo-gu. Tae-san smiled. He introduced himself as Jang Tae-san. He turned to his mother, encouraging her to introduce herself, mentioning they were the CEO and chief editor of Night Media Publishing. She was astonished to hear about the publishing company. Tae-san told his mother that he was going to sign a contract with them. The CEO handed over his business card. He reintroduced himself to Tae-san's mother, calling Tae-san Writer John. Tae-san was amused by this nickname. His mother was still amazed, wondering how her son had become a writer. Tae-san asked his mother why he couldn't be a writer. His mother criticized his writing, doubting he could become a writer. She told him to focus on his studies instead of writing. The CEO and chief editor agreed with her. Tae-san told his mother that he had posted a novel online during the holidays and asked for her permission to sign a contract with the publisher. She was shocked to learn that he would sign a contract. Tae-san felt helpless as his mother had just promised to trust him till death, yet she seemed not to believe him. The CEO intervened in their conversation, saying Tae-san's novel was very captivating. It had recently gained many fans. He insisted that she should believe in her son. The chief editor praised Tae-san's novel as the best he had ever read. Hearing that the novel was about a magical warrior, his mother found it reasonable. Tae-san proudly asked her if she was proud of having such a talented son. She looked at him, and he asked the publisher for a drink. They were startled, and his mother reminded him to speak politely. They immediately asked what the mother and son would like to drink. He cheerfully ordered an iced coffee and a bingsu. The chief editor went to place the order. Tae-san asked the CEO if he had brought the contract. The CEO told him not to be impatient. Tae-san said he was just curious. The CEO laid the contract on the table and told Tae-san to take his time reading it. Tae-san picked up the contract and read it attentively. When he reached the part about the publisher retaining copyright for 5 years with the option to renew, Tae-san found it amusing. He looked young now, but he was already knowledgeable in legal matters. Tae-san immediately asked the CEO to amend this clause and send it back to him. The CEO dismissed it, saying the secondary copyright was not a big deal. Other authors signed contracts like this. Tae-san disliked this clause, insisting that the publisher could only print his work. Furthermore, if they wanted to publish abroad, they needed to discuss it with him. His mother and the CEO were both surprised. Tae-san also demanded a 200 million advance. The CEO and chief editor were stunned by this amount. His mother was surprised by his decisiveness. Tae-san also requested a guarantee fee and a 10% royalty for the first 6,000 copies. If the publisher wanted to sell rights, they had to inform him and send monthly royalties to Tae-san's account. The CEO was sweating, saying Tae-san was too hasty. The chief editor said no publisher would advance such a huge sum. High readership didn't guarantee long-term success. Tae-san noticed they had brought a laptop in their bag. They were surprised when he mentioned this. Tae-san gave them an option. If they didn't like his terms, they could refuse. Tae-san presented a USB drive. The CEO and chief editor were amazed. Tae-san explained that the USB contained drafts. They didn't expect it to have manuscripts inside. Tae-san said there were 5 novel drafts on the USB. Tae-san's mother was so surprised that she wondered if she was dreaming. Dreaming? This is just the beginning, Tae-san said. I will bring you even more surprises. The CEO and chief editor read the novel Tae-san had written on their computer. They were very surprised. Tae-san was nonchalant, saying if it was good, they should just say so without making such expressions. The work was so good that the CEO begged Tae-san to sign a contract with them. They agreed to pay him 20 million immediately to publish it. Tae-san smartly thought it was a wise decision. The chief editor brought out a new contract. The CEO immediately amended the contract according to Tae-san's wishes. His mother awaited Tae-san's decision. Tae-san asked them to correct the income tax declaration properly. When reselling, they must pay him as per the contract. The CEO assured Tae-san they were ethical professionals. Tae-san was unsure whether to trust them, but once the money was in his account, he had nothing to worry about. He was satisfied with the feeling of being a writer without losing any intelligence. Tae-san's mother, acting as his legal representative, also had to sign the contract. After signing, the CEO immediately transferred 200 million into Tae-san's account. His mother was so surprised that her mouth fell open. Tae-san remembered a time when he nearly died with less than 2 million in his account. Now, he planned to gradually increase his savings. The CEO shook Tae-san's hand, grateful for signing the contract. Tae-san happily noted that it was beneficial for both parties. Tae-san told his mother they could leave, but the CEO and chief editor invited them to dine with them. Tae-san postponed it for another time, as his mother was not comfortable dining with strangers, and he casually mentioned that money was just trash to him now. Outside, it was still raining. In front of the cafe, Tae-san's mother bowed to the CEO and chief editor, apologizing for any rudeness, not understanding what was happening. They waved it off, saying working with Tae-san was their fortune. The chief editor asked Tae-san how many volumes he planned to write, suggesting maybe around 10 based on the current content. Tae-san answered 60 volumes. Both the CEO and chief editor were shocked. Tae-san remembered up to volume 59 and thought it would be cruel to the readers to have only 20 volumes. They wondered if 60 volumes were too many. Tae-san assured them not to worry, there would be 60 volumes. The publisher said they would see how things go. They agreed to discuss with Tae-san again, saying even if there were 100 volumes, they would be happy. Looking at the sky, Tae-san felt there was much to do that day. His mother asked where they were going now. Tae-san said they would stop by the bank. His mother wondered what business he had there. Tae-san replied it was very important. His mother was bewildered by the sudden turn of events, not understanding how her son became a writer and earned 200 million. Tae-san said he would start working tomorrow afternoon. So, he needed to open a bank account first. His mother asked if they should discuss it with his father, noting that he was still a dependent child. With this 200 million, Tae-san could pay off his father's debt and interest in full, but he didn't want to rush into using this money. Tae-san asked his mother if she believed in him. She said, "Of course, but..." Tae-san told her to wait a month, and then he would talk to his father himself. This money was just the beginning. It would become a golden egg for his family. His mother replied that she would believe in him. The sky had cleared. Tae-san said he would treat his mother to instant noodles. His mother reminded him to add meat and sweet and sour sauce since he was wealthy now. The sun had just risen. Tae-san, on the mountain behind his house, continued to meditate. He recalled everything, with all financial indices appearing in his mind. That preparation was enough. Now it was time to head to school. Looking at the computer and reading the numbers, Tae-san knew the game was in his hands. He would drain the capitalists. Watching the buying and selling of stocks, Tae-san found it adorable. Now, this was his playground. He laughed, saying the capitalists were doomed. The market unit price was 2,250, with small-cap stocks at 50 billion. This situation would happen a few more times. Tae-san had to act immediately. As a former stockbroker, he was skilled at this. When 20,000 shares were bought at an average price of 2,500, they would be ruined. At a certain company, an employee urgently called the department head because all the money in the trading room was withdrawn. 20,000 shares were sold off. The department head asked if anyone had noticed the stock closing. The employee turned back, asking what to do. The head, sweating, said they could only wait for a notification and divide the work for now. He cursed, wondering who the lucky person was. Now everyone had to be careful not to lose everything. The department head felt like this person was a ghost, holding every secret, wondering who he was. Indeed, a lucky guy. He estimated that after this campaign, the person would earn about 100 million, at least bleeding 10 people dry. Back at home, Tae-san was thrilled with the influx of money. In 3 days, he had made 460 million. Even if he ran out of money, he still had 260 million left. Tae-san wondered if he should continue playing. He wasn't satisfied yet. Koo also felt it wasn't enough. He was just getting started. In his previous life as a broker, he hadn't used as many tricks as this. Next week, there will be an announcement about a new drug development. Then, the stock chart would stabilize. He would withdraw all his capital. In the winning stock companies, after all, the profits weren't going anywhere. Tae-san hadn't expected that his knowledge and the skyrocketing stock values he learned as a broker would be so useful. From now on, the stock market will be lively. The tricks were already in Tae-san's hands. It would be crazy not to seize them. Outside the bookstore, everyone was looking for Tae-san's new novel. People were discussing its plot and characters. People passing by, hearing the name of the novel, became curious and placed pre-orders, fearing they might miss out. At Tae-san's house, his family was gathered for breakfast. Tae-san's mother noticed that his father seemed to have something to say. His father silently continued eating his rice, insisting that there was nothing wrong and that they should continue their meal. Tae-san's younger sibling, noticing their father's pallor, worriedly suggested he should get a medical checkup. Tae-san felt it was time to say goodbye to his poor fate. He slammed his chopsticks down on the table. He praised his mother's cooking as the pinnacle of perfection, while everyone else silently reprimanded him for his lack of subtlety. Tae-san winked at his mother, telling her not to worry. She understood. Tae-san was going to cheer up his father. He asked the family if they had time, sparking curiosity among his siblings about what he planned to do. Tae-san's mother asked him worriedly if there was a problem. Tae-san decided to treat the whole family to a lavish meal. His twin siblings didn't believe him. His father seemed hesitant, and Tae-san knew what his father was worried about. So, he asked his mother to bring his father along, and she agreed. Tae-san told his father to bring his ID, and his siblings to bring their student cards, but the family didn't understand why they needed to bring these documents. Tae-san mysteriously said they would be needed. His siblings asked if he had been secretly working part-time, to which Tae-san replied that children shouldn't ask too many questions. Tae-san was only 2 years older than them. Finally, the time had come for Tae-san to reveal that he was a writer, and the family went to the city together. His siblings were extremely excited. They went to look at cell phones. It was 2006, and having a cell phone then was impressive. Tae-san's sibling admired each model, marveling at their beauty. Hearing the names of each type, Tae-san smiled. Tae-san's father said they wouldn't buy any, so they should move on. Tae-san told his siblings to pick whatever they liked, as he would take care of it. His siblings asked again to confirm, and Tae-san agreed. His father was astonished by Tae-san's extravagance. His father didn't want his young children to use such expensive items, even though Tae-san had money from his novel royalties. Tae-san wanted to buy flip phones for his parents, which were quite trendy. His mother wanted to choose one immediately, but his father seemed to want to stop her. His mother chose several models, asking if his father liked them, while Tae-san picked out a sleek black one. He asked to bring everything to the checkout. Since his siblings were underage, he instructed the employee to put the purchases under his parents' names. The total came to 20 million. The whole family was shocked by Tae-san's lavish spending, and the employee even offered a free pre-order service. Afterward, Tae-san took the family out for lunch. Meanwhile, at the stock company, things weren't going well. The company director couldn't understand what had happened to the trading system that morning. All the money from the trading floors had been withdrawn, totaling 1 billion. They wondered who could have played such a trick on them, guessing it must be some billionaire. The director doesn't know what to do except curse at the worthless person with no morals. The employees ask what should be done. He is so angry that he gathers all his stocks for the company. Suddenly, Tae-san stops walking. Everyone at home asks him what's wrong. He wants to lead everyone into a store, but it turns out to be a car dealership. The owner, seeing them, warmly welcomes them. Tae-san decides to buy a new car for his family's safety. The highlight of this car dealership is a white car, the most expensive one there, which Tae-san had noticed before. It's the newest SUV model. The whole family sweats upon seeing it. The mother just admires its beauty, while the father is contemplative. With this car, it would be easier for Tae-san's siblings to go to school. Tae-san's father wonders what got into him today, and his siblings are excited about being driven to school in that car. However, the father is reluctant due to the family's financial difficulties. Tae-san tells his father not to worry. His mother hands over some savings that Tae-san just gave her. Inside, there's 500 million. Shocked, they wonder how he got so much money. His mother tells his father that their son has grown up. Tae-san asks his father to trust him. His father always believes in his son. Tae-san understands his father's feelings. The phone purchase alone is enough to cover this month's interest payments. He doesn't want his father to worry anymore and decides to write a new chapter for the family. Tae-san asks the salesperson if there's another car in stock. If not, he will take the display model. He tells his siblings to get in, and they go shopping. Tae-san decides to become the pillar of the family. Everyone is happy. Thus, their outing concludes. Tae-san puts on his uniform, wondering how long it has been since he graduated. He waits for the bus at the station, ready to start his high school life. The bus and the scenery remain unchanged. Tae-san finds his usual seat and puts on his headphones. He always took the bus to school, listening to music. Today, Seo John Company will go public. Even though he's going to school, Taeson's investments will automatically increase. His assets are now over 1 billion. Taeson has set up automatic stock trading. Typically, stock traders don't invest in stable stocks. They bet everything on skyrocketing stocks and enjoy the fluctuations. They dive into this risky business, which expert manipulators exploit. Taeson is one of these players. For them, charts mean nothing. In the end, they drain the stock players dry. However, Taeson, armed with knowledge and future information, won't let any opportunity slip by, no matter how skilled the opponent is. The students on the bus start complaining about the end of their vacation. Taeson recognizes them immediately. The tan girl is Mixon, who always boasts about her travels. Beside her is Nason, her friend who is always jealous of Mixon. They both see Taeson and are surprised. Taeson also looks back. When these mothers see something beautiful, their eyes light up. They all stare at Taeson because he is very handsome. Taeson offers to hold their bags if they are too heavy. Indeed, there's no folly like being foolish over boys. They immediately hand their bags to Taeson. Other girls start to notice him too. They find him familiar and everyone tries to figure out who he is. Even the older male students are curious. The older girls are all smitten by his good looks, but none can remember who he is. These high school girls are so naive. In just a few years, they will shamelessly chase after handsome boys. The bus stops at the next station. Another girl gets on the bus. Taeson notices her. She is the girl he most wanted to meet, the one he has always admired from afar. She is Lee Zhizhi, Taeson's first love, the one he secretly adores. Everyone in the class is surprised by Taeson's transformation. He looks handsome as if he has just returned from a thoughtful journey. When he arrives at school, all the memories of encountering his old love suddenly shatter. Taeson also fondly remembers his mischievous friends. D-Sun is always sniffling due to a runny nose. Zhong has shaved his head, determined to study, but his grades are still poor. Huen-chan is already going bald at a young age. Zazhong just eats and shows no brotherly love. Bonsuk always claims to be a poet and pretends to be rich. Someone asks if Taeson secretly took his father's growth medicine because he's so tall. Taeson jokes that they should stop watching porn to grow taller. D-Sun says he'd never give up his passion. Taeson challenges him to a fight. They start to physically resolve their argument. Taeson is so strong that D-Sun begs for mercy. He asks if Taeson has been going to the gym because he's so strong. Being a high school student, Taeson naturally trains his body. D-Sun wonders if Taeson is planning to compete in sports. Taeson says no. Outside the classroom, someone complains about the noise. A white-haired boy wearing glasses comes in and scolds them, asking if they can be quiet. This is Hong Sung-hun, and everyone is too scared to respond. Every environment has its bullies, those who only know how to oppress the weak. Sung-hun sees Taeson and is shocked. He notes that Taeson has grown tall. Taeson can't stand Sung-hun's mocking laughter, as this malicious boy even caused him depression in the past. Hong Sung-hun is a member of a third-rate gang called the Scorpions and acts like a big shot at school. When Taeson doesn't respond, Sung-hun angrily insults him, asking if he knows how to speak. Taeson approaches and mocks him for being jealous. Sung-hun can't believe Taeson is standing up to him. The whole class is shocked. Sung-hun mocks Taeson, saying that he must have missed getting beaten up during his absence. Taeson sarcastically surrenders, saying he wouldn't dare disrespect a dog. No, someone worse than a dog. The classmates are in disbelief. They ask Taeson if he's been hit in the head or something. Taeson feels it's time for revenge, to retaliate for the brutal beatings he endured in the past. Sung-hun, furious, tells him to say that again. It seems Tae-san has grown bold enough to talk back, daring him to repeat his words. Tae-san smiles naturally, finding the boy somewhat cute. For Sung-hun, physical strength is power. Suddenly, the door bursts open. The supervisor steps in and scolds the two for their behavior. The class teacher, expecting quiet study, is surprised to see them glaring at each other. Tae-san explains they are just joking around after not seeing each other for a while. Sung-hun is infuriated by Tae-san's antics in front of him. The teacher calls for order, telling the class to settle down and disperse the crowd. The classmates are relieved that they might avoid trouble, hoping Tae-san doesn't say anything more. But unexpectedly, Tae-san challenges Sung-hun to meet at lunch, even winking, hinting at a confrontation. Sung-hun is furious, feeling outsmarted by Tae-san and vows revenge. The class loudly proclaims their determination to score high in the university entrance exams, like customers in a busy market. They joke that higher scores will lead to prettier wives. Sung-hun, sitting at the back, keeps staring at Tae-san at the front. During the first break, everyone worries about Tae-san, as Sung-hun is gathering his gang outside to confront him. In the second break, they ask Tae-san if he's eaten something strange to be acting so bravely, reminding him that it's still possible to escape. By the third period, Tae-san is still unmoved, causing even more concern among his classmates. They are too scared to go to lunch, fearing the confrontation with Sung-hun. They resent Tae-san for potentially dragging them into trouble. Sung-hun's formidable reputation intimidates them, and they are surprised by Tae-san's audacity. Tae-san, unfazed, tells them to stop worrying so much. He assures them he's got their backs in tough times. Finally, Sung-hun arrives with his gang, all of them big and intimidating, as if ready to turn Tae-san and his friends into punching bags. Tae-san tells them to calm down, mocking Sung-hun's threats. He dares to confront them, surprising them with his boldness. Tae-san tells them to shut up and follow him outside, not wanting to fight in the classroom. His friends are terrified, fearing for their safety. Tae-san invites them for pizza afterward, as if unfazed by the imminent threat. Sung-hun, without further ado, calls his gang out. Tae-san, under a clear sky and white clouds, knows he has to deal with this situation once and for all. He hands his phone to Dodong, seemingly preparing for something. The group surrounds Tae-san's crew, with Dodong filming the scene. Sung-hun apologizes to his gang for the inconvenience caused by Tae-san and promises to treat them afterward. Tae-san asks Sung-hun a question. Sung-hun just complained, saying that this situation was a mess and couldn't be fixed. Tae-san asked why he always bullied those who liked spicy food with him. Aren't we supposed to be friends? The question sounded crazy. Sung-hun had many reasons. He hated studying with those he considered inferior, despised those with dirt-filled heads, and loathed the guy who only had kimchi for breakfast. He was disgusted by the impoverished people like them, saying they were an eyesore. Tae-san still hoped they could be friends, stating that beating and extorting money from friends was wrong. He wondered what Sung-hun's father, a prominent lawyer in the city council, would think of his son's behavior. Tae-san thought Sung-hun should stop. Now, Tae-san was going to bring up Sung-hun's father's reputation. Sung-hun told Tae-san to mind his own business and not worry about his family matters. Sung-hun's father had said to trample on the inferior, hinting at problematic family education. It turned out this guy was bullying others using his father's influence. Even the principals and the management office's sons were familiar with Sung-hun's father, and a little money could smooth things over. Tae-san begged Sung-hun to spare his friends. Sung-hun refused, insisting on maintaining their perceived social hierarchy. Sung-hun also suggested teaching them a lesson so they wouldn't dare speak up again. Tae-san pleaded on behalf of his friends, but Sung-hun mocked him, questioning who he thought he was to make such demands. Tae-san offered money, saying it was all part of his plan. Sung-hun agreed to let them off for $1 million. Tae-san handed over the hard-earned money of his parents, hoping Sung-hun would spend it wisely. He pleaded again for his friend's sake. Sung-hun, seeing the amount, teased Tae-san about suddenly being wealthy. Tae-san continued to pretend, begging for mercy for his friends. Sung-hun responded with a mocking laugh and even hit Tae-san, causing him to bleed from the mouth. Tae-san had anticipated this but still acted hurt, continuing the charade. His friends were shocked and panicked upon seeing him injured. Tae-san wiped the blood away and looked at Do-dong. Do-dong understood and stopped recording on his phone. It was time to turn the tables. Tae-san called Sung-hun's group over. He was ready to confront them. Tae-san warned Sung-hun that this wasn't over yet. Sung-hun didn't understand what Tae-san was planning. Tae-san mocked Sung-hun, saying if his ancestors knew about his behavior, they would be appalled. Sung-hun was angered, accusing Tae-san of not knowing his place. Tae-san retorted that Sung-hun's ancestors must have committed terrible deeds to have a descendant like him. Sung-hun's group, following his lead, prepared to attack. But when Tae-san struck the first one, sending him flying, the group hesitated, shocked by Tae-san's strength. Tae-san apologized, realizing he didn't know his own strength. His friends were equally surprised. Sung-hun urged his group to attack, but Tae-san was ready, knowing he was just defending himself. Sung-hun ordered his group to beat Tae-san. Tae-san stared intently at them. As the fist was about to hit his face, he dodged and punched the attacker in the head. One after another, they came at him with sticks. Tae-san stepped back, dodging the sticks aimed at him. He swiftly kicked the heads of the two leading attackers, making them dizzy. They began to fear him. Whoever approached was punched by Tae-san, breaking their teeth. Sung-hun started to hesitate. Tae-san needed another one. Despite Sung-hun's bravado, urging everyone to attack, whoever approached ended up with broken teeth and jaws. Tae-san fought more fiercely. They started using steel rods against him, but he broke all their sticks. Sung-hun couldn't believe that this was the same Tae-san he knew. As Tae-san broke their sticks, he advised them not to play with dangerous things. The group was in disbelief, unable to accept that Tae-san alone was overpowering them all. When Tae-san forced them to kneel and reflect, he turned to Sung-hun. It was Sung-hun's turn now. Even facing defeat, Sung-hun still insulted Tae-san, vowing not to leave him in peace. He considered Tae-san a nobody. Tae-san approached Sung-hun, who pleaded for him not to come closer. Tae-san slapped him. Sung-hun couldn't believe how frightening Tae-san had become. Tae-san told him that this was the result of his own actions, experiencing what he had done to others. Sung-hun thought Tae-san would leave him alone, but Tae-san vowed never to forgive him. Tae-san showed his middle finger, indicating that Sung-hun's words were worthless to him. As Sung-hun, defiant even in defeat, threatened Tae-san, he attempted to punch Tae-san. Tae-san hit Sung-hun's fist directly. Sung-hun's hand bones broke, causing him to scream in agony. His fingers shattered. Sung-hun was in unbearable pain. He started to roll around, getting hit, and swore to destroy Tae-san's family. Tae-san remarked that Sung-hun hadn't had enough, likening his words to a famous line from a future war movie against evil. Sung-hun was clueless. Tae-san hit him so hard that Sung-hun started bleeding. Tae-san's friends began to fear him, not believing what he was capable of. Blood splattered everywhere. Tae-san beat Sung-hun beyond recognition. Tae-san felt it was a shame to stop now and wondered if he should continue the charade. He asked Do-dong to bring his phone. Everyone responded promptly. Tae-san dialed 113, calling the police to report a bloody fight behind the school. There were about 20 injured people, necessitating a call to 119 for emergency services. Tae-san added fuel to the fire. At the hospital, one screamed about a non-functional hand, and chaos ensued. The emergency room was filled with patients bandaged up because of Tae-san's actions. In the VIP room, Sung-hun was diagnosed with a 16-week recovery period, with all his hand bones and joints shattered. Even after successful surgery, it would be difficult for him to move. Sung-hun's father demanded to know where the culprit was. The nearby marketplace was confused. Sung-hun's father insisted on knowing the location of the person responsible for his son's condition. He was determined to put him in jail. The marketplace owner mentioned that the police were already involved. The student who had caused this was also injured in the emergency room. Sung-hun's father couldn't believe a student was responsible. He questioned if it was impossible to arrest the student, outraged that his son had to suffer for life. Sung-hun's father demanded to meet with the school's administration. He was determined to make Tae-san's family pay. In the intensive care unit, a police officer was investigating Tae-san's identity. He asked why Tae-san had acted that way, with Tae-san not understanding. He asked again why Tae-san had attacked those students. Tae-san told him that he was overstepping, as clearly he was the victim and those thugs were the guilty ones. He was obviously attacked and had even become a patient. The police couldn't believe Tae-san dared to deny it, saying that he had beaten them all up. The police warned that if he didn't confess, the investigation would uncover the truth anyway. The police were unaware that Tae-san was recording the conversation. They kept asking why Tae-san had attacked them, accusing him of disliking the senior students. They also accused him of bullying and extorting money, saying he couldn't claim they extorted him or that he borrowed money from friends. Tae-san asked the police if they had taken a bribe, but the officer didn't dare admit it. Tae-san questioned why he was only being interrogated. Moreover, as a minor, he pointed out that without a legal representative or guardian present, the inspector had no right to interrogate him as if he were a criminal. The police, infuriated, asked what about it. The officer grabbed Tae-san by the collar, scolding him for being a snotty-nosed kid who didn't know his place. The officer shook him harder, saying he had encountered many spoiled kids like Tae-san before. Tae-san cried out, asking him to stop, and began to cry in fear, asking why he was being treated like that and requesting a different inspector. Tae-san called for a nearby doctor for help. The doctors rushed over, asking what happened, and Tae-san accused the police officer of trying to kill him. He complained that the officer treated him like a criminal. The doctor reprimanded the officer, asking if he was insane to treat a student and patient like that. He reminded the officer to be gentle during questioning and questioned if he would take responsibility if the patient suffered any consequences. The police officer didn't know how to respond. A nurse nearby alerted the doctor that Tae-san seemed to have fainted. The doctor immediately called for help, preparing to lower blood pressure and move the patient. He instructed to get X-rays and an MRI to check for any head injuries in this emergency case. The doctor accused the police officer of assaulting the patient. At Tae-san's school, the management announced that a bullying incident had occurred. Recently, the school's bullying situation had reached alarming levels. The principal demanded swift solutions, while the vice principal immediately suggested expelling Tae-san for embarrassing over 30 students that day. Tae-san's homeroom teacher disagreed, stating it was a case of 30 against 1. If punishment was to be given, the other students involved should also be punished. The board thought Tae-san's teacher was defending him. The teacher insisted it wouldn't be fair to punish only Tae-san. The principal suggested that all students involved in the incident should be expelled. The homeroom teacher argued for a more balanced solution than just expelling Tae-san. The principal expressed concern about media coverage, fearing a significant stain on the school's reputation. However, he believed that strictly punishing the offending student alone would improve the school's image. In the hospital, Tae-san was diagnosed with a concussion and prescribed 8 weeks of rest. This meant he could skip school and freely invest in stocks. He was staying in a quiet special care room. He felt that having a lot of money was simply for enjoyment. Tae-san pretended to be slightly unwell to deceive everyone. Despite this, he managed to study all the subjects he needed through solution books and online lessons. He was simultaneously studying and playing the stock market, never resting his mind. Tae-san was enjoying himself. His money kept increasing, reaching 700 million today, and still growing. For him, now was the time to work. A respectful person came in and addressed him as Tae-san, asking how he was feeling. It was his lawyer, whom Tae-san told not to be too formal, as he was just a high school student. This was their company's operational policy. Tae-san had hired a lawyer named Ju Juntae, a top 3 lawyer in South Korea from the firm Samu. Money seemed to solve everything. Tae-san advised him not to be too rigid. Juntae had been ousted from the organization for being too rigid. Previously, lawyer Ju was the deputy chief prosecutor at the district prosecution office. After retiring, he became a first-class public servant lawyer. Tae-san told him that he hadn't cut ties with the organization yet. Juntae was surprised that Tae-san knew about the organization, but Tae-san said he didn't know much. Outside, there was a loud shouting. "Why is a district prosecutor here? If he stops me from investigating, he'll be charged with obstructing a public officer, understand?" Lawyer Juntae was hidden by Tae-san, who then went outside, nodding in agreement. A policeman opened the door, accusing Tae-san, saying his end was near. The prosecutor from the anti-crime division had come to arrest him. The policeman accused Tae-san of pretending to be a victim. Throughout, he continuously accused Tae-san, with the prosecutor also involved. The policeman called the situation an interrogation, claiming they had been bribed by someone named John. Tae-san asked for the arrest warrant. The policeman shouted, dismissing the need for a warrant. Tae-san felt the man was doomed and asked him to show his inspector's badge. A colleague named Kim Thwong told the policeman to show his badge. The colleague didn't like reprimanding the seemingly knowledgeable kid. He challenged Tae-san, asking if he wanted to experience a real concussion. The policeman reluctantly showed his badge, revealing he was Prosecutor Kim Rong-suc. Tae-san realized this was a case of a corrupt public official. He again demanded the arrest warrant. The prosecutor asked if Tae-san knew what an arrest warrant was. Of course, Tae-san knew and was well prepared. He began quoting the Constitution of the Republic of Korea, which recognizes basic human rights. He stated that if a state agency wants to arrest, detain, search, or seize someone's property, they must have a court-issued warrant. This was outlined in Articles 12 and 16 of the Constitution. He read Articles 12 and 16, explaining that arrest warrants are of 2 types, one issued upon a prosecutor's request and the other, a mandate issued by a court if requested by the prosecution. According to the Criminal Procedure Code, search and temporary release warrants are issued upon a prosecutor's request, if needed. The prosecutor still didn't believe him. Tae-san continued, reading the Juvenile Court Procedure, which issues temporary detention, search warrants, verification orders, and similar orders. That was all he knew. He challenged them further, saying he could explain more. The men were shocked. Outside, doctors heard Tae-san was a victim. They commented that this room, being his hospital room, was also considered his residential space. The other guys also went crazy with love and yelled at the whole hospital, telling Tae-san to go to school. However, Tae-san was not concerned about remembering math formulas or English vocabulary, but rather about learning the law. Then, the prosecutor, who was indeed smart, knew they were pretending to interrogate to threaten Tae-san. Tae-san thought adding more drama would make it more interesting. Even though Tae-san was a high school student, these people came without a lawyer. The prosecutor should protect his beloved, shouldn't he? The prosecutor asked Tae-san why he was weak. He looked at the prosecutor like he was crazy. He told Tae-san to spout his stupid and empty legal jargon. He warned Tae-san not to have too much hope because he was protecting the poor. Tae-san realized that they were planning to forcibly take him away. The prosecutor ordered Inspector Kim to quickly get an emergency arrest warrant. He didn't want Tae-san to keep talking confidently. He would call the court, and the warrant would be issued quickly. Tae-san was surprised they dared to talk about the court. Another inspector warned Tae-san that he was in trouble, boasting in front of the prosecutor. Tae-san didn't expect them to use all their strong moves at once. He knew they were corrupt, but not to this extent. The inspectors asked Tae-san what he was saying. Tae-san repeated, asking since when inspectors, prosecutors, and judges became so corrupt. The prosecutor was about to hit Tae-san. Someone shouted to stop. A doctor entered and intervened. Tae-san admired the doctor's courage. The inspector told the doctor to get out of the way. The doctor warned them to leave, or he would call the police. The group told the doctor to mind his own business and leave quickly. They said Tae-san had been accused and was a flight risk. They had already requested an arrest warrant. Outside, Tae-san's lawyer heard everything. The doctor didn't care. He only warned that if anything happened to the patient, he would be responsible. He asked them to leave. Tae-san was moved by the doctor's actions. True to his profession. The group didn't know that all their conversations were being recorded. Tae-san started to act again. He pretended his body was in shock. The doctor immediately called the nurse to prepare for defibrillation. Tae-san's acting skills were impressive. The inspectors began to panic. Someone called for Prosecutor Kim. It turned out to be lawyer Jun-tae. He knew Jun-tae was the deputy general manager. He didn't understand why he was there. Jun-tae knocked him down with a hit. He fell to the ground. He accused the inspectors of being thugs. The other inspector tried to argue back. Jun-tae knocked him down too. Both the inspector and the prosecutor were lying on the ground. The doctor and the remaining person were scared. Jun-tae took out his phone and called their boss. He scolded the boss for not training his staff properly. He questioned the need to send a prosecutor for a high school student's case. Jun-tae threatened to kick the higher-ups' butt. At school, the school director suggested expelling Tae-san. Keeping a thug like him would harm the school's image. The homeroom teacher thought it was premature. What if Tae-san was innocent and got expelled? It was also the school chairman's wish. He could make decisions as the school's owner. He said Prosecutor An was arresting Tae-san, who was now in jail. The homeroom teacher didn't believe it. The vice principal said they couldn't do that. Disciplinary actions would be postponed until the truth was verified and the court made a decision regarding Tae-san. The director disagreed, worried about the school's reputation. The school would also be under scrutiny from the educational authorities. The director criticized the principal for lacking decisiveness and insisted that the school make an immediate decision. He then declared that as of that morning, Tae-san would be expelled. He also prohibited Tae-san from transferring to another school, stating it was his father's wish, the school chairman. While discussing this, a staff member entered. The director asked what was happening. The staff member whispered something to him, surprising him that this issue had been posted online. At the hospital, a nurse pushing a cart asked Tae-san how he was feeling that day. With the hospital's most beautiful nurses taking care of him, of course, he was doing well. One nurse complimented Tae-san on being flexible and joked that he must be quite a ladies' man. Tae-san flirted back, saying he would have dated her if she were 5 years younger. Tae-san was indeed a charmer, and the nurse was flattered. He even ordered pizza for the nurse to have for lunch, to which she remarked that Tae-san was very thoughtful. Tae-san was not just thoughtful but also wealthy. The nurse asked if that was true. Tae-san began to fantasize that the nurse would confess her feelings for him. She just patted his head, commenting on his wealth and how money seemed to be everything to him. She also reminded him to stop playing games and focus on resting, not forgetting to thank him for the pizza. Tae-san wanted to object, saying it wasn't a game, but the nurse didn't believe him. Nobody would guess that he was trading stocks on his computer, with a total transaction volume of 10 billion that day. Tae-san continued his operations. His profit had reached the maximum capital amount of 20 billion. Who would believe that a high school student could invest in the stock market like that? Tae-san looked out of the hospital window. The recent commotion meant that without the doctor's permission, no one could visit him, making the hospital an ideal hiding place for Tae-san. He gazed at the cityscape, thinking about the disciplinary council's turmoil. Videos of Tae-san being bullied had been uploaded online. Sung-hoon's words in the video were clear. All the teachers at the school watched it. The director was shocked by the existence of this video. The disciplinary committee members turned pale. The principal and vice principal couldn't sit still. Hearing Sung-hoon's father's name, the director started to feel nervous. The principal paid even closer attention. Sung-hoon even mentioned the director in the video. The director wondered how he would escape this situation. In the hospital room, both the lawyer and Tae-san were enjoying the video. The lawyer asked Tae-san how he wanted to proceed. Tae-san smiled benignly. "Let them die for me," he said. The director angrily slammed his hand on the table, drawing everyone's attention. They hoped he would provide an explanation as his phone rang. He answered the call. It was from his father, the chairman, who scolded him, calling him a disgrace. Even over the phone, the entire boardroom was afraid. The principal was furious. The chairman said he would come to the school right away. After hanging up, it seemed the director's fate was sealed. Online, netizens were buzzing more than ever. The president had to quickly announce an investigation into the case. Sung-hoon's father was surrounded by journalists. They asked if he was really putting pressure on the prosecutor and police. He had to publicly apologize for the trouble he caused and then resign from the city council due to public outrage. The prosecutor had to apologize to his boss. The managers and inspectors were all fired, and the district prosecutor's office was demoted. Everything was beautifully resolved thanks to the power of money. Indeed, the world is a wonderful place. On the bus, Tae-san encountered his crush again. Life should be worth living, Tae-san thought. He asked his crush to hand over her phone. It was the school beauty, Lee Jing. She looked at Tae-san, who insisted on holding her phone for her. She refused, and everyone started paying attention to them, causing a scene. Tae-san told her that the bag looked heavy, and since he didn't have much to carry, he offered to hold it for convenience. Other female students started to notice, and Jing thanked him. She let Tae-san hold her bag. As the bus continued moving, Jing asked Tae-san if he was okay, noticing he had a pile of bags on his lap. Tae-san forced a smile and said he was fine. It's true that men of any age can act foolishly when faced with their first love. Crush turned to watch the young girls on the bus. Tae-san introduced himself as Jang Tae-san. She didn't hear him clearly, so he introduced himself again and then shyly looked out the window. She then remembered him. Tae-san put on his earphones and started listening to music. Jing remembered Tae-san was the student from Jeondu School, who she first saw on the bus last year. He looked very insecure back then, always slouching. He had changed a lot since last summer. As Jing looked back on the bus, Tae-san's friends told him to hurry up as they were running late. Upon reaching school, a guy jumped up and kicked Tae-san, calling him an idiot for showing up right at exam time. Another guy said he would have stayed hidden in the hospital. Yet another jumped at Tae-san, joking that his hiding was over, and burst into tears. The whole group asked Tae-san if he had gotten the nurse's number yet, daring him to show his face. Tae-san had to beg for mercy. The class jumped in, teasing him, saying they'd only let him off because he was concussed. Tae-san was ragged by his friends. Normally, we think friendship and love are expressed through words. Someone asked Tae-san if he had studied for the exam. The teacher said there were 5 general education classes in the second year, and last time their class came last. The teacher jokingly warned them not to embarrass him this time. The teacher also asked Tae-san if he was feeling better, to which Tae-san enthusiastically replied that he was, thanks to the teacher. The teacher smiled. As the school term ended, he wished the whole class well. He advised them to seize this opportunity, or they might regret it later. Only the teacher and Tae-san understood the meaning of his words, as once we step into society, we are strictly filtered, from our educational background to other standards. Holding the exam paper in his hand, Tae-san was overjoyed. He couldn't stop smiling at how easy the exam was. Tae-san felt like he was living a different life compared to his past. On the bus home, Tae-san took out a chocolate bar, which he had been waiting for days to give to his crush. Yejin didn't understand. He used the excuse that she had university exams soon and that chocolate was good for short-term memory. The other girls said he liked Yejin, who was very pretty, and they were jealous. Yejin thanked him. Tae-san told her to feel comfortable talking to him, as she was his senior. He mentioned that he was only in his second year and wondered if anyone had ever flirted with her like that. Older students started to notice Tae-san. He asked her how her exam went. She asked him the same, and he said his went well. Yejin complimented him, saying he must be happy with his high scores. She was surprised he guessed correctly. Tae-san asked if she was the top student at Gwangju Girls' School, saying he was the same. The girls behind were surprised to see someone so beautiful and smart. Tae-san humbly said it was because the teachers made the exams too easy. Yejin was amazed to meet someone like him. Tae-san asked if she used a phone and asked for her number, offering to send her encouraging messages for her university exams. Yejin shyly gave him her number. Everyone was shocked as they exchanged numbers. Yejin got off at her stop. Tae-san waved goodbye through the bus window, thrilled to have his crush's number. At the back of the bus, a guy started calling out to Tae-san. Another, overweight guy, told him to come over. When Tae-san didn't react, he threatened him to come there. At the end of the bus were the tough guys from the Shurjum Wrestling Club. The biggest one among them called me down. His name was Choi Huk-chan. Tae-san had seen him in the newspapers before. Tae-san wasn't scared and stepped off the bus. Choi Huk was really big. He was sitting and blocking all the space at the back of the bus. Tae-san asked him, "What's the matter?" He bluntly replied. The others couldn't believe Tae-san was so bold. They cursed, "Are you crazy?" One of them encouraged Huk-chan, "Beat him up." Huk-chan just wanted my friend Jaren's phone number, saying she was his type. Tae-san laughed, "What do you mean your type?" Tae-san definitely didn't want to give her number to these loudmouths. Tae-san flatly refused. The gorilla-like guy then asked what Tae-san said, seemingly deaf like all of them. Huk-chan yelled, claiming Jae-jin was his. I thought he was barking too much. They didn't expect me to be so courageous. One of his followers attacked me. Tae-san noticed, grabbed his arm, threw him up lightly as if lifting something trivial, and then slammed him down on the bus floor. Huk-chan couldn't believe Tae-san did that. He was about to attack me. Tae-san warned him, "Don't get worked up. Tae-san just finished my midterm exams. Please let me be." Mocking them, Tae-san said, "With brains like yours, exams don't matter, but they are important to me." Tae-san then challenged them, "If you want to fight, pick a nice day for it." Tae-san also straightened my tie. Tae-san hoped the idiots understood why Tae-san had beaten up their friend. But Huk-chan was furious. He was about to break me in half. The driver, sensing the tension, braked suddenly. He cursed at the ruckus below. Looking in the rearview mirror, he saw me bending at a 90-degree angle. He asked, "What's happening?" Tae-san apologized for the disturbance. Huk-chan insulted me, but little did he know that my dream was to be a model citizen. Tae-san wanted to live a peaceful life, buy a building, make money, and build some villas. Occasionally, Tae-san felt like causing a few companies to go bankrupt. Anyone who dared to meddle in my dreams would be crushed. Another day at school began. The lunch supervisor wished everyone a good meal. The meager portions of kimchi and vegetable soup were unappetizing. My friends complained that even their dogs are better. The supervisor said eating more bean soup was healthy. Rumor had it that the supervisor, the director's lover, struggled to find these soybeans. Tae-san saw her buying cheap soybean sauce from trucks outside the market. Tae-san put down my spoon. She changed her tone when she saw me stand up, becoming more welcoming. She asked why Tae-san had so much left. Warning me that skipping meals could lead to divine punishment, Tae-san dumped the food into the trash, saying, "But I'm still alive, aren't I?" She advised me not to speak like that to a beautiful woman, calling it rude. Tae-san wished she'd face punishment while still alive. Tae-san glared back, thinking the director hadn't changed since our last encounter. She asked who Tae-san was. I went to the director's office. He was leisurely eating. Despite my arrival, he didn't stop. He asked how he could help me. Looking at his meal, Tae-san wondered how much school money he had spent. Pretending to be benevolent, he told me to speak up. Tae-san didn't beat around the bush. Tae-san said Tae-san wanted meat. He was surprised that Tae-san had come to him with such a request. He said if Tae-san wanted meat, Tae-san could just go out and buy it. But it wasn't just for me, it was for everyone. Tae-san brought up his lover, who was in charge of preparing the students' lunch. The director didn't expect you to bring up this matter. Tae-san said that over the past year, the school's lunch has been worse than dog food. Students pay $30,000 but don't get their money's worth at all. Tae-san compared it to other schools where students get to eat meat at least 3 days a week. But at this school, students only get soy sauce for their money. Tae-san thinks this is an embezzlement of students' meals. He wants the students at his school to have proper meals to have the energy to study. Tae-san wants the director to file a complaint with the police. After saying this, he asked permission to return to class. But the director didn't want to let him go yet. He thought that even if Tae-san was immature, he should still consider how he speaks to adults. Tae-san said he was just stating the truth. The director knew he was straightforward, but he didn't expect him to bring up his personal matters. Last time, Tae-san spent over $300 million to deal with the Hong Young-hoon incident. Working with a famous law firm is expensive, but they don't solve the problem completely. Now, hearing Tae-san's name in this school, the director has to suck up to him. Tae-san just wants him to resolve the school's lunch issue. If he can't, Tae-san might have to get rid of him. That night, in the VIP room of a bar, a subordinate filled a glass with wine and respectfully offered it to his boss. He asked how to deal with the troublesome Tae-san. The boss told him to do whatever he wants, but discreetly. He poured more wine for Hong Song-hoon, wondering why so many wanted to get involved in burying someone insignificant like Tae-san. Isn't it true that the more people want him dead, the higher the reward? Young-hoon told his subordinate to be careful, and he'd double the reward. It's not a problem for him. Since Tae-san exposed Young-hoon, he's been furious and swore to kill Tae-san. Everyone outside the barroom heard his curses. At school, the homeroom teacher hurriedly looked for Tae-san. He called him from the teacher's office to the classroom. Everyone was surprised to see the teacher so panicked. Tae-san didn't understand why the teacher was looking for him. The teacher couldn't believe what he had done. He showed Tae-san his midterm report card with full marks. He wanted to know how someone who usually ranked last in the class got perfect scores. The class thought they misheard when they found out Tae-san had the highest marks. His friends were all abuzz. One suspected cheating, another suggested the teacher make him retake the test. The teacher said Tae-san had to explain to everyone. Tae-san had no other choice, He had to face the consequences. The teacher and classmates all awaited his response. Surprisingly, Tae-san soon had to tell the truth. He said he would treat the class to pizza today. His classmates still didn't want to let him off the hook. He added another condition: Tae-san would also treat them to a session at the internet cafe. Seeing the offer of food, they quickly changed their attitude. They were as excited as monkeys for the free meal. Tae-san's close friends began to praise him extravagantly. One said, "Tae-san is very smart, teacher." Another commented, "Tae-san works hard at home, really a lot." Someone else exclaimed, "It's just a shock, that's why he's improved." They expressed their trust, saying, "See, you are my brother, so Tae-san fully trusts you." They were cheering for him like he was a celebrity. It's true what they say about food being a motivator. The teacher, seeing them swayed by the food, didn't know what to say and let Tae-san off the hook. The school cafeteria changed drastically that lunchtime. There were 2 trays of food, including fried chicken. It deserved a perfect score. The lunch supervisor asked the students if they were satisfied, to improve for next time. Since the new supervisor took over, the market has been much calmer. The students even made banners to support her. She always cooks delicious food for them. Moreover, the market ladies also thanked her for buying lots of ingredients for the whole school. After school, the whole class rushed to the nearby pizza place. Each one loudly demanded a supersized pizza, the bigger the better. They didn't want to line up and insisted the owner serve them first. Seeing the students going for pizza, the owner asked if there was a special occasion. They said they were treated by the top students. The owner asked if it was Tae-san, surprised that she also knew about him. The owner mentioned her child also attends the school and credited Tae-san for its tranquility. She then inquired about Tae-san's whereabouts. The students pointed to him sitting outside, gazing at the sky. Tae-san politely nodded and greeted the owner when she looked at him. The girls at the table turned to look at him, admiring his good looks. The owner asked if he could afford to pay for the meal. Tae-san reassured her, saying he had just made a few billion and could even buy the place. Suddenly, someone greeted him from behind. A girl approached Tae-san, asking if he was the second-year student from the nearby boys' school and boldly asked for his phone number. She looked very cute, but Tae-san politely declined, mentioning he already had someone in mind. His friends were jealous that he got asked for his number. The girl said, "Just a prospect, right? So you're still single?" Seeing Tae-san's reaction, she insisted on getting his number. Tae-san was surprised by her persistence. He thought it unfair to the other person, even if it was unrequited love. The girl complimented him for being interesting. Tae-san wondered if she falls for every interesting guy she meets. She looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her before. Tae-san noticed her name tag. Her name was Kim Seo-jun. Suddenly, he remembered. No way, he couldn't be mistaken. She was the top star, the idol representing South Korea, Kim Seo-jun, the future center of the group Ford, the most talented golf idol. His friends, envious, wanted to beat Tae-san, but he couldn't believe he was meeting the youth of the #1 idol. Seeing Tae-san paying attention to her, Seo-jun asked, "How much longer will you make me wait before you admit you've been staring at me this whole time?" This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Not everyone gets an idol asking for their number like Tae-san. But someone else called out Tae-san's nickname. Surprisingly, Jae-jin also came here to eat. Jae-jin stood there, not expecting to meet him like this. It seems Seo-jun also knows her. The way the girl addressed her might even be more familiar than he is. Tae-san was embarrassed to be caught by Jae-jin while getting a girl's phone number. Tae-san often sent messages to Jae-jin when not studying, mostly greetings and jokes. Although Jae-jin only read them without replying, it helped her relieve stress. However, meeting in person, she unconsciously called his name. Her friends asked, "Is he an acquaintance of yours?" They also praised Tae-san a lot. The guys, seeing Tae-san knew many girls, wondered what he ate during the summer to be so lucky. Someone in the class knew Jae-jin had the highest scores in her school. At their school, Tae-san had perfect scores. Indeed, like attracts like. Tae-san, don't be nervous in front of your crush, be natural. Tae-san, with a beaming smile, asked if she came for pizza. His friends insisted she treat them to pizza, just like Tae-san. Jae-jin was also compelled by everyone to treat them. Her two friends, Amung and Sarah, introduced themselves. Tae-san also did some PR in return. His friend Song, the smartest in school, commented, "I didn't expect Jae-jin to know such a handsome junior like you." She teased, asking if their relationship was just senior and junior. Seo-jun realized she meant senior Jae-jin. The girl emphasized that Tae-san's crush was senior Jae-jin, right? Jae-jin didn't expect Tae-san's interest in her was because of a secret crush, not just friendship. Tae-san, with a stern voice, told Seo-jun, "Keep it down. Why say that Tae-san like her in front of so many people here?" Jae-jin, not liking his overconfidence, called Seo-jun's name. The girl obediently took on the role of a cute junior. Jae-jin, feeling uncomfortable, asked Seo-jun, "Are you close with Tae-san?" Seo-jun replied that they just met today, which saved Tae-san, but then she dug a hole for him by saying he was exactly her type. Seo-jun complimented him for being handsome and smart. Tae-san didn't need her praise, it indirectly lowered his reputation with Jae-jin. His friends were pleased to hear a girl compliment him. After exchanging beautiful words, they looked at each other with loving eyes. Jae-jin said she also thought like Seo-jun, a confirmation that didn't make Tae-san happy but rather worried him. One guy had 2 boxes of milk, while another had none. Lucky Tae-san, pursued by 2 hot girls. Jae-jin asked Seo-jun what she thought, seeing Jae-jin with Tae-san, but Seo-jun found the person challenging her not ordinary. The girl approached the 2 of them. Tae-san also noticed her gaze. Now, the battle between the 2 women officially began. Seo-jun wanted a fair competition, not giving way just because Jae-jin was a senior. Of course, it would be fair, but wasn't Tae-san more interested in Jae-jin? Tae-san wondered if he was unlucky to leave the house with his left foot today. Seo-jun just came up with something else. The girl asked senior Jae-jin if he had his phone number, didn't she? How did the little girl know? Seo-jun wants Tae-san to give her his phone number too, to be fair. If you're playing fair, things must be done properly. Tae-san originally didn't want to give his number to the girl, but sister Jae-jin told him to just give it. Thus, Seo-jun's wish to get Tae-san's number was fulfilled. She didn't want to be seen as selfish, only keeping Tae-san to herself, so she told Tae-san to give the girl his number. In the legendary battle of women's honor, everything must be divided fairly. Crazy. Now Tae-san has the number of a famous star and doesn't face any criticism. Tae-san asked Jae-jin to give him the phone, and he entered his number for the girl in front of Jae-jin. Knowing it was forced and not Tae-san's voluntary action, Seo-jun wasn't very happy. Going back to his school days, being fought over by girls was something he enjoyed. After saving the number, his nosy friends also found it interesting. Now, Tae-san is caught between 2 women, one, his first love, and the other, a future superstar. The boys in his class didn't believe him and had no shame. Were they planning to woo both girls? The school's loudspeakers started broadcasting, spreading news of this fiery battle everywhere. In the school's multifunctional building, in the wrestling club's room, Hak-chan was on the phone, hearing some news. The coach asked why Hak-chan wasn't practicing and just standing there. The coach was dissatisfied, as he called, but got no response. Approaching to see if something was wrong with Hak-chan for not listening, Hak-chan, infuriated, hugged the coach's waist, tripped him, grabbed him, and slammed him to the ground. It seems Huk-chan just heard something about Tae-san, which made him so angry. He even called out Tae-san's full name in his rage. This shopping trip, Tae-san bought a new car for his father. He also took his family to buy new clothes. Having a brother like him is always a joy. Now, his father's farm had more hired workers and an expanded garden, thanks to Tae-san. Tae-san also bought an apartment near the school for convenience. Now living in the city center, Tae-san could only work in the evenings due to school. He left home to live independently. He rarely attended school, only going when exams were near. Today, he made 7 billion. Tomorrow, this amount will increase to 9 billion. The stock market has been rising continuously. The market value is soaring every day. Now, Tae-san can't let his money sit idle. He hasn't yet touched the investments that will surge in the future because it would change the market he knows. Tae-san is waiting for the moment he is most looking forward to. Soon, in 2007, a market crisis will occur, and the markets will have to mortgage all their assets. Now, Tae-san goes to school to get the top rank and then goes straight home. The school is peaceful now, with no need for his intervention. He's going home to see how many questions he answered correctly. Since returning, school is no longer a hellish place for him. But like any student, Tae-san still doesn't want to go to school. Everyone is rushing home, then suddenly stops. Tae-san nearly bumps into the boy in front of him. Then Dong tells him to look at the school gate. Outside, a group of big guys sit like they own the world, blocking everyone's way. They are Huk-chan's gang. They're just a bunch of thugs, idlers from the vocational school across the street. So, Tae-san became their target. The bald guy, looking like an egg, called out Tae-san's name. Tae-san wondered if they knew each other to be calling him out like that. Of course they knew, following them was different. Whether they knew each other or not was obvious right there. With this gang, Tae-san had to communicate with fists. Tae-san told his friends to go ahead, but they wanted to hang around. After watching, they would get to eat pizza. Why not go? He thought they wouldn't dare see him in danger. But who knew? It was getting dark, and they dragged him into a deserted alley. The leader of the group reported to the boss that they had brought Tae-san. This gang wasn't short of big guys with big ears and faces, but where did this hentai-looking guy come from? Huk-chan sat impressively among his gang. Finally, Tae-san's day had come. Huk-chan already disliked Tae-san's face. Now with the chance, he told Tae-san he wouldn't survive leaving. Coming here was a wrong move. No escaping now. Tae-san saw these guys brought the whole gang for a small matter. Seeing Tae-san's courage, his friends even laughed along. This guy was a good joker. He kept teasing, a pig, but no problem. The tension between the two sides was like a tight string. But this warehouse was strange. Tae-san sensed a murderous aura all around. Since practicing martial arts, his body has become more sensitive. The smell of death engulfed him. He asked if they knew how many people had bled in this room. Now, it was time to share some life knowledge. Tae-san said it wasn't too late to turn back. He had lived long enough to know life was short. Why waste time on pointless things in this busy, treacherous life? The gang thought he was talking nonsense. They needed to straighten him out. Tae-san started lecturing about the law, educating them. But what can you tell a bunch of idiots? Tae-san threatened that if he was injured, the minimum punishment was 1 year in prison. Their parents would have to beg him. Plus the treatment costs, as Tae-san would only stay in a VIP room, would be expensive. Hearing this, the gang started to waver. It was good enough to teach this to Huk-chan. He took out a cigarette and smoked. Look, an athlete smoking. His head could grow in a forest. The guys behind snickered. Huk-chan crushed the cigarettes, saying he would deal with Tae-san. Let his followers handle it. Taesan's friends, just standing there, got involved too. Taesan jokes, "They're going to take care of me soon." So scared. They told him to welcome it, to keep being arrogant. They weren't old enough for serious violations, so just crying would get the judge to forgive them. So now he said the law needed to be stricter. In South Korea, minors under 18 aren't sentenced for crimes. Hence, the number of victims is increasing. Just wait, Taesan would make them cry real tears. Hukchan ordered his gang to attack Taesan. They raised pipes, preparing to execute Taesan. This time, it wouldn't be like before. Getting beaten was certain, like watching a chicken burn. His friends didn't expect the gang to be so prepared this time. Taesan pushed his friends back. If he didn't, he would fall and break his beak. The gang seized the opportunity and rushed in. His friends knew Taesan was in trouble, but they could only stand outside and shout his name. The gang, energized like blood-injected roosters, jumped in with force. It was just bad luck. Forget about luck. Blood and teeth flew everywhere. Taesan kicked the chin of the guy closest to him. His teeth flew out, not even having time to say goodbye to the jaw. Taesan stepped on the guy, using him to jump up. It shocked him, they were using iron rods. He almost had to meet his ancestors. After fighting, Taesan posed, like Bruce Lee with a watermelon belly. He told his group to jump in, finish the fight quickly, and then go home to eat. Taesan flaunted his Tai Chi Chuan skills. The Hukchan gang saw the iron rods but couldn't make Taesan flinch. He ordered them to do whatever it takes. Beat Taesan to death. But was he really the main character? The main character never gets beaten to a pulp. Taesan jumped up, hitting them so they didn't look human anymore. He beat every face he could. Whoever jumped in got thrown out. From now on, Taesan would be the main character on this land. After dealing with the annoying ones, he called out to the guys mocking from behind. "Come on in." Oh God, his friends thought, he's tough. Taesan urged them to hit harder. Why so weak as if you're starving? Looking at the guys lying at Taesan's feet, they dared not get up. But provoked by him, they had to try to bring Taesan's body back to Hukchan. Taesan loved beating up bullies. He said, "Come on, all in, let's eat." But there was no meal yet, only naked chickens for Taesan to show off. When time was up, not a single follower was left, only Hukchan. Hukchan never imagined someone could withstand a gang attack and not get hit even once. The bodies of his followers piled up. Taesan fought like in a movie. He told his friends to call 112 and 119 to report that they were being attacked by a gang, but actually, it was the gang that got beaten. Hukchan, warned by Sung Hun's followers, knew if he failed, not only the organization but also his followers wouldn't respect him anymore. He pulled a knife from his jacket. Taesan said what he was doing was self-defense, not caring about Hukchan's threats. Hukchan charged from behind, trying to stab Taesan to assert his position in the organization. Taesan's friends warned him to watch out for the attack from behind. But when it seemed Taesan would be stabbed, it was Hukchan who ended up screaming on the ground, holding his hand. He never expected Taesan to counter him, something no one had ever done before. Then Taesan declared, causing injury with intent to kill, organized violence, and serious actions. All this is enough for you to go to prison for years. A man's tears fell, the game over. Taesan called Lawyer Du, saying he was attacked by a group with the intent to kill him. Hukchan cried, begging Taesan to spare him, as he didn't want to go to jail. Taesan was not easy to deal with, strong and with money to hire a lawyer. Hukchan's attack on him was like bad luck for 8 lifetimes. The TV reported about a group of students who gathered with the intent to kill an ordinary student. The above-mentioned group assault is an alarm bell for society about the problem of school violence. The issue is increasing, becoming uncontrollable. At home, Sung Hun's followers couldn't believe that if they couldn't handle Tae-san, they would now be investigated. The gang member didn't know what to do other than apologize to him. Furious, he threw the remote control at his follower's face. He said, "The news has spread on television, social media, and all media. The organization will surely find out. Tae-san is in the hospital again, and the prosecutor has arrested some pretending to be students. Even the policeman he bribed couldn't be contacted. He decided to lay low for a while and retrain his followers. If you guys make another mistake, you're doomed." The follower poured him another drink. Seeing the obedient follower, he kicked another cup. Outside in the garden, he asked how the drink was. Behind him was an empty garden, and it was raining. Moreover, there was no one out there, so who could he talk to? Suddenly, the power in the room was cut off. His follower pulled out a knife and demanded the person who just spoke to show themselves. A stone flew in, hitting the follower on the head. He lay there unconscious. Now, only he was left. A figure covered in clothes appeared from behind the curtain. He couldn't believe it, as there was clearly no one there before, but now this person appeared. Lightning brightened the sky, making the mysterious figure even more frightening. In the heavy rain outside, Young-hoon's henchman asked who the stranger was. Tae-san declared himself as the god of death. He told Tae-san he wasn't scared of him. He was sure Tae-san knew him, and that's why he came. Tae-san threatened that he would pay for his crimes. He said, "Confess quickly, or no one will help you." He didn't understand what Tae-san meant, wondering why he should confess. He grabbed a wine bottle next to him, intending to hit Tae-san, and introduced himself as Park Jae-chun. Tae-san punched him in the face, sending him flying across the floor like a kicked dog. He never expected Tae-san to correct his face with force. Seeing him still able to talk, Tae-san punched him again, one hit on the left, another on the right. Tae-san swung mercilessly, focusing on Dae-chun's face. He accused him, "You've killed too many people." Dae-chun denied it, claiming he hadn't killed anyone. Still lying on the brink of death, Tae-san was about to punch again when Dae-chun covered his face, insisting he was telling the truth, that he hadn't killed anyone. Dae-chun didn't expect Tae-san not to punch, but to place his hand on his head. Tae-san asked if he could hear the screams and despair of those he had killed. Behind Tae-san appeared thousands of dead bodies, crying out in agony, rushing at him like they were starving. All were ready behind Tae-san. Dae-chun was grabbed by zombies, all brutally killed by him. The dead waited to drag him down to hell with them. Tae-san removed his hand, and the dead bodies disappeared from the room, leaving only him and Dae-chun kneeling. He asked if Dae-chun remembered who he had killed. Dae-chun thought it was a hallucination that Tae-san had drugged him. But fate had no intention of deceiving him. Tae-san said what Dae-chun saw were the souls of those he had murdered. Tae-san placed his hand on his head again. Dae-chun thought Tae-san was going to play another trick. He saw the dead bodies again, rushing at Dae-chun on the floor. One grabbed his head, another his legs, another his arms. They tore Dae-chun apart. He screamed in agony. This real feeling wasn't a drug effect. Tae-san asked if he had never experienced such pain. He wanted Dae-chun to feel the pain and despair of those he had killed. Dae-chun felt nothing. Tae-san felt that people like Dae-chun didn't deserve to live. However, death would be too easy for him. Dae-chun had to pay for his sins. He saw Tae-san reaching out to make him feel that. He begged Tae-san for mercy. Tae-san then asked how many people he had killed. Now, he truly believed Tae-san was the Grim Reaper. Only the Grim Reaper could be that powerful. He had seen it with his own eyes, so there was no mistake. Dae-chun shakily confessed to killing 9 people. But Tae-san corrected him to 10, including the first murder he had forgotten. He had forgotten about the high school girl in uniform he killed that year. The girl appeared, calling Dae-chun's name. He never expected to be discovered like that. It was a case he had covered up 30 years ago. He had raped and killed that high school girl. Tae-san threw him a phone, telling him to confess all his crimes if he wanted to be absolved. Dae-chun obediently agreed, like a dog. Tae-san also demanded he confess to assaulting Hong-young. Otherwise, his family would suffer similarly. Calling Tae-san a devil, he agreed to everything Tae-san demanded. Outside, it continued to rain. Everyone was discussing the case on the news. The police had found several bodies hanging over a dam, including the body of the high school girl killed 30 years ago. The culprit was Paid-chun, a gang leader. He came forward to confess, saying the recent events stemmed from Hong Jang-hook. Now, all the gangs were disbanded. Several corrupt prosecutors and police officers were fired. In bed, Tae-san was afraid, hiding under the blanket, only peeking out to check the outside situation. Despite everything going smoothly, he still saw ghosts hovering around. The evening news on TV was debating the case of 10 innocent citizens murdered by the gang. A participant argued that the case extended beyond the city limits. It was serious, and the government was handling it carelessly. Not only the police but also the prosecutors were corrupt. There was a need for a thorough investigation. Moreover, there were suspicions that opposition politicians were involved. They refused an investigation, claiming no involvement. Since dealing with Dae-chun, Tae-san had been haunted by ghosts. Tae-san screamed in the hospital. He thought everything should be over after resolving the matter. Could he have developed a new skill to see ghosts? But then, if that were the case, his ancestors who appeared were also ghosts, and they had helped him return to the past. Thinking about it gave him a headache. He just wanted to rest. Surprisingly, a ghost appeared under his blanket. Tae-san's screams startled the doctors. He couldn't understand why there were so many ghosts in the hospital. Looking through the door, he saw another shadow. Was it another spirit haunting him? When he opened the door, luckily, it was a person. It was Seo-jun, who had come to visit him. She was crying, asking if he knew how worried she was. She had thought she would never see him again. Tae-san wondered how she knew he was in the hospital and why she wasn't at school but at the hospital instead. The child said, "There's no point in studying now when we haven't even had the exam. Many just cram everything in one night anyway. Even if she studies a lot, she won't become a star." Seo-jun hugged Tae-san and asked, "Does it hurt a lot?" He was about to say he was fine, but then she reached up to touch his forehead. Tae-san felt her hand was very soft. Seo-jun touched his face all over, saying, "Luckily, you don't have a fever." But the atmosphere was getting romantic. Tae-san looked down and saw her chest pressing against him. He knew getting carried away now would lead to trouble. He pushed her away, but his body was betraying him. His sense of decency told him, "Just go for it, she likes you, so why hesitate?" Seo-jun also felt Tae-san's physical reaction. She closed her eyes, waiting for him to initiate a kiss. Clearly, he had feelings for Jae-jin, but now he was also attracted to Seo-jun. She was not only beautiful but also taking the initiative. Another figure appeared at the door. Kissing her in this atmosphere wouldn't be bad at all. Everything turned rosy. Tae-san decided to go for it. If anything happened, he would just call it an accident. But Jae-jin walked in, interrupting the mood, and asked, "What are you two doing?" Caught in the act, Tae-san quickly pushed Seo-jun aside. He made up an excuse that something had gotten into his eye, and Seo-jun was just helping to blow it out. Jae-jin thought she was visiting Tae-san because he was injured, but he seemed quite healthy. She was unnecessarily worrying. Tae-san felt awkward, caught in a compromising situation, and thanked Jae-jin for visiting. But the problem was that Jae-jin didn't like Seo-jun at all. Seo-jun politely greeted her, but inside, she found Jae-jin annoying. Jean responded to the greeting, but she wasn't fond of the girl either. They were like entering a battlefield, where polite women only use words to attack each other. Tae-san tried to ease the tension. He said, "Please sit down, I'll get you some water." He thoughtfully knew what they liked to drink and prepared it for them. Seo-jun asked Jean, "How come you seem so free for a university student?" Jean replied, "Tae-san is injured. No matter how busy Tae-san is, Tae-san will visit him." They kept smiling and glowering at each other. Tae-san had to change the atmosphere. He asked Seo-jun if she had just signed a contract with an entertainment company in Seoul. She was excited and asked, "How did you know? It seems you do care about me." He then turned to Jean and asked, "Did you just finish your midterms? How were the results?" Jean said, "I did my best, but the thesis was difficult, so I'm a bit worried." Tae-san reassured her, "You always do well in your studies, so Tae-san believe you'll get high scores." Jean felt happy that Tae-san was paying attention to her. He didn't forget to encourage her, "You'll surely get into your first choice." Knowing he wanted to ease the tension, but seeing him pay attention to the other made them even more upset. They both told him, "We're done with our drinks, and we don't feel like talking anymore." Tae-san wondered, what did Tae-san do wrong to make the atmosphere worse? He turned to food as a solution, as eating helps people relax. He suggested, "Let's go for pizza." They didn't care much, saying, "Anything is fine." Tae-san told them to wait outside while he changed clothes. But the thought of seeing Tae-san's muscular six-pack body made them lose their decorum. They told him, "Go ahead and change, we won't mind." At the stock company, an employee asked the manager, "Have you looked over the profit margins yet?" The manager adjusted his glasses and replied, "Yes, Tae-san have." The employees all thought Tae-san was a genius. They had seen the orders he placed, which were perfect, and the money used was completely legal. The manager advised them, "We need to diligently regain our honor." They didn't quite understand what he meant. The manager said, "Experienced stock traders like you are not even comparable to a high school student." They couldn't believe a high school student could be that skilled. They asked again, "Is it really as you say? How can a high school student be so intelligent?" Now, as winter began, snow started falling in South Korea. Tae-san's family stood on the balcony of their apartment to admire the first snow. It had been a long time since his father had relaxed like this. Tae-san noticed his father seemed nostalgic. His father told him, "You will understand this when you serve in the military." Tae-san knew what he meant. Snow is just like white dung falling from the sky, isn't it? His father wondered, "You are not old enough, how do you know about this?" Realizing he had slipped up, Tae-san quickly changed the subject by talking about their house renovations. "Our house is being rebuilt," Tae-san said. He bought the neighboring land to expand the area. Although it was being renovated, it still retained its classic charm. His father said, "We can move in next month." His siblings asked, "Does this mean we will live in an apartment when we attend high school?" "Of course," he replied. "It's closer to the high school, and you can even walk. Maybe I'll buy each of you an apartment." Their mother came over and cut an apple into the shape of a bird for the family to eat. The kids asked, "How did Mom manage to cut it like this?" The apple was from Tae-san's father's farm. His father said, "This batch is sweeter, the distributors will surely like them." Tae-san's father had become a genuine organic farmer. His mother had also regularly visited the farm to help with the recent apple season. Suddenly, his mother asked, "Tae-san, you're still writing novels, aren't you?" Right after she asked, he choked. He could only say, "I just submitted 20 drafts." His siblings took the opportunity to flatter their brother, saying, "Our brother is so talented." Ever since Tae-san became successful, their mother didn't have to worry about anything and looked much younger. Tae-san gave his sisters envelopes, each containing 200,000 won for their expenses. Having a brother like him is the best. Their parents also often asked Han about his finances. They thought he must work hard, while the family just enjoyed the benefits, but no one was greedy. His sisters were happy with just 200,000 won each. Everyone in the house remained the same, only Tae-san seemed to have become a different person. His stocks were now worth over 100 billion won. Because he earned so much profit, the stock company would list him as a suspect. It was also the company he would have worked for in the future. Tae-san wanted to talk to his mother. He planned to go abroad for a while to prepare for a bigger plan. His mother wondered, why does Tae-san suddenly want to go abroad? He said, I want to travel to gain more experiences for my writing career. But his mother was concerned, is it okay for you to go alone? He reassured her, I'm grown up now, not a kid anymore. When Tae-san's younger siblings heard that their older brother was going abroad, they were extremely excited. They wanted to go too and offered to carry his luggage as porters. Can we? They asked. Tae-san replied, you two are not experienced enough, stay home and study. His mother asked, have you made your passport yet? Tae-san said, I have prepared it already. His mother then asked, do you want me to come with you? He hadn't thought that his mother would want to go abroad with him. Tae-san's mother proudly declared, I can speak English, Spanish, and Japanese too. The children were surprised, not realizing their mother was so skilled. You know 4 languages, they asked, as she had never mentioned it before. His mother replied, why are you surprised? Tae-san is a graduate of Hongyan University, after all. Tae-san was still amazed that his mother knew 4 languages. He felt he knew so little about his own mother. His mother then said, I was just joking. But remember to buy me a gift when you return. Tae-san's father added, you kids should thank me for inheriting good genes from your mother, which made you so beautiful and smart. The siblings joked, without Dad, we might have been even better. Knowing they were joking, their father still seemed a bit sulky. Their mother comforted him to cheer him up and hugged him, saying, I love you very much. The kids protested, we're still here, why are you being so lovey-dovey? They were just temporary in their parents' eyes. The siblings also ran over, saying, we love you very much too. Tae-san enjoyed this feeling, the feeling of a happy family without worries about everyday necessities. They also reminded their brother, express your feelings too, don't be shy. That night, as Tae-san was about to sleep, he heard someone calling him. He opened his eyes and realized he was no longer in his own bed. In the mist, a figure appeared. Tae-san asked, who are you? An old man with glasses appeared and said, I'm pleased to meet you. Tae-san asked who he was. Seeing Tae-san address him as old man, he didn't think he was that old. Annoyed by being continuously called old man, he became angry. Why are you in this shabby place? He asked. The old man explained, don't be afraid, this is my house. Tae-san commented, this shabby place is your house? The old man admitted, it looks a bit shabby due to lack of resources. Tae-san asked, what am Tae-san supposed to learn now? Seeing Tae-san's understanding attitude, the old man began to introduce himself. When Tae-san was alive, Tae-san mastered over 20 languages. Tae-san was confused, but for some reason, the old man said there were still 50 languages he hadn't learned. The old man, introducing himself as Chris Biadel, a language expert, smiled. Tae-san realized the old man was boasting about knowing all these languages. Why is he telling me this? Chris explained that his house looked modest due to limited points. Tae-san still couldn't believe this rundown place was his house. The old man knew Tae-san lacked language skills and offered to help him. You can't learn languages mechanically, he said. Languages must be learned through human connections and passion. Tae-san thought the old man might be a sage but found him somewhat unimpressive. Chris advised, to learn languages, you must first determine your goal. Suddenly, he appeared and started lecturing. He seemed like an unprofessional literature teacher. Tae-san couldn't focus on what the old man was trying to say. Chris said, to excel in foreign languages, it's important to choose correctly. Seeing Tae-san decide to try, he thought it would be good to see how he does. Chris said, just ask, and he can help. But Tae-san wanted to know how to proceed, as normally others wouldn't delve straight into issues with him. Tae-san said, don't tell me he's just here to ramble about the issues we just discussed. Seeing him confused, Tae-san guessed it must be his first time encountering a mortal. Earlier, Chris should not have revealed so much about himself. If it's because of not having many points that he's in this dreadful place, then he's targeting Tae-san to earn more points. Tae-san asked Chris, is he really a fairy? He replied, what nonsense are you talking about? Of course, he must be. But Chris lacked confidence. Tae-san thought he must find a way to boost his confidence. Chris said, don't mind what he says. But Tae-san found him rather talkative. Chris said, in the past, he only focused on studying and did no good deeds. He thought Tae-san was asking too many questions. Chris said, if he had more money, he would have donated more. Interrupting, Tae-san asked, then why did he become a fairy? Chris said, in his life, he studied languages diligently, so after death, he became a deity. He even mastered the special language of the goddesses. Tae-san realized, to become a deity, one must contribute something. He continued to probe Chris for more information. He wanted to know what merit points were and if he needed them. Frustrated with Tae-san's incessant questions, Chris said, stop interrogating, he's a criminal too. Tae-san asked, did you secretly summon me to earn more points without proper registration? He asked Chris if it's true that points are hard to earn. Chris was surprised that he knew this. Faced with Tae-san's threatening look, Chris had no choice but to admit, merit points from Tae-san's good deeds are very valuable. Tae-san learned that to become a deity, he must accumulate merit points. His ancestor praised him for trying to save a child, recently exposing a gang, and resolving school issues. Tae-san's resurrection was already a miracle. Tae-san asked, why does Chris talk so much? He couldn't just sit back and enjoy the merit points. Chris said, that's not his intention. As Tae-san said earlier, what else did he say? He replied, that's just theory, don't misunderstand him. Tae-san said, there must be a give and take, Professor. He asked, how many points are needed? Chris didn't expect him to be so direct. He demanded, 50% of your merit points. Tae-san said, if you take them without consent, that's illegal. Chris replied, that's why I'm talking to you, 50% is too much. Tae-san offered only 20%, but Chris, being greedy, complained, that's too little. 20% is only enough for building a temple and laying a stone path. At least let him plant some flowers. Tae-san thought, maybe 30%? But he quickly added, there's no way it will increase. He told Chris to find someone else, as he could summon others too. He asked Chris if he knew who he would call. Tae-san is the descendant of someone second only to the Jade Emperor. He can summon anyone he wants. Hearing about his ancestor, Chris was so scared he fell backwards. Seeing his reaction, Tae-san asserted, your father must have a lot of power and influence. Finally, Tae-san stopped beating around the bush and raised his offer to 25%. After all, Chris could speak 20 languages. Chris, moved, said, I didn't think Tae-san would get that much. He found Tae-san very generous and thanked him. But Tae-san noticed Chris's home had more of a Chinese influence than a Korean one, despite having many Korean designs. Why didn't he build in that style? Chris explained, he prefers Chinese architecture. The next morning, Tae-san began the first step of his plan. He went to the branch office of a bank with branches in South Korea and requested to meet the director with the receptionist. She asked if he had an appointment, but he said he didn't. The receptionist then refused to let him meet the director, as he doesn't meet people without appointments. Tae-san wasn't in a hurry. He took out a file from his briefcase. Tae-san wanted to propose a big business deal, so he asked her to send the file to the director, warning that he would look elsewhere if missed. He winked at her and said, "Just read it and the director will understand." The receptionist hesitated upon hearing it was a big deal. Tae-san remained confident in successful negotiations. The receptionist told him to wait and took his file to the director. Tae-san hadn't been to the bank in a long time, as it was near his former company, where he used to frequent. Now, with his status changed, his feelings were different. If before it was just ordinary transactions, now it is different. The receptionist came down to invite Tae-san to the director's office for discussion. Sometimes he felt nostalgic, but returning to the past would only be for the first time. He never thought he would come this far. Now he was meeting the director of the Hong Kong bank branch, who only meets directors of large companies. "Don't be afraid, Tae-san, everything is just beginning." A foreign man greeted him, the branch director, named Stephen Ben. Tae-san introduced himself to the director in English without needing a translator. Mr. Ben complimented his pronunciation, asking if he had studied abroad. It seemed Chris's abilities were working on Tae-san. He said he was self-taught. The director's assistant brought in tea. This tea set was usually used only for special guests. Mr. Ben asked if he liked tea, and Tae-san enthusiastically replied that he loved black tea. The director didn't expect him to also like black tea, his favorite kind. Mr. Ben said, "If black tea isn't brewed with the 3-3-3 rule, it doesn't taste right. 3 grams of tea, 3 minutes, 300 milliliters of water, that's the standard." Indeed, the tea was made by an expert. While enjoying the fragrant and relaxing tea, the director appeared mature and robust. "It doesn't quite match your age," Mr. Ben curiously asked Tae-san. "How old are you?" "You look like a junior high student, but..." Tae-san replied, "Next month, I'll be a senior high school student." Both the director and the assistant were surprised by his youth. Tae-san showed both his student ID and personal ID, leaving them no choice but to believe him. Tae-san finished his cup of tea and politely asked for another. Director Ben had read through Tae-san's documents. Seeing the enormous figures, he couldn't believe his eyes. Indeed, Tae-san's stock account was worth at least 250 billion. The director went straight to the point, asking Tae-san his purpose for the visit. He asked if Tae-san wanted to manage a fund, but Tae-san clarified that his purpose was the opposite. He wanted to borrow money from the bank. The director couldn't believe someone with so much money still needed a loan. This bank was a subsidiary of the Hong Kong Commercial Bank. The bank had many subsidiaries investing in stocks. Tae-san wanted to start a Hong Kong investment corporation. He planned a big venture and needed their help. Director Ben asked if Tae-san had ever owned a corporation. He replied no, but he would be flying to Hong Kong tomorrow. Tae-san wanted Director Ben to help him contact the headquarters there. The director didn't expect Tae-san to aim for multinational business. Tae-san's thinking was unlike that of a typical young person. The director agreed, as Tae-san was now a major client of the bank. He wanted to know how much Tae-san wanted to borrow. Although young, Tae-san was treated like a VIP by Director Ben. Tae-san stated he wanted to borrow $1 million using his stock account as collateral. Both the director and the assistant were surprised that a student intended to borrow such a large sum. Why be surprised? With $1 million, Tae-san planned to rapidly multiply it. At the cafe, lawyer Du helped Tae-san register his business license. He told Tae-san that teenagers could certainly start businesses, but it wasn't simple. He asked if it was okay, given that Tae-san was still studying. What would his parents say? Since Tae-san always scored the highest in practice exams and ranked first in school, his parents wouldn't object. To get the certificate and seal, Tae-san needed his parents' consent. His corporation could only be established with a family relationship certificate. His parents would be responsible for family finances, while Lawyer Du would handle the asset auditing. He complimented Tae-san. Being both a top student and heading a corporation is extremely impressive. Lawyer Du was curious about the corporation's name. Lore? Tae-san said, nothing special. It means Legend of the Lord. The lawyer didn't expect the name to be so meaningful. Was the name of the corporation a bit too grandiose? Tae-san explained, isn't everyone in this country descended from a lineage? Naming it that way has no profound meaning. Actually, LOR is also an acronym for Return to Legend. The lawyer didn't quite understand. A legend is already quite special. Tae-san couldn't reveal to everyone that he was a reincarnated person. Alright, Tae-san will step by step become a legend. At a luxurious restaurant on the top floor, Tae-san wasn't sure which dish to eat first. Although he couldn't drink alcohol, dining at such a fancy restaurant wasn't too bad. Enjoying a buffet in places like this was also great. Tae-san opened a can of Coca-Cola and poured it into a wine glass to enjoy. One should have company when eating out like this, he thought. Someone was approaching Tae-san. He looked up to see who it was. A beautiful woman with a perfect figure and mature demeanor appeared before him. He didn't expect to see someone so attractive. She stood in front of Tae-san, who was so distracted he accidentally spilled his Coca-Cola. She asked, "Are you CEO Young Tae-san?" The beauty of a mature woman was always captivating. She introduced herself as Josea, interviewed by Lawyer Du to become Tae-san's assistant. He complimented her beauty, and she thanked him for the compliment. Saya also complimented Tae-san for being young and handsome. He replied, "People often say Tae-san look younger than my age, but it's not just looks, Tae-san am actually young." He enjoyed his Coca-Cola. Saya was surprised that the meeting place was a buffet. Tae-san explained, eating together helps people relax. In the 4.0 era, people need to change their way of thinking. Saya didn't understand what the 4.0 era meant. Tae-san clarified, I mean people need to change their old habits. That's also the philosophy of my company. Saya wanted Tae-san to interview her on the spot, but he declined. Tae-san said, you can start working tomorrow. Saya didn't expect to be hired so quickly without Tae-san even reviewing her resume. Tae-san said, Lawyer Du recommended you? That's enough. Reviewing the resume isn't necessary. The company wasn't fully operational yet, so there wasn't much work. If Saya wants to take some extra language courses, she can do so. Saya thought she was hired too easily, wondering if the company's salary was too low. Tae-san understood her thoughts. Saya boldly asked, how much is my annual salary? Tae-san replied, 700 million a year. You're getting a sky-high salary just starting, plus 4 types of insurance. Saya couldn't believe a newly established company would pay such high salaries. Everyone around turned to listen. Tae-san asked if she thought it was too little. Saya waved her hand, saying, this is way too much. Tae-san added, there are additional payments, like bonuses, extra bonuses, a 13th month salary, and holiday bonuses. She then asked, is Tae-san running a corporation? The idea of a corporation seemed appealing to her. Then Tae-san said, not at all. She asked if he was doing any business. He jokingly replied, I'm a thief. Saya didn't understand his casual remark. Tae-san continued, I will steal all the money in the world. The next morning, at Intrio Airport, people from various countries were speaking different languages, but Tae-san understood them all. Overnight, Chris had added even more languages to his repertoire. He bought a business class ticket to Hong Kong. People were slightly annoyed seeing him bypass the line straight to the plane, but they began to admire him upon realizing he was in the A cabin. Someone even asked if he was an idol because of his good looks. The female flight attendants took turns greeting him, flattering him. They listed the privileges of VIP passengers and asked if he wanted to drink. Like praying to God above, "You're still a student, how can you drink alcohol?" So, the flight attendant gave you something, a small folded piece of paper. Opening it, Tae-san, it turned out to be a flirtatious letter, complete with the flight attendant's phone number. Even on the plane, you couldn't find peace. Landing at Hong Kong Airport, you quickly changed into a suit for an upcoming meeting. Someone called out to Tae-san. She was holding a sign with your name in Korean. You responded, and she seemed quite familiar with the situation. She introduced herself as Clay, your secretary for this visit. Representing HSBC, she came to welcome you. You introduced yourself as Daniel and suggested she call you that. Thus, you made another beautiful acquaintance like Clay. Clay escorted you to the company, asking if you had eaten. You replied that you had a light meal at the airport. She asked if you were a thrill seeker or from a prestigious family to take such bold risks. You clarified that your father was just an organic apple farmer. Clay mentioned her fondness for apples. You promptly invited her to visit Korea and offered to show her around the farm and traditional house. You were pleased to meet a beautiful and lively woman like Clay. Wondering how there could still be someone as attractive and fun as her? Observing Hong Kong's streets, everything seemed fascinating. You were curious to see how its culture differed from Korea's. Arriving at the HSBC building, the driver and Clay respectfully invited you out. Looking up at the towering skyscraper, the headquarters of Hong Kong's commercial bank, you thought about capitalizing on the opportunity. At the top floor, key employees praised Tae-san's talents. Reading your report, they were astounded by your vast wealth at such a young age. The bank's legal team confirmed your wealth was entirely legitimate, but they wondered if you were a secret heir. All evaluations of Tae-san indicated a potential S-level client. Daring to mortgage an immense asset for a $100 billion stock account as collateral for a $100 million loan, you were seen as a promising source of substantial profits for the bank. The assistant advised the director not to worry, as the interest rate was 15% per annum. The deal promised perfect profits, albeit with very strict terms. Clay informed you that the directors were waiting and suggested going in. The department head and director were speechless upon seeing you. Clay announced your arrival as CEO Zhang. They welcomed you to Hong Kong. The man with glasses was Leo Sting-Watch, HSBC's financial director, and next to him was Harry Lotion, the department head. Hearing their names, you recognized the director as a member of the British nobility. Standing before the financial conglomerate's director, Tae-san remained calm, impressing the director. Knowing your family background, the director asked if you were studying in the UK. You replied that you were just interested in England, acknowledging the Sting-Watch family's fame. The director felt a closer connection upon hearing your name. Leo asked Clay to leave so they could speak privately. Feeling more at ease without Clay, you were invited to sit and have tea. You mentioned fondly remembering the taste of black tea from the Korean bank branch's office and requested a cup. The department head poured a cup of black tea for you. Director Leo praised Tae-san as his favorite Korean to date. He complimented your excellent and fluent pronunciation. The department head was very curious about you. Tae-san said, "Go ahead and ask, I'll answer." The department head asked if you were developing a new stock investment program. He was ready to invest in obtaining its rights. Even the director didn't expect such ambition from his department head. The two of them looked at each other. Tae-san said, "I'm just investing instinctively." They couldn't believe instinctual investing yielded such massive returns. Tae-san said, "Looking at the charts, Tae-san can write which ones to invest in. It's like a divine blessing." Both didn't believe in divine intervention, let alone blessings. The director thanked you for the collateral asset documentation. The bank agreed to let Tae-san use stocks as collateral for a loan. In Hong Kong, citizens over 18 can establish a single-member company. The bank offered to assist you with this. Tae-san thanked the director, promising not to disappoint the bank. In Korea, foreign investment profits are tax-free. Signing and receiving foreign investment would exempt your company from taxes. Tae-san wanted to use Hong Kong as a hub. You plan to open numerous tax-free companies and funnel the money into a Swiss bank for security. This would keep your funds untraceable. The director said the money would be transferred to Tae-san's account as soon as the company was established. You were pleased with the bank's efficiency. The director said, "Sign this contract, and all legal, administrative, and settlement services will be provided for free." It was raining outside, and Tae-san decided to walk back to his hotel. The rain reminded Clay of winter rains in Chicago. Tae-san asked, "Did you live in the U.S. as a child?" Clay replied, "I studied business management in Chicago." Tae-san commented, "Your family supports neoliberalism, being Chicago students." Clay was only interested in the strength and bravery of capitalism. The rest didn't matter to her. Clay noticed a change in Tae-san's eyes after leaving the office. She asked if something had happened. You smiled but didn't reveal anything. Inside, you hadn't signed the contract. Tae-san wanted to renegotiate the terms. The director couldn't understand why you wanted changes. The terms were perfect, with a low-risk interest rate of 15%. Tae-san wasn't concerned about the bank's terms or interest rates. The two didn't understand why you wanted changes. Tae-san wanted to increase the loan amount. The director asked, "How much do you want to borrow?" Tae-san smiled, "I want to borrow $200 million, with an interest rate of 20%, for 1 year." They couldn't believe you wanted to borrow more and even increase the loan's interest rate. The director was astounded by your audacity. Tae-san felt there was no sound as pleasant as rain, a sentiment shared by those who cry in cars, not by those happily riding bicycles. Clay preferred the sound of rain at the sea. The traffic light turned green, and the two of you crossed the street. Tae-san noticed a brakeless motorcycle speeding towards them in the distance. The driver warned Clay, "Danger, get out of the way." Before she could get her bearings, she was pulled away. With a firm grip, he held her close to avoid a motorcycle collision. He asked Clay, "Are you okay?" This heroic act of saving the beauty in the rain deeply moved Clay. The two of them exchanged a deep, lingering look. As soon as Tae-san turned 18, he immediately went to take his driving test. Luckily, he passed on his first try. Now with a license, Tae-san was eager to get a sports car and cruise around the city. BMG Investment Limited, a company he secretly established in Hong Kong, stands for Big Mountain. Its English name is Tae-san Corporation, which had just merged with a company in America. Thus, tax authorities would take a long time to find Tae-san. From now on, he will dedicate himself to making a significant impact in the market this year. The stock market will soon present huge gains and losses. These opportunities are like a double-edged sword. Used wisely, they can change one's life, but a single mistake could lead to ruin. If there's any discrepancy in the data, Tae-san will immediately withdraw from the game. Currently, he's investing $3,000 in each transaction. If successful, each transaction could reach $40,000. He's investing everything in crude oil. By January 2007, the market had reached its peak. However, it wasn't until May that they began exploring this market. Soon, everyone will be investing in oil, making the market more vibrant than ever. The oil industry will surge. Import prices for gasoline will rise. Now, Tae-san must predict the trends of these two markets to make his trades. Today, his total investment is $47,000. With 1,500 transactions, he could earn a total profit of $713 million. This will be enough to settle his debts with the Hong Kong bank before the due date. He's now checking the interest rates of LOR. Tayson's total assets have reached 750 billion. Tomorrow, with just a click of his mouse, he will shake the entire market. The stock exchange will be in turmoil. The next day at the stock exchange office, an employee urgently calls the manager. The manager asks, "What's the commotion so early in the morning? Is the sky falling?" The employee is shocked to find that all the trading platforms have vanished. The manager is confused. The employee explains, Tayson has withdrawn all his investment funds. The manager wants to know how much was withdrawn. The employee replies, the total transactions amount to 100 billion. The manager is incredulous. 100 billion? Why would he withdraw everything so suddenly? Everything was normal just yesterday. He orders an investigation into where the funds were transferred. All the money was moved to an investment company named LOR through a linked account. The manager asks about the bank's situation. The employee replies, this morning, the main bank had a significant investment fund missing. The manager immediately contacts LOR Corporation. Early in the morning, the corporate office is overwhelmed with calls. Everyone, from banks to securities and stock companies, wants Tayson to invest in their companies. Even the director of the National Financial Department wants to meet Tayson immediately due to an urgent matter. Saya is puzzled, wondering what issue Tayson could have caused so early in the morning. Saya is relieved that Tayson has finally arrived to address these issues. Tayson asks Saya, "Did you bring the coffee to the office?" She informs him that brokers and banks want to meet him. Tayson is surprised that his withdrawal has caused such an uproar. He asks if she has prepared what he requested. Saya replies, "It's all ready. Just go down to the parking lot, and you'll see." Tayson thanks her for preparing the paperwork and instructs her further. "If they call, just hang up, that'll save you from the trouble," he advised Saya. Saya didn't expect him to be so nonchalant about everything. The government will soon find a solution to the financial shortfall. The tax exemption policy for foreign investments over the next 3 years will prevent him from having to pay any taxes for a while. Tayson must now leverage every advantage to make money. He took the elevator down to the parking garage. When the elevator doors opened, Tayson was greeted by his dream car, a brand new convertible Porsche 921. Driving it out on the streets, he knew everyone would be envious. Tayson revved the engine and sped off, leaving a trail of dust for those behind. At the girls' high school, a graduation ceremony was being held for Jae Jean, who had won a scholarship to Seoul University's law school. She was awarded a special prize by the mayor himself. Everyone applauded enthusiastically. She was indeed the top student of her school. The sound of the cheering extended outside the auditorium. Tayson drove his new car into the school, holding a bouquet prepared by his secretary Saya. As Tayson, he came to the girls' school to congratulate Jae Jean on her graduation. Dressed impressively for the occasion, Tayson, the perfect gentleman, was admired by all the girls. Jae Jean had excelled in her studies and won a scholarship to Seoul University. The principal invited her to give a speech on behalf of all the students. In her speech, Jae Jean thanked her parents for raising her, her teachers for their guidance, and her friends for their support. She promised to strive and make everyone proud. When Tayson entered backstage, everyone turned to look at him. The parents looked as if they were seeing their first love, while the girls found him pleasing to the eye. Seeing Jae Jean speaking, Tayson realized he wouldn't have to spend much time looking for her. Jae Jean seemed to notice him and was happy he came. He waved to get her attention, but then someone else approached and hugged Jae Jean from behind. She said she had been waiting for this person, who wanted to take a photo with her. He looked like a successful businessman, a perfect match for her. Her mother offered to take their photo. Everyone's attention made Jae Jean blush, so he joked, "If you admire her so much, Why don't you print her face on something and wear it? Not expecting his crush to be with someone else, Tae-san was heartbroken. Jae-jin remarked, "If you keep this up, no one will want to marry me." He said, "Don't worry, because I'm here." Seeing them so affectionate only made Tae-san's heartache worse. No matter how beautiful the bouquet in Tae-san's hands was, it seemed useless now. Now he understood why Jae-jin hadn't been responding to his messages lately. She had someone else by her side, while he was clinging to memories of his first love, living and dying by them. Tae-san was still suffering from this love. Seeing her with another man made his heart ache. Someone approached and said that he was Jae-jin's senior at school. Her father approached and shook hands with another man, saying, "It's a great honor that my grandson is valued by your daughter's father." Her father politely said, "I hope the judge will pay more attention to Jae-jin in the future." The man replied, "These kids nowadays know everything, it's hard to pay attention to them." Tae-san realized the man was Judge Lee-san Suc, a political figure and the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. No, he would later be nominated by the president as the Chief Justice. Both families seemed well matched, as they would both become Chief Justices of the Parliament. Jae-jin's mother called him Young-seo and asked her to stand closer to him. Tae-san remembered who he was. Young-seo was the third son of the Anna conglomerate, a young man who excelled in law school in Korea. After graduating, he was considered for a position in the conglomerate and became its director. Online articles described him as a playboy named Cha-nam. Just as the female students started noticing Tae-san and approached him for his number for easier communication, he wasn't in the mood and just wanted to be left alone. Jae-jin seemed to notice something on his side, even calling his name. He noticed and knew this, but she was too shy to want him to come closer. Young-seo asked if Jae-jin knew Tae-san, but she denied it, claiming to have mistaken him for someone else. Jae-jin then boldly held Young-seo's hand without any hesitation. Tae-san realized that women often prefer successful men like him, and as the son of a large conglomerate, he couldn't compare with the son of a farmer. Life isn't fair, the better man wins. Tae-san left while everyone else stayed to congratulate Jae-jin. Leaving the school grounds, Tae-san looked at the unneeded bouquet, unsure what to do with it. He thought about throwing it away, but then he saw a timid girl, different from the cheerful graduates. He also saw the proud spirits of her parents behind her, happy that their daughter had graduated and officially become an adult. Tae-san sighed, still seeing ghosts. The girl was crying alone, missing her deceased parents. Tae-san approached her, offering the bouquet to congratulate her on graduating. She was surprised to receive flowers from a stranger. Tae-san conveyed her parents' message. They were happy to see her grow up to this day and wished her a happy life, carrying their legacy. She couldn't believe Tae-san knew her parents. He left, reminding her to live happily. His flowers found a recipient, not ending up in the trash. Back at his apartment, Tae-san drank beer messily, not bothering to clean up. Drunk, he slumped on a chair. Someone tried to wake him from his sorrows, but it was difficult. After several attempts, Tae-san finally opened his eyes. Just waking up, he saw a large ghost in front of him. Tae-san never expected to have another child, and was surprised to find them at his house. But the person, realizing Tae-san didn't recognize him, decided to introduce himself. He was Casanova, a knight from the land of Senka, and one of the most experienced lovers. Tae-san began to doubt when he heard this name. Casanova said they had much in common and were quite interested in Tae-san. Tae-san couldn't believe that Casanova would appear like that. Casanova was a highly respected legend. He proposed a deal to Tae-san. Tae-san was uncertain about Casanova's identity, as he was born in a prosperous city. At just 15, he became the head of a monastery, and at 16, a law doctor, thanks to his mastery of science. Casanova became a famous merchant, enough to make Tae-san want to cooperate with him. In Hong Kong, Director Ben and the manager were surprised that Tae-san repaid his debt so quickly. As soon as he finished, he withdrew all his funds from a linked bank account. Director Ben ordered the manager to investigate where the money was transferred to. The linked bank had closed, and they couldn't anticipate Tae-san's move. It was Director Ben's mistake, and the manager didn't think Tae-san could have planned this. They would investigate. Director Ben was overwhelmed, as few could borrow $200 million like Tae-san did. They discovered Tae-san's account balance in South Korea was rapidly increasing. He was investing in no-go stocks. Director Ben asked about the interest rate. The manager replied it was only 1%. They wondered why a risk-taker like Tae-san would accept such a low rate. If Tae-san chose Nuggle, it meant he was aiming for long-term investment or just resting. Director Ben instructed the manager to keep in touch with Tae-san through the branch director. Although confused, it seemed Tae-san held a secret. On his way to the Tae-san Corporation, listening to today's economic news, his investment in oil had already earned 20%. The Lunar New Year was approaching, and the products from Tae-san's company were about to launch new products, creating a buying frenzy. His profit would increase to $285 million with 300,000 new transactions. In just a few days, he had earned $400 million, totaling $600 million with his capital. Tae-san planned to secretly transfer all his earnings to his secret banks. Thanks to Kasen Nova, he understood market indices, allowing him to invest in areas other than Tae-san stocks. Understanding the core values of business, he could easily operate it. His mood instantly recovered after being dumped by his crush. Controlling his emotions was no longer an issue. For Tae-san, even breaking up required skill. Now, his relationship with Jae-jin would be just junior and senior, nothing more. He was as excited as when speeding up. Tae-san was so stable that he wished for Casanova, who had cheered him up for the new year. Stepping out of his convertible, Tae-san was amazed to see his house upgraded to a new level. It was fitting for someone wealthy like him. The old tiled roof was completely replaced, and the dilapidated walls were rebuilt. Suddenly, Tae-san found himself missing the old house more. In the house, there was also the barking of a puppy, a dog that was supposed to have died, but now was happily wagging its tail at Tae-san. In Tae-san's house, the sounds of relatives pleading with his father for help could be heard. They wanted to borrow money from his father as the interest rates would be lower. Tae-san's relatives were shameless. They came home for the Lunar New Year but were insincere in front of his grandparents' memorial, only interested in asking his father for money. His mother, in recent days, had to tolerate them the most. When Tae-san proved himself to be the pillar of the family, he would shut those people up. He didn't bother to ring the doorbell but shouted loudly, "The eldest son of the parents is back." His mother came out to open the door for him. Knowing what was happening inside, he still asked, "Why are all my uncles gathered here?" These relatives, upon seeing him, didn't bother to be polite, acting as if no one was there. His uncle asked his father to continue the story, inquiring how his father suddenly had so much money and if it was left by Tae-san's grandparents. These greedy people were demanding money from his father, showing no respect at all, acting as if they owned the world. Tae-san interrupted them to draw their attention. He said, "It's been so long, Tae-san almost forgot who they are, and now they show up in my house." These people started lecturing him on how to greet and suggested that a child like him shouldn't meddle in adult matters. Aunt Matcha scolded Tae-san for his lack of manners when meeting elders in the house. Tae-san retorted, asking why they suddenly appeared, noting that they didn't even show up on his grandparents' Memorial Day and had no right to lecture him. He suggested they should look at themselves before criticizing others. His uncles were incredulous that they were being taught manners by someone as young as him. His aunt questioned who taught him to speak like that, and if it was his mother. Tae-san's mother couldn't stand her sister-in-law and had to sit down, leaving Tae-san to handle it. He ignored his uncles and aunts, which made them angry enough to stand up and criticize him. These people dared to call themselves adults, which Tae-san found laughable. None of them were more significant than his father to deserve respect. His father had endured enough. An uncle attempted to hit Tae-san for being disrespectful, but Tae-san didn't care, sure it would create a loud scene. His uncle couldn't believe that Tae-san blocked his attack. His father had had enough of these disrespectful people. The kind father of Tae-san rarely got angry like that. His aunts and uncles were afraid, of course. Tae-san's father had to be tough so that those people would not think of bullying. If anyone had the intention of touching his family, his father would flatten them. Those uncles were scared and could not say a word. Tae-san had never seen his father so cool. His father asked his uncles what they were doing, and they said, "Why are you so angry with us?" His father said in a stern voice, "I don't dare to be your brother." Now they acted like they didn't understand why he was angry. His father told Tae-san, "Don't be rude to the elders, apologize to them quickly." His father also acted like the leader of the house, and told them to apologize to his son. Tae-san bowed and apologized, and his aunts and uncles did the same. Those relatives did not want his father to be angry and not lend them money, so they said, "We were wrong just now," and took turns to admit their mistakes to him. Tae-san's father said, "If you need money, ask Tae-san, he is in charge of the finances in this house now." His father now pushed all the troubles to him to deal with, and went to hide with his wife. The Lunar New Year holiday ended, and the group returned to work. Saya brought a gift for Tae-san. Saya and her mother had gone on vacation in Australia during the Lunar New Year holiday. She accidentally bought a bottle of medicine that only men had to use for him. She told Tae-san that he always had to work late, so this medicine would probably help him. Tae-san looked at the box and saw a kangaroo, and asked if he would become a kangaroo after eating it. Saya didn't know, but it was very expensive, so Tae-san should take one pill a day. That way, his male problems would be maintained. Looking at this bottle of male enhancement medicine, he thought that only Casanova would suit this type. The end of this holiday meant that Tae-san had to go back to school. If Saya knew that he was still studying, would she quit? Tae-san continued to study the indicators on the stock market this spring. His stock transactions increased. This time he would participate in a new stock market, so he had to be careful. From now until 2009, the world would shake again. The 2008 world crisis would cause the U.S. economy to falter. The U.S. Federal Reserve began to increase the value of its money supply. The economies of other countries would decline, but the U.S. would still maintain the value of its currency, and become the top one of the world's economic powers. He had to be very careful at this time, because if he was careless, he would miss this opportunity. Currently, real estate prices were falling, but Tae-san knew that in a few years they would continue to rise. If he got involved, he would easily be targeted by others, but Tae-san only needed to stay in the shadows and influence the prices, and he would soon dominate all economies. And the economy always had to follow the influence of money. Whoever controlled the money would control the world. Saya was counting the money that Tae-san had used. The company card payment, all of which were spent on paying for things from grocery stores, paying for the net monthly, and then paying for pizza. Saya wondered, why would a CEO like Tae-san use a card to pay for such trivial things? And Saya also didn't understand how Tae-san could eat so much by himself. She thought, could it be that Tae-san was dating a girlfriend? This thought of Saya was absurd, because even if there were two people eating like this, it would be too much. Lawyer Du looked at the expense report and understood the reason right away. He felt that it was not appropriate to tell Saya the truth yet. Looking at this expense report, the problem was that Tae-san didn't come to work for the whole month. She was even more puzzled by this mysterious CEO. She hoped that he didn't fall into depression and decided to eat a lot, to the point of overeating, to ease his heart. When he got home, Tae-san was still working continuously. He didn't understand how his friends could eat so well. They spent the whole day at the net cafe eating pizza, and now he felt like vomiting when he saw pizza. Usually, students would go out to eat after studying, but even though the school food was nutritious enough, his friends still ate like pigs. And of course, the person who paid for them to eat was Tae-san. Now he could buy all the snack shops if he wanted to. Today was an important day for the stock market. The U.S. market would open for trading early in the morning on the first day of April, which would be 10:30 p.m. in Korean time. Now he just had to count down the hours until the trading session. Tae-san had saved up all his money for this moment. His funds and bank accounts had reached 1,000 billion. He would spend all that money in one go today. Today would be the day Tae-san made his debut to the world and let them know of his existence. Last week, he had disrupted the entire stock of New Chelsea by short selling it under the form of margin lending. Today, he would buy back the right to sell the stock under the field of New Chelsea. Now Tae-san would fire the first shot at the sudden changes in the stock. He started counting down to the trading session. Tae-san couldn't miss any moment. A miss is as good as a mile. Tae-san had to be fully focused to do it. And now the U.S. trading market has officially opened. Unlike the Korean stock market, the U.S. stock market only went up and never went down. But now all the indicators were falling sharply and there was no sign of rising. Even the big companies in the financial and securities sector had to accept that their stock prices plummeted. The U.S. economy officially collapsed, dropping 10% as soon as the trading floor opened. From now on, the big players in the industry officially fell to the bottom. But he couldn't rejoice for long before Tae-san was pulled up to the fairy world. He didn't know which god or fairy had noticed him again. It turned out that Chris summoned Tae-san out. Seeing him look happy, he guessed that something fun must have happened in the lower world. Chris was not like the cunning Casanova. Tae-san could easily play Chris back if he wanted to. Chris congratulated him on leveling up, but Tae-san didn't know what the hell he leveled up. He knew he had just messed with the world's largest economy. But Tae-san's body didn't feel any different. Could it be that only fairies could see it? Chris could see the halo around Tae-san brighter, but he didn't see anything. And why did this old man call him up when he was doing fine? Chris just wanted to bite his head off because he always thought badly of him, but he was holding something that made Tae-san interested. A language that Chris had just discovered would make Tae-san go crazy, he thought. He didn't care much about languages, but his parents had taught him to be polite to the elderly, so he pretended to be interested. Chris had discovered an ancient language that had been passed down for a long time. It was the rune language, the language of the ancient Norse gods. Tae-san had heard of this language in novels and games. It was the language of magic. Whoever understood this language would have magic in their hands. Seeing Chris's confident face, he must have mastered it already. Could it be that Tae-san would be able to use magic after learning this language? Chris was sure he had succeeded in arousing Tae-san's curiosity, but he couldn't let him be pleased. He pretended to be very busy now, so he had to go home and had no need to learn. But Chris said he would try to teach him quickly. Now the $1 trillion last night had made 5 times the profit, and so Tae-san's money kept increasing exponentially. He had become a legend of the financial world. Even the legends of Wall Street had to call Tae-san grandpa. By 2010, people estimated that $21 trillion would be invested in tax-free countries. His $5 trillion was just a grain of sand in the desert. Tae-san was not satisfied. The phone on his desk suddenly rang. It was his sister calling. She asked him if he was working or studying. She wanted to do something to snack on tonight, and she wanted Tae-san to join. His sister wanted to cook tteokbokki, but this dish was only eaten when there were guests, so he asked, "Is anyone coming over?" 2 of his sister's friends also came over, so Tae-san would go to his sister's house later. He understood the problem, then he hung up. The food of the two twins in his house was delicious. He felt hungry just thinking about it. But he only ate the food his mother cooked, and Tae-san only knew how to cook ramen. But suddenly someone asked him if he wanted to learn how to cook. He turned around and saw someone summoning Tae-san. Finally, it was not those boring old men anymore. But Tae-san still didn't know who it was. And why did he cross over to a Korean kitchen in the ancient style? The woman welcomed him to her kitchen. Looking at the station for dishes in the feudal style, the stove still had to rely on human power to light it. The woman introduced herself as Chef Kim, the only woman who had succeeded in becoming the master of the royal kitchen. So Chef Kim also became a fairy? Why did they keep appearing in front of Tae-san like this? Chef Kim didn't believe that Tae-san knew her. Of course Tae-san knew, not just him, but the whole of Korea knew her. They called her Chef Kim. The people in the lower world called her name very respectfully. Tae-san didn't understand why she suddenly appeared. But Chef Kim said she appeared according to his wish. But what the hell did he wish for at this time? But Chef Kim said, didn't he want to learn how to cook? How could the fairies hear his thoughts? Tae-san just wanted to eat tteokbokki. She explained, fairies could do anything as long as it was within their power, so listening to his wishes was a small matter. And those who needed merit points, like Chef Kim, would always pay attention to these issues. Why did even the big chef need merit points? Why did they like Tae-san's points so much? The big chef explained, because Tae-san had a lot of merit points, he became the focus of attention of many fairies. Although the big chef could cook to earn points, those points were not as many as the merit points earned from humans. Therefore, the fairies liked Tae-san's merit points very much. The big chef explained in detail the reason why. He was careless and got called away, but he still didn't understand why the fairies approached humans for merit points. The big chef advised. When Tae-san died, he would understand. He had turned green once already. Although he was not a disciple of any god, he could communicate with them. This was a bit rare, as the big chef had also met some disciples before. There were still many gods that Tae-san didn't know much about. The big chef told him to be careful, because not all of them were trustworthy. They were all cunning, and could trick him out of his merit points at any time. The big chef also didn't forget to praise his ancestor as very powerful, but she forgot that she was not his ancestor. Well, since he was here, he might as well start working. Tae-san bowed, hoping that the big chef would take care of him. The big chef was also very happy to guide him, and then she asked for a deal right away. He agreed without any problem. Then the big chef started to explain the purpose of cooking. Tae-san didn't want to learn any theory at all. Then the big chef also mentioned Sanlamore on Mount Juji that he didn't know who he was. He finally found out that he was the old man who taught him martial arts when he first arrived. At the twins' apartment, his sister, Tae-san, chopped onions skillfully, lined the pan, and performed in front of his sister and her friends. He was so professional that even the chefs had to worship him as a master. The kids asked his sister, was Tae-san a chef? But the girl said, he only knew how to cook instant noodles before, but now he looked even more blurry than the food. He looked like he was going to compete in Master Chief. Seeing a handsome guy standing in the kitchen like this, which girl wouldn't be smitten? They even fought to be Tae-san's wife. A delicious dish, cooking well, must be delicious. Although the big chef was not his ancestor, she was very enthusiastic about Tae-san. But he couldn't think nonsense, because the big chef could read his thoughts. Tae-san's dish was finished. The way he decorated it looked like a 5-star restaurant dish. Tae-san said, this was the first time he cooked, so after they finished eating, they should give him some feedback. The kids looked at the dish that was brought out and couldn't believe that this was the tteokbokki they usually ate. It looked so good that it must be delicious enough to lick the plate. Each of them tried a piece and couldn't believe it. His sister dropped the plate on the first piece, and the others also had strange expressions. Tae-san thought the kids were poisoned. He asked anxiously, "Are you guys okay?" He didn't understand why they cried after eating. Even his sister couldn't speak because of crying. He wondered if there was something wrong with the food he cooked that made them cry without saying anything. Finally, they gave him some feedback. He was eagerly waiting, and it turned out that his food was awesome, so delicious that they wanted to cry. Tae-san was shocked. He thought the food was toxic or something. Then they fought over the food while crying. He told them, "Eat quickly, it will taste bad when it gets cold." They even praised his tteokbokki as the best in the universe. He also tried it, and asked, "Is it that good?" He only had one bite, and he also shed tears. He thought, "Did I make this? It's so delicious that I can't breathe." After eating, he had to take responsibility for the tteokbokki dish that he made for his siblings. Luckily, his sister defended him, or else he would have been eaten by them. He earned a lot of merit points for cooking for the girls. After enjoying the food, he had to go back to work. It was night time, but he still had to work hard to make money. It was time. He opened his computer and he was ready to make the stock markets crash. Now, he had to earn two things, money and points. He started to pay attention to the real estate market. The real estate transactions were always stable, but they could easily avoid taxes. He looked at the chart of the real estate value, and it had increased 50 times since his last investment in late 2007. The chart had some drops, but he didn't care. This time, he targeted the Canadian market. The value of the Canadian market was also affected by his transactions. He continued to increase his trades, and the more he traded, the more money he made. From now on, the game was over, and the money of the countries that invested in the Navy had to go into his pocket. He transferred the money from the Canadian market to the Japanese market, and invested a total of 1 billion yen in the second largest economy in Asia to make a profit of 4 billion. The rest in the Canadian market was used for other transactions. A few days later, he sold the stocks under his name and returned $200 million to the student bank, both principal and interest. From now on, he was not bound by any lenders. He was free, which was one of his work mottos. From now on, he just enjoyed the pleasures of being rich. The Korean stock company was once again shaken by him. The staff always monitored his activities, but they couldn't track him anymore. He canceled all the transactions on the Korean market, and he sold all his stocks in one night, leaving the staff clueless about how to face their managers. Now, his stock account only had 10,000, and all the linked accounts were cut off. He came and went like a storm, and all the stock players followed him, even though they didn't know him, but they all admitted that he was awesome. Everyone decided that they had to find him, and they couldn't let him disappear. An investigator found out that Tae-san had moved to the foreign market. The investigator reported that one of his friends in the foreign company said that Tae-san had transferred 100 billion to his personal fund. The manager asked, "Are you sure?" The investigator confirmed, "This is Tae-san's money." The manager asked, "What about the L.O.R group?" The investigator said, "There is no movement, their transactions are fine, a little fluctuation." The manager said, "You should have gone to Tae-san's company, you lost all your hair here." Then the investigator also jokes, "If L.O.R hired me, I would also be a dancer, quit my job right away." But who doesn't want Tae-san's money? He is already rich in the domestic market, but he also plays the foreign market. I wonder if it's okay. Maybe Tae-san will change his title from stock god to foreign exchange god. It's almost summer vacation. His senior year life is very peaceful, not drama like the upperclassmen. Everyone, although under pressure from exams, can still smile. They always have to smile. Tae-san asked his mother to represent him and order an air conditioner and a fan for each class, so that it would be cool, not like this summer, they would only sweat. The kids in the class always praised his mother to the sky. His charity work and anonymous scholarships helped him earn more merit points, but he still didn't know how to calculate this point. Today is the day Tae-san closes his Korean stock account. At this time the Canadian market will fluctuate more than the Japanese market. His friends didn't know what he was calculating, so he was so absorbed. Their carefree and cheerful friend was gone. Although Tae-san had more money now, they also felt he was more quiet. They were happy to eat and play net, but Tae-san was still like before. It would be better. The flip phone in Tae-san's bag suddenly rang. He opened it to listen, and a loud voice called his English name into his ear. Tae-san was startled. He didn't remember who called his English name. The person on the phone asked, "Don't you remember me?" Hearing this voice, it could only be Clay. Oh my God, why did Clay call at this time? He remembered the rainy night, and the vibration that the weather brought. Tae-san and Clay's hearts both missed a beat. They looked at each other affectionately under the rain in Hong Kong. Tae-san gave Clay his first kiss. Now his friends saw him speaking English. They thought he must have picked up a foreign girl. Clay asked what he was doing. Tae-san couldn't say he was going to school, so he casually said he had just finished breakfast. Director Ben sent his greetings to him, so she wanted to pass it on. Clay asked if he didn't remember her. Since Tae-san returned to Korea, her heart was no longer under her control. As usual, the pub under the company was always crowded by the guys who were stressed by the boss. There was a foreign exchange employee who was complaining a lot. He said that all the long-term foreign accounts had been paid off. They were all paid in Canadian dollars and Japanese yen. More than 3,000 billion were paid in just a few short days. They didn't think there would be such a huge amount of money. With that money, it must be an organized investor, not like a solo player who jumped in and ate everything. With a return rate of up to 900%, no one could guess this if they reported it. This time, there was another rich guy, damn it, who came from the sky to invest in stocks. Behind him, the stock company employees were scolded by their boss. There was a boss who kept scolding his employees for talking nonsense about the company outside. If they leaked the customer information, the company would be doomed. He yelled at them, "Why did they bring this up here? What if someone dug up the company's customer information? Who would be responsible?" Now that the information about the stock market was being diverted out, he would hang all the employees in front of the company door as an example. But he didn't know that he was the loudest one in the crowd. Tae-san told his lawyer to investigate something in the morning. The lawyer thought he was going to investigate some gangsters in his neighborhood to beat them up. No, Tae-san wanted him to investigate his mother's family. The lawyer didn't believe that he wanted to investigate his own mother. Tae-san said that if it wasn't like that, why did he want to investigate his maternal relatives? He told him to investigate his mother's family thoroughly, and not to care about the messy things. But what about Tae-san's family outside? The lawyer asked, was there a deadline for this? He said the sooner the better. The lawyer said he had never done this before, but he did it for Tae-san. He asked him to provide his mother's name and ID number so that he could investigate easily. The next day, at Intrio Airport, Tae-san came to pick up Clay from Hong Kong. She was dressed casually like a student from abroad, and she was more comfortable than any other girl, making everyone who passed by look at her. She ran out and hugged him tightly. Clay was beautiful and Tae-san was handsome, and everyone thought they were models and very well matched. Tae-san asked her if it was hard to fly such a long distance, and she said she couldn't sleep at all last night. She was looking forward to coming to Korea to see him. Tae-san didn't hesitate to welcome her. Clay saw that Tae-san was not only handsome but also grew a lot taller, and now he was about 1.87 m tall, probably thanks to Casanova's transmission of the essence of heaven and earth into him. Driving a convertible car in Korea with a beautiful girl next to him was awesome. He was tense looking at Clay's waist. He was already tired of smelling her perfume. Saya, at the company, had nothing to do. This time, Tae-san disappeared and didn't come to work. How could there be a CEO of a company who left it empty like Tae-san? Saya looked to the side, and now the lobby was full of gifts from the financial companies that wanted to please him. But Saya didn't care. As long as Tae-san didn't date anyone, she was fine. But she was trying to get closer to Tae-san. She planned to invite Tae-san to attend a seminar with her, so they would spend more time together. But now Tae-san was on his way to the beach with Clay. He had to take advantage of this time to enjoy the last summer vacation. It was not bad to have a beautiful person next to him. The rest stop was also crowded with people. Clay got off and praised the rest stop. She told Tae-san to hurry up, she was hungry. There were so many dishes for her to choose from. She pointed at this and that, and she ordered everything in the rest stop. There was another girl who also stopped here to eat. Tae-san was introducing the dish he just ordered, and Clay asked her if she wanted to try it. He said she had to blow it before eating it. Then Clay ordered some more Korean dishes, and her taste was more Korean than his. Tae-san went in and ordered his own portion. But he noticed next to him, Tae-san saw Jae-jin also appear. She didn't expect to be here, Korea was too small. Tae-san couldn't believe that he met her here. In his eyes, there was only Jae-jin's image. After almost a year of not seeing her, she asked him how he was. Tae-san said he was fine, and he was okay. She didn't expect him to be more handsome than before. Tae-san didn't understand why she talked to him. Wasn't it on graduation day, she went with another guy, and ignored him, breaking his little heart? The staff interrupted Tae-san's conversation, and gave him the food he ordered. He was no longer a lovesick boy. Tae-san said goodbye to Jae-jin and left. But she tried to hold him back. Behind him, Clay asked him what took him so long. Who was the person he was talking to? Clay asked Tae-san. Who was the girl in front of him? Clay wanted him to introduce Jae-jin to her. Tae-san introduced Jae-jin as his senior from the school next door, and they knew each other before. Jae-jin didn't believe that he only considered her as a senior and not as his secret crush. Clay also introduced herself as his girlfriend to help him get away. Jae-jin didn't think that he had a girlfriend so soon. Clay also complimented Jae-jin as very beautiful, and wanted to be friends with her. Jae-jin was embarrassed and said that they would talk later if possible. But Clay urged Tae-san to go home quickly, as if they lived together. If Jae-jin was a gentle girl, with the beauty of a schoolgirl, then Jae-jin saw Clay as a mature and seductive woman. Tae-san said goodbye to Jae-jin and took Clay to his house. She had to wait until next time to see him. For some reason, Jae-jin felt jealous of Clay, who was Tae-san's girlfriend. Clay was very excited to see Tae-san's traditional house. The traditional Korean house always gave a warm feeling, making any foreigner enjoy it. Tae-san's mother welcomed her very happily. Clay even complimented Tae-san's mother, saying she was younger and more beautiful than she had imagined. Tae-san's mother liked Clay's personality. She also asked warmly if Clay was tired from a long flight. But besides the beauty of his house, Clay noticed something else. She noticed the hand-painted pictures hanging in his house. Clay was curious to know who painted them. The paintings contained a lot of emotions from the author, making anyone admire them. She wondered who could paint such a masterpiece. Tae-san said the paintings were painted by his mother. Clay was surprised that his mother was not only beautiful but also talented. Tae-san's mother was embarrassed by Clay's compliment, so she also said that she had graduated from the art major. Clay ran over and said that she also had a dream of becoming a painter. Tae-san's mother was really amazing. Did his mother think he and Clay were dating? Then she asked how they met. She said she and Clay were just friends. They met when Tae-san was traveling in Hong Kong. He understood that Clay was trying to help him hide his secret of being a CEO, so he also acted along with her. His mother doubted his honesty, so she just stared at him. Tae-san hugged his mother's shoulder, telling her to trust him. He would not do anything bad to hurt the girl's life. Taesan's siblings came in and said they had a guest. Dad. They didn't expect their brother to come home unexpectedly. Taesan greeted his father and asked why they came with him. The kids said they were on vacation, so they came back to play with their father. They also locked the apartment carefully, so he didn't have to worry. But the kids were curious. Who was the beautiful sister he brought home? Clay stood up, bowed 90 degrees, and said loudly, "Hello, Dad." Taesan didn't know when she learned the Korean way of greeting his father. She even bowed politely. Taesan's father didn't think his son's friend would call him Dad like that. Did he become a grandfather soon? Clay introduced herself as Taesan's friend who came to Korea to play. She hoped the whole family would take care of her. That night, Taesan's father called him to talk. This was a conversation between the men in the house. His father said that this was the era of globalization, and nationality was no longer important. Taesan didn't understand his father's intention. His father accepted him and Clay to get married. Taesan dropped his jaw because he didn't expect his father to talk about this issue. He didn't know why this issue also increased his merit points. Taesan didn't understand what his parents were thinking. Clearly, they were just friends. But he told him not to babble anymore, and quickly packed his luggage. Taesan couldn't imagine the problem. His parents said the whole family would go to the beach. He quickly went in and invited Clay. Taesan didn't think that his parents would take Clay along. He said he would ask her, and she would surely agree to show off. The next morning, the whole Taesan family got up early to prepare for the beach trip. Taesan's parents and his siblings went in one car, and he and Clay went in another. The kids wanted to go with Clay, but his mother stopped them, saying they had to leave some space for the two of them. His car sped on the highway. Clay came along this trip also as a convenience for him to discuss something with her. Taesan asked Clay how she felt about his family. Very warm and cozy, right? Clay turned to look at him driving, and praised his family for being really good. She felt that his father was very quiet, but reacted very cutely. His mother was not only skillful, but also very gentle. The twins kept following her, calling her sister. Taesan got to the point he wanted to talk about, and asked Clay if she knew anyone who had experience in stock trading and was trustworthy. Hearing about the experience, Clay asked Taesan if he was looking for some more employees. Taesan didn't deny it. He wanted a person who studied economics at the University of Chicago like Clay to introduce him to some veterans in the financial sector. Because the U.S. economy was in crisis, the old-timers would surely retire early. Of course, he would pay Clay a large amount of money for being the broker. Then Taesan wanted the person working for him to have good investment and management skills. Besides, they also had to trust him completely, and accompany him. If possible, Taesan hoped that it would be someone with seniority, who had many connections with the younger generation, so that he could easily grasp the politics of the U.S. Hearing Taesan describe the person he wanted to recruit, Clay thought he must be managing a large and powerful financial department. She asked him how much salary he would offer to such an employee. Taesan told her not to worry, he would provide the best benefits in the financial sector for his employees. Clay quickly volunteered herself, saying that if she worked, there would be no place with more credibility. Taesan told her that there was no romance in the workplace. He wanted to find a talented person to work as a way to hide his identity, so that all the investigations would no longer focus on him. The sky was blue, the clouds were white, and the waves were rolling. This trip was the peak of fun for his family. Taesan and his father stood on the balcony, with a direct view of the sea. He joked, his father's liver was also big, daring to take the whole family on vacation during the peak season without booking a room. What if there was no hotel to accept them? Then they would have to sleep on the street. But his father wanted the whole family to have a trip. It had been 10 years since they had a vacation. His father also praised him for booking the room quickly, and keeping it. Luckily, he was quick to rent a luxury resort for the whole family, thanks to Seiya's secretary, otherwise Tae-san wouldn't know what to do. His siblings and Clay changed their clothes and ran to the beach. Clay's beauty made everyone admire her body. She had long legs, a slim waist, and curves that anyone would love. The twins kept running after Clay, complimenting her. "Sister, you have a perfect figure." She also praised the kids for being very cute. These two kids didn't wait for their older brother to come down, but jumped into the sea right away. Only she stayed on the shore, waiting for him. There were some spoiled brats, with no job or skill, sitting and ogling girls. The one lying on the edge asked Young Seo, "Did you prepare anything for the freshmen that they brought along?" Young Seo held a telescope, watching Clay playing far away. He thought that those freshman girls were nothing compared to her. Clay officially entered Young Seo's sight when they went out to play. These sons of rich and powerful families sat on the rooftop of a luxury resort, chatting about Young Seo's love life. Young Seo's friend asked, "How are you and your junior? Aren't you in a passionate relationship?" This guy's name was Daeshik, Young Seo's best friend. He was also the heir of the largest media conglomerate in Korea. Young Seo understood what his friend meant. He was referring to Jae-jin. The guy next to him looked at Young Seo's eyes and knew he broke up with Jae-jin again. Looking at Young Seo's face, like he had gotten rid of a debt, but he said that he was heartbroken after breaking up with Jae-jin, so he had to go out with these guys to distract himself. And Young Seo also helped Jae-jin's father get promoted, so what else could he ask from her? Daeshik asked, "Is Jae-jin's father the chief judge of the Supreme Court?" Young Seo said, "That's right." He criticized Jae-jin's father for being rigid, and said that he would soon be kicked out. Daeshik felt sorry, because there were not many people as beautiful as Jae-jin. Young Seo, however, didn't care, and said, "Do you like her? I'll give her to you." But Daeshik didn't want, he was fickle and bored. This guy changes girlfriends like clothes, so he doesn't want to date anyone anymore. Young Seo is the same. He is afraid that his girlfriends will think that he likes them if he treats them well, and that they will want to marry him. He said that Jae-jin was only 20 years old and already had such a fantasy of entering his house, so she was not worth anything. The other guy, Choi Ji-hoon, had an even worse idea, to play and run, and not to care about the feelings of the girls. This guy was also the son of a congressman, and the nephew of the opposition presidential candidate. Young Seo said, "My father wants to meet Uncle Ji-hoon, so he asked me to pass the message to him, to spare some time to meet. But he said, since my uncle became a presidential candidate, he has been very busy." Young Seo felt that it was hard to meet him, so it would be difficult to deliver his father's message. Daeshik said that his family would support Ji-hoon's uncle. He thanked him, saying that it was great to have the support of the largest media company in Korea. Daeshik thanked his friends for supporting his uncle. He said that if his uncle won the election, he would definitely treat them to a meal. Young Seo gave the telescope to his friends to see the target that he had spotted today. Daeshik looked out to see if there was any good prey, suitable for his taste. They watched Clay and the Tae-san twins, and he even said that the two kids were his type. Then what was he planning to do, to seduce those young girls who had just grown up? Young Seo asked, "Who will go out to work today?" Daeshik told Young Song to go to work today. He had just played with some girls yesterday. Young Seo didn't refuse. He got up and left. He also boasted, "In a blink of an eye, they will follow me." The girls didn't know that they were in his sight, and they still played happily. The girls were so excited to go to the beach, they played and forgot everything. When they got tired, the twins suggested going ashore to rest a bit. They lay on the sand, in the shade, but they were still not over their exhaustion. Tayson's sister told Clay, "There are some guys who keep staring at us. I noticed them since yesterday, and they don't look good at all." Clay turned around to see what these guys looked like. Tayson's sister was afraid, and told her not to look at them. But Clay said, "Just ignore them. If you go to the beach, you will be stared at anyway." But she didn't expect that this group would have the guts to come and talk to her like that. He approached and asked, "Are you three alone here? Can we join you and play together?" It just so happened that their group also had 3 people. The twins didn't understand what joining meant. Young Seo thought he was so handsome that if he made a move, the girls would surely agree. But life was not as he dreamed. He was rejected. Clay said she just wanted to play by herself, and had no intention of joining anything. Young Seo thought Clay's group was mistaking him for a bad guy, so he said, "Don't misunderstand, Young Seo said, "I just want to make friends." Then he took the opportunity to flex that he was staying at the luxury resort over there. So if they wanted to ride a sports car, have a drink with him, he was always ready. Clay wished him to have fun by himself, and told Young Seo to pay attention and stay away. He thought she was lying, so he stayed, wanting to make friends no matter what. Now Young Seo used a more powerful trick. He bragged that his father was the chairman of Anna Group. Taeson's sister turned back and scorned, asking, "So what?" The other kids stood up and said bluntly that they just wanted to be quiet, so whoever he was, the son of some chairman, please go away. Young Seo didn't expect that he would be kicked out like that. He was furious. There was no place as backward as this place. Suddenly he laughed, thinking of using his smile to fix this situation. The twins and Clay couldn't believe that there was such a shameless guy, who was kicked out but still stood there smiling. Young Seo said, "I can't believe someone dares to talk to me like that. Is this a joke?" Taeson's sister was not afraid, and said, "I don't know how a guy came out of the ground to bother us. He was annoying, and turned out to be crazy too." Being called crazy, Young Seo couldn't take it anymore. He swung his hand, intending to slap Taeson's sister hard on the face, but someone held Young Seo's hand. He turned around, wanting to see who dared to stop him from hitting someone. It was Taeson. Young Seo asked, "What do you want?" Taeson said, "I want to clean up the trash." The twins were happy, because their brother appeared. Clay saw once again the scene of Taeson being a hero and saving the beauty. He apologized for startling everyone. He forgot that there were a lot of flies and bugs on the beach today. He should have followed them to deal with it sooner. Young Seo tried to pull his hand out, but couldn't. He shouted, "Will you let go?" Looking at Taeson holding him lightly, but he couldn't pull out, not even a little bit. Young Seo asked, "Do you know who he is?" "He won't let you go." Taeson said he knew very well that it was different. He said, "What do you know about him? Tell me." Taeson revealed Young Seo's identity. He was the spoiled son of Anna Group. Young Seo didn't expect him to know him, but still dared to attack him. His friends saw Young Seo was in trouble, so they ran to help. They asked Taeson, "Who are you? Let go of our friend, now." Taeson didn't think these bastards would hang out together like that. In his previous life, Taeson had seen this guy in the newspaper. He was involved in a scandal of using stimulants, and high-ranking officials had covered it up. When it was exposed, the public was outraged. They protested, demanding that he be brought to trial. But then, the media reported, twisting the truth, and helping him. But Taeson still remembered. Their names were Ban Dae-shik and Choi Ji-hoon. They saw him not letting go, so they started to curse. Seeing them play together, Taeson understood. They were all in the same boat. They didn't understand how he knew. Young Seo knew him, but still dared to talk back. So they guessed he had a not-so-ordinary status. Young Seo, who was in pain, still managed to say, "I don't know Taeson." Taeson threw him away, saying, "They don't need to know who you are. They just need to know that you are the trash that I specialize in cleaning up." Seeing Young Seo rolling on the sand, Dae-shik and Ji-hoon couldn't believe it. Taeson threw him away like that, and ran quickly to his friend. Clay couldn't believe Tae-san was strong enough to throw a person like a trash bag. The twins didn't think their brother was normal. They only saw him sitting in front of the computer, typing constantly. Now he was so cool. Young SEO fell there, and didn't forget to scream, "Do you know who my father is?" He said Tae-san dared to touch him. He touched the wrong person. He couldn't fight back, so young SEO used his mouth, saying he would make Tae-san kneel and beg him. His voice made everyone on the beach notice them. People who were swimming saw the drama and started to pay attention to this side. More and more people came to watch if there was a fight. They surrounded Tae-san and started to discuss the current situation. Tae-san was about to use the trick that he used to deal with the thugs in school. He deliberately said loudly, "Young SEO, I don't care who you are." Tae-san said, "Even if you are the son of Anna Group, if you harass my sisters, I will never let you go." That's when everyone knew the troublemaker was the son of Anna Group. The people who came to watch started to dig up Young Seo's information. They said, "He claims to be a law student, but he spends his days teasing girls, like this." The information of the people was fast. Tae-san just said a few words, and they started to dig up all the information of Young SEO. Young Seo's friends didn't want Tae-san to bully their friend, so they started to speak up. Ji-hoon thought Tae-san was from the opposition side, so he asked, "Which candidate are you from?" Tae-san was no stranger to Choi Ji-hoon. This guy appeared on the political pages all the time. He saw him even more despicable than Young SEO. Ji-hoon said, "We are candidates for the presidency." He evaded taxes and broke the law with impunity, but no one could do anything to him. Tae-san asked Choi Ji-hoon, "Aren't you afraid that your uncle will be sad if he knows what you are doing?" Ji-hoon didn't understand how Tae-san knew him. Tae-san added insult to injury by saying, "Your brother is still a young man, so why are you guys trying to get the kids to drink alcohol?" The crowd became more and more interested in the story, and they pointed their fingers at the group. Young Seo said, "What are they thinking, inviting us like this?" Then they started to take out their phones and take pictures of the faces of these spoiled brats to post them online. The people also took the opportunity to curse these rich kids. They said, "They look innocent, but why are they so wicked to seduce the good people? Now these guys only have to dig a hole and hide in it to avoid shame. And they also want to post their faces online. What are they, the sons of tycoons or the grandsons of presidents? Just post them all and let everyone see their true colors." This way, Tae-san didn't have to lift a finger and still dealt with this bunch. Daeshik warned Tae-san that he was crossing the line. He didn't care who he was, but he shouldn't mess with them. He told him to be careful. He remembered his face, and he would make him afraid to leave his house. Tae-san also knew that this guy was Daeshik, the grandson of the biggest media mogul in Korea. Luckily, there were many people around, or he would have torn his dirty mouth apart. Tae-san also said Daeshik's name. He was a bit startled. Daeshik didn't think that he was hiding so well that Tae-san also knew. He also mentioned Daeshik's grandfather, the chairman of the DISUC board, right? He didn't think of that either. Daeshik felt that if Tae-san knew that much, he must have investigated them before. He said that as a media family, Daeshik shouldn't harass the minors. So the trio were all captured by the crowd. They were ready to sacrifice these three guys on the internet for the keyboard warriors to join the conversation. Young Seo was furious and cursed the people who were taking pictures of them, and even threatened to punch them in the face if they didn't leave. He also jumped in and swung his arms to hit the spectators while calling them beggars. He didn't forget to say that he wouldn't let Tae-san go either. Tae-san hated the way Young Seo called everyone beggars. He was a law student, but he spoke nonsense and didn't respect anyone. He didn't know when the school's standards had fallen so low that they let such an immoral guy study there. Someone said they would complain about this to the chairman of the Anna Group. Clay said there was no need to be afraid of these spoiled kids. Young Seo didn't expect that there was a girl who dared to complain to his old man. Clay said she was a part-time student secretary at the Hong Kong headquarters. She would ask the legal team to send a complaint about the violence and sexual harassment today. Hearing about the part-time student bank, Young Seo couldn't say anything. Then Ji-hoon was also scared. Dae-shik saw that if this continued, it would be bad. Dae-shik told the other two to back off. He said that if they touched the part-time students, it would be worse. They might even cause trouble for Young Seo's father's company. The guys couldn't do anything, but they were angry. But in front of the public, they could only swallow their anger. Dae-shik told Tae-san, "They are backing off for now." Tae-san didn't think they wanted to say anything else. He was angry and said, "Don't think it's over when they leave. Dae-shik will make you regret playing with fire." But Tae-san didn't want to let them go yet. "You still don't look happy." He called the three guys back and said they had to apologize before they could leave. The three guys were boiling with rage, and they told Young Song to calm down. "You are just provoking them," Tae-san said. "There's this thing. I don't know if I should tell Young Seo or not." He said, "In just one more year, the Anna Group will collapse. I heard they are dragging your company down with them." Young Seo was also angry. Tae-san said, "He will end up being a beggar anyway." Young Seo was called a beggar, and he became even more furious. His friends held him back and told him not to be angry because of Tae-san's words. He had to restrain himself for the sake of the image of the guys who lived off the money of the people. Just wait. Tae-san would trample them under his feet, so they wouldn't act so arrogantly anymore. Lawyer Du couldn't believe that Tae-san wanted to set up a private fund. He asked Tae-san, "Do you know what kind of fund that is?" Of course Tae-san knew. This fund is one of the collective investment strategies, with undisclosed partners on the market trading floors. He had mastered this knowledge when he worked at the securities company. He wanted to invest in this fund to make it easier to take over and merge companies. Hearing about the takeover, Lawyer Du asked, "Which company do you want to take over?" The company to be taken over had already caught Tae-san's attention. He told Lawyer Du that he didn't necessarily have this intention, but in his heart he wanted to declare war on the Anna Group. Tae-san corrected Lawyer Du's words. Instead of using the word takeover, he was planning to manage the companies that were on the verge of decay. He would use the illicit assets of those companies to contribute to society. Lawyer Du was surprised that a high school student could have such a thought. Then Tae-san said, "Isn't it great to have a lot of money and also do good deeds?" Lawyer Du still wanted to emphasize to Tae-san, a private investment fund was no joke. "You don't understand why Lawyer Du is so serious this time." Lawyer Du said, "A private fund usually faces a lot of obstacles. Not only foreign currency but also domestic currency, all forms are very complicated. Moreover, a private fund is often involved in litigation for reasons of improper use of the fund. If the public criticizes or is dissatisfied with the fund, we also have to find politicians to ask for help. Usually politicians will step in to investigate and control the tax and disbursement issues of private funds. But if it succeeds, it will be a trap for the Anna Group to fall into." Tae-san still said he only invested a little. Lawyer Du asked how much money Tae-san said was small. Tae-san took out 100 billion to invest. That amount of money made Lawyer Du speechless. He thought that was not small at all. It's better to buy some subsidiaries to invest in, rather than having to open a private investment fund, right? Tae-san said, "Why are you so surprised?" He even dared to bring his sports car from abroad by plane, so what was this fund? He told him to rest assured and do the legal paperwork. "About the fund, you will pay me my salary, and you will pay off the contract term as well." Lawyer Du gave up, and he had to do as you wanted. Tae-san also didn't forget to ask about the progress of the investigation into his mother's family that he asked him to do. Lawyer Du said he had finished it. But, Lawyer Du asked him, "Do you really not know anything about your maternal family?" Tae-san said, Yes, he didn't know anything about that family. Lawyer Du said, "You are the descendant of a noble lineage." What? How could Tae-san be a noble lineage? He asked. Have you ever heard of the Dongyun Group? He asked. Is it the group that has the largest or second largest chains of securities, construction and trading companies in Korea? But what do those people have to do with Tae-san? Lawyer Du confirmed, the main lineage of your maternal family is the lineage that is directly running the Dongyun Group. Tae-san didn't expect his mother to come from the Dongyun lineage. The lawyer also informed him that his grandfather had died 25 years ago, so the current chairman was his uncle. Tae-san couldn't believe what he had just heard, but he gradually remembered the things in his previous life. The Dongjeon Securities Company had been linked to the company he worked for after graduating. In his previous life, that company didn't accept an employee from another province, but they accepted Tae-san to work. Then they rumored that he had to have an umbrella to be able to work there. Even his friends didn't expect him to be accepted. So, that was the reason Tae-san was accepted, even though he wasn't good at any field. Lawyer Du also gave him a file of documents. He said, all the information about your mother is in here. Lawyer Du said his mother had suffered a lot. Tae-san thanked him for helping him find out information about his mother. He said he was not a guest, he still paid Tae-san to work. The lawyer asked Tae-san to let him go first. Tae-san's investment funds would give him a headache in the next few days. Tae-san still couldn't believe it. His mother was the daughter of one of the largest or second largest groups in Korea, but she became a farmer with a pile of debt. She should have received the inheritance money after his grandfather died. Looking at his mother's family, they also had the same surname as the current chairman, but they didn't look alike at all. This document contained a lot of information that could be the stain of the Dongjeon family. So, if careless, it would be caught right away. Tae-san silently flipped through the information about his mother. He didn't expect that these things could happen in real life. He learned that his grandfather was too greedy. He had 3 wives. Luckily, his grandmother was still the main one. His mother was the youngest daughter in a family with many siblings. This information was beyond his imagination. The children of the other wives hated his grandmother and mother. Even though she was the official wife of his grandfather, they still blamed her for ruining the family's happiness. His mother was very talented in painting. Even though she lived in a family that was always scheming, her soul always aimed for the best things. Her unhappy life ended when she met his father. At that time, his grandfather was dying in bed and could no longer protect her and his mother. His uncle, who became the head of the family, strongly opposed the marriage between his mother and father because he had arranged a political marriage for his mother. His mother refused and accepted to give up everything to live with his father. Then his grandfather died. Before he died, he wanted to see his mother for the last time, but his son did not allow it. When his mother heard that he had passed away, it was too late. His grandmother was kicked out of the house right after his funeral. She did not care about material things, so she had no power in the house. While his mother was struggling with her pregnancy, she died of a mysterious cause. When his mother found out that his grandmother was kicked out of the house right after his death, she was very angry but could not do anything. Just like that, in a short time, his mother lost both of her loved ones. Then there was news that his will was forged, and the brothers in the clan kept fighting. His mother was so disgusted with this family that she refused to inherit the property. The more he read, the more tears Tae-san shed. Suddenly, he felt sorry for his mother. He immediately called her. On the phone, his mother asked, "What's wrong, son?" Tae-san choked, unable to say anything. Hearing him sob, his mother asked, "Are you okay, son? Is school stressful? Let me come and visit you, okay?" He said, "I love you very much, Mom, more than anything in the world." Hearing her son say this, his mother had a bad feeling, and asked him if he had caused any trouble, or if he had dated many other girls besides Clay. Hearing his mother nagging because she cared about him, Tae-san promised to investigate all the pain that his mother had to bear. He would make them pay dearly for what they had done. In Hong Kong, a man holding a cigarette, he was deep in thought. Chia was a foreigner admiring the beauty of Hong Kong at night at a bar. In New York, Clay's professor was sitting and drinking with his old friend. Seeing Robert's face was not good, the professor asked him if he had anything bothering him. Robert was sad, confiding to his friend, his professor, that he was tired of Wall Street, where there was only blood and tears, and he had to compete all the time, making him just want to be a normal manager, away from the ephemeral money. The professor asked if anything had happened to Robert. He had been fired. The professor was surprised that someone as talented as him was easily discarded by the place where he had fought with his bones and blood. Robert said that he had warned them about the economic crisis, but they ignored him. Then when the economic crisis happened, they blamed everything on Robert, and kicked him out. The professor could not accept that they dared to do that to someone as talented as Robert. The professor advised Robert to cheer up. He still had capital, he could still start over. But that money, Robert had spent it all for his mother-in-law to treat her cancer and Alzheimer's. He lost it, now he had no money at all. Now, on the brink of despair, his mother-in-law died. And then his wife, she cheated on him with her own boss. Oh, the unfortunate man, he was betrayed by the wife he trusted so much. She gave him a very long horn. Robert cried and said, "Now I'm just a poor and miserable man, I have nothing in my hands." However, he did not regret spending money on his mother-in-law's medical treatment. What about his children? The professor asked. Robert, because he was unemployed, lost custody of his children to his wife. This was also a punishment for him, because he always cared only about his work and not his family. The professor told Robert not to lose hope, and asked him if he wanted to start over. Robert said, "Now I'm old, who would hire me anymore? Now I'm just an unemployed man, with no money, no family." The professor felt very sorry for his friend. He did not know what to do to help him, but then he remembered Clay's offer. The professor wanted to introduce Robert to that company. Robert did not think the professor had a job to introduce him to. Thanks to that introduction, Robert came to Hong Kong. This job was through the professor's invitation. As soon as he heard someone could hire him, Robert agreed right away. He would sell his soul for a chance to start over. He would be loyal to that person until death. Now he felt that maybe he was too desperate to make that decision. There was someone looking for him outside. Clay opened the door and asked if he was Robert Lyon, the manager. He said yes. Clay introduced himself as the professor's student. Matt hired Tae-san, who was coldly evaluating Robert. When flying to Hong Kong, Tae-san regretted not being able to get a U.S. visa. He had to meet Robert in Hong Kong to easily access and develop the U.S. market. He had to work hard and trust the people he worked with. Tae-san wanted the best in the business world to become his hands and feet, so he had to know them well. But then, a ray of light appeared next to him again. Then Tae-san was summoned by the fairies. Someone asked him if he wanted to see him. On the peach tree hung the words, "The best astrologer in the world." This time it was a man with white hair and beard. He sat under the peach tree to meditate. Tae-san wondered who the man sitting under the tree was. He introduced himself as Nam Sego. He was a scholar who was proficient in astrology and divination. However, Tae-san did not know him. It was the first time he heard this name. Seeing that he did not know, he did not care. He used to be very famous, but now he is forgotten. Tae-san apologized for his limited historical knowledge, and then he asked him why he called him here. He asked him if he needed the ability to read other people. This ability would help him analyze the personality of the people he met. Tae-san understood, so he was a face reader. He also said he had made prophecies warning about the important battles that changed Korea. Tae-san did not understand, but he knew he would teach him face reading. He said he did not have enough merit to learn. Tae-san asked him if he could lend him some. He would pay him back later. Suddenly a man dressed in black appeared. He asked, "What is he doing?" He startled both the old man and Tae-san. He said, what the old man was doing was against their agreement. Tae-san did not understand what agreement they had. He said the old man was cheating. He seemed to dislike it very much. Tae-san thought these two must be scholars, so they dressed like that, but he did not understand why they kept arguing about something. He knew there was a problem, but they could not argue while Tae-san was still in a hurry. He had to, but then, Tae-san also had to stop this argument. He asked, who was the newcomer? He did not think there was anyone who did not know him. He introduced himself as Park Sapong, a very famous face reader at the end of the feudal era. He asked him, did he know the painter who painted King Gojong's portrait? Without introducing any more, he said, he was a face reader. He was so talented that he gouged out his own eyes after reading himself, because that way he could become an official. Then Tae-san had never seen anyone play so recklessly. He had not finished introducing himself when the old man who was meditating pointed at him, saying he was not a good face reader at all. He could not predict how he would die. The old man stroked his beard, saying, only he was a true prophet. But he also did not let go when he criticized the old man for being picky. Neither side would give in to the other, so Tae-san had to intervene, telling them to shut up. He asked, did they need his merit points or not? Of course, they needed them. What fairy would refuse merit points? Now he would ask them a question. Whoever answered correctly would get the merit points. They told him to ask right away. Tae-san wanted them to look at his face, and then tell him what they saw. If they were face readers, they would have to see Tae-san's future. He asked them, why couldn't they see anything? They both just muttered, not saying anything. He looked at Tae-san's face, saying he could not see his past or future. He asked, was he also a fairy? But clearly Tae-san was still a human. The old man explained, usually through the face, they would see their past and future, but Tae-san's face did not show anything. They both said his face was too short. This was not the answer Tae-san wanted to hear, so he did not give them any merit points. But they all said they answered everything they saw, so he should not be stingy. Tae-san said, if they wanted points, they had to teach him more things, teach him feng shui and divination. At this point they did not think he would ask for more requests. Back to the present, Tae-san was meeting Robert Clay, telling Robert that he would interview him for the job himself. Tae-san looked at Robert's face, and he said he saw Robert was a person who was lost in his unfinished dream. Robert did not think Tae-san was so young, but already a chairman, and he did not understand what he said. Clay did not understand why he spoke like a fortune teller when he was interviewing an employee. Tae-san said he saw Robert was facing the most difficult stage of his life. His family was shattered, and he was buried in debt. All his relationships turned their backs on him. Robert didn't understand. How did Tae-san know? Tae-san said, I didn't investigate behind your back. Everything I saw was based on the Eastern method of physiognomy. Hearing him say that, Robert understood right away. This was the art of face reading. He was quick and smart, a Wall Street talent. He said it, and he understood it. Tae-san felt that Robert's fate was very similar to his, losing everything in the last days of his life. Clay got up to make coffee, to give Tae-san and Robert some private space to talk. He didn't forget to thank Clay. She said, if you are here, I will show my talent of making coffee to treat you. Clay said, Tae-san, just continue, okay? But he closed the deal right away. Clay didn't understand what he closed. He hired Robert to work for him, without beating around the bush. Tae-san asked Robert if he had any questions. He would answer them. But he hadn't introduced himself. How could he hire him already? Tae-san even made Robert the director of his company. From now on, he would have to rely on Robert for everything. He asked Robert if he was satisfied. He was more than happy. He had just lost his job and became a director. There was nothing more to say. Robert said he would do his best for the company and the chairman. He would use all his experience to contribute. Hiring him also helped Tae-san's karma increase. Tae-san took Robert around to see the office of the company in Hong Kong. He also told Robert, the company's investment method is very special. Because the current investment of the Hong Kong company cannot be put into operation right away, Robert might look like his asset manager here. Tae-san wanted Robert to keep the secret about the work, whether the investment fund was illegal or the company was involved in money laundering or drug trafficking. He said the company was new but was watched by many forces, so first he wanted Robert to set up companies and venture capital funds online. The initial estimated capital was $3 billion. Robert asked how many investors there were. Tae-san replied, none at all. So Robert thought he would have to raise funds. But for Tae-san, that was redundant. His money, $3 billion, was not a problem at all. Robert couldn't believe that he had raised such a huge amount of capital by himself. Tae-san wanted Robert to find human resources, set up a system for the company to be established. Robert had to do it right away. Tae-san said, that's right, just hire experts and complete the goal as soon as possible. He gave Robert full authority. Everything was up to him. Robert didn't understand why Tae-san trusted him so much. He said, I trust Robert, because I want to show him that life is better than what he sees. Robert was touched. He wanted to cry. He didn't think he had fallen into a dead end, but still had someone treat him well. Robert's face reading said he was very talented. In just a few short days, he showed his full potential. He quickly recruited talented employees that he had noticed before. Tae-san had been to Lai Mei and Hong Kong a few times, and Robert always reported in detail all the work of the Hong Kong office, so secret that Clay didn't know. After only 15 days, the office was operating in a neat way. Nothing was difficult in the hands of the experts. The investment funds in London, the Netherlands, and Hong Kong were quickly established. Because he was ready, Tae-san prepared to launch his investment fund on the market. On his last days in Hong Kong, he brought a bouquet of flowers to Reputla Bay, the richest area in Hong Kong. It looked fancy, not a joke. There were only luxury villas here. So it turned out, Clay was also a rich man, not a joke. Clay came to the gate to welcome Tae-san to his house. He praised her house for being beautiful. She modestly said this was not her house, this was her parents' house. But he said it would be hers in the future. She was the only daughter of her parents, she must be spoiled. Tae-san also wondered about Clay's father. He wondered what he was like. Living here, he must have a lot of reputation. She led him into the huge yard. He did not think there was so much land in the city. Clay called her parents out of the house. Her mother was a French woman. She was very happy to meet Tae-san. He bowed and thanked her for inviting him to her house. Tae-san also used French to compliment her mother for being so beautiful that even roses had to bow. Clay's father did not seem to like him very much. Her mother praised him for being talented when he could also speak French. Then he introduced himself to Clay's father. He introduced himself and then wanted to shake hands with him. As soon as he invited him, Clay's father used his strength. Tae-san could feel that Clay's father practiced martial arts. Moreover, he was also transmitting his internal energy. He tried his best to welcome the kid who dared to take his dream wine away. He could shake hands with him. Tae-san was also good. Tae-san said he was also not bad. Her mother asked why they greeted each other for so long. Clay teased Tae-san for buying her father the Mao Dai wine that he liked. He looked at the luxurious packaging and knew it was expensive. Her father praised him for having good taste. Her mother took the bouquet and praised it for being beautiful and wondered how many flowers there were. Tae-san said there were 47 flowers. Her mother asked how he knew her age. Tae-san did not know, because there were only that many flowers in the shop. Her mother liked him for knowing how to talk. She told him not to mind their messy house. But look at Clay's house, there were servants and security staff everywhere. The equipment in the house was the best. A mansion like this must be very rich. But she said Tae-san's house was a media company with a long history, so her house was still far behind. He also took the opportunity to say that the house was where we lived. It did not matter if it was small, as long as it was comfortable. He did not think he was still complaining that Clay's house was too small. But her father liked boys like this. He called Tae-san by his name and told him to drink a glass with him. He was also not polite at all. A glass of wine was the beginning of the conversation. They drank to know each other's hearts. Clay's father told the maid to prepare a whole feast. He told him he was lucky to come here and drink with him. Clay's father poured him a glass. Before, he raised his glass and wished him more success in his career. Tae-san also wished him back, hoping that his father-in-law would have everything as he wished. He asked him if he was a VIP customer of the Hong Kong bank. He said he just borrowed some money from the bank. Tae-san said as long as he had collateral, the bank would lend him. His father-in-law thought he was also a smart businessman. But as a professional, his father-in-law did not think it was that simple. He thought he must have some backing behind him. He asked him directly if he was an investor or a secret owner of a Korean conglomerate. He only had a small private fund. His father-in-law did not believe he owned such a complex thing. He asked how old he was. Tae-san smiled and said that age did not matter when making money. He agreed, as long as he had the will, anyone could make money. His father-in-law asked him what he invested in. Stocks, securities, or credit companies. Tae-san looked at his father-in-law's face and saw that he was a typical businessman. He looked very savvy. But Tae-san did not reveal his business secrets. He said he did not have to be afraid, just treat him as his father and tell him. He was very curious. Tae-san asked if he wanted to invest. He allowed him to present and see how much money he could pour for him. The little boy he had just picked up from outside, let's see. Tae-san said if he invested, he would earn 1%. His father-in-law doubted his life. Why only 1%? But the minimum investment to join was $1 billion. His father-in-law realized that this was not a joke anymore. $1 billion was not something he could have if he wanted. He wondered if he was the only one investing. Tae-san said his staff were still looking for investors. His father-in-law heard that he had staff and seemed to stop scrutinizing him. He turned back to the Hong Kong company. A guest was invited by Robert to the company. He came to visit Robert after he had overcome the crisis of his life. Robert said Jack looked more like a politician than a scholar. Jack thought Robert was in trouble, but how come he was in such a splendid office now? Fortunately, Robert was running a private fund and recovered. He said the operating costs were not high, but the investors were very smart. Jack asked who they were. Robert asked if he wanted to meet the person who Robert praised, making Jack curious but not interested. Next year was the presidential election. Jack joked that whoever paid for him to become president, he would dig down to hell to meet them. Robert offered to help Jack. He thought it was true and thanked his friend profusely. But nothing was free. He confessed that he supported Obama, the U.S. federal senator. He asked for $100 million for the Democratic Party member Obama. That was Tae-san's request. But Jack did not understand clearly. Hewler had an advantage over a win. The business trip to Hong Kong or Texas was like Tae-san had been reborn for a year. There's been a lot of drama in the past year. You caused so many problems in such a short time. Life at school was always peaceful and happy. Then last summer, you also went here and there, so it was quite interesting. But you still couldn't persuade Clay's father to be an investor. The last semester of high school is about to end. Now you are preparing for the university entrance exam. But Tayson's best friends don't know why Hui Seo has been absent lately. A classmate said that he was having a hard time these days. They didn't know what happened to him. D-Suk asked if his family had any problems. But Do-Dung promised Hwen Seo not to tell. They told D-Suk to tell them quickly. They were brothers, so why hide anything? Do-Jin said Hwen Seo was an orphan. Did you guys know that? Tae-san didn't know that his friend had such a difficult family situation. Do-Wyung said that the orphanage was in trouble. The guys didn't know this. The orphanage was in the area of the project land that was about to be dissolved to build an apartment. So everyone there had to move out. Because this time it involved a member of parliament, the market didn't want to intervene. Do-Jin said that's why Hwen Seo had to run around to find a job and make money. The guy said how could Hyun Selfie and the social welfare department do that? Tae-san didn't think that his friend, who always smiled happily, had such a situation. He remembered that if he got involved with a member of parliament, it must have been related to the candidates for the presidency recently. Such a powerful and mysterious thing, only young Seo could get involved. Tae-san called his parents to join him in volunteering. His mother said he was very diligent. Then Tae-san took the opportunity to say that he was just following his mother's example. His mother noticed that Tae-san was a bit clingy to her lately. Tae-san, did you know? Only Hui Seo's orphanage, the surrounding areas would be cleared for the authorities to build and repair. The authorities announced that they would build public works. But in fact, they built private apartments. Looking at it, Tae-san also knew that it was a bunch of corrupt people working for the rotten capitalists. At night, at the bus stop near the orphanage, Hui Seo got off the bus. Today he had to go to the city to find a job all day. Hui Seo worked so hard that his stomach hurt. He worked hard all day and only got 60,000. He skipped school for a few days and only earned a few 10,000 dong. It was hard for him to earn money. Hui-san wanted to donate to the orphanage. But this money was not enough to pay for the meals for the kids in the orphanage. He was close to the orphanage. From the outside, he could see that the orphanage was very shabby. Outside the gate, Hui-san heard the kids grilling meat in the yard. The kids were still asking for more, and the guy was generous and told them to eat as much as they wanted. Hui Seo heard a kid say that when he grew up, he would become a person like Tae-san. He didn't think Tae-san would come to the orphanage. Hui Seo opened the gate and saw the kids sitting and eating grilled meat outside the yard. The kids also told him to come and eat with them. Seeing him come back, everyone was happy. Tae-san knew Hui Seo was back and also called him to grill meat for the kids. He didn't understand why Tae-san was at the orphanage at such a late hour. The kids ran out like crazy and dragged him in to join them. Tae-san introduced his parents to Hyun Seo. He also greeted them politely and bowed his head, but he saw that next to Tae-san's parents there were dozens of boxes of apples. They said they bought some apples for the kids to eat, but Hyun Seo thought that was too much. This amount would be enough for the kids in the orphanage to eat for several months. There was also a pile of food that Tae-san often ate with him. He didn't think Tae-san would help him so much. Tae-san told Hyun Seo not to stand there anymore, and quickly came to help him grill the meat. Hurry up! He was touched by the brother who shared his hardships and didn't hesitate to help him. Hyun Seo really wanted to thank Tae-san. The next day, Tae-san went to the real estate agency. He asked if there was any place that had an abandoned school. The agent heard his request and said there were a few places left. Tae-san wanted to buy a place that was convenient for the kids to go to school. The agent showed him a school that was 10 minutes away from the city by car. The equipment in the school was still usable, so both the location and the furniture were very expensive. Tae-san asked how much it was. The agent quoted $1.5 billion. That was quite expensive, but it was still cheap for 100 people in the orphanage. Tae-san bought it right away. He also wanted to buy the hill behind the mountain for the kids to run around and have fun. The agent was shocked that he bought the whole hill behind the school. He asked the agent to do the paperwork for him, but he put his mother's name, with the intention of donating it to the orphanage. Tae-san also called someone who was the director of his high school. He asked how he was doing. He wanted him to help him renovate the abandoned school he just bought into an orphanage. He told the director that money was not a problem, he just had to fix it as fast as possible. The agent was surprised that the kids nowadays were so decisive. Tae-san called another person. He called the city inspector to deal with this issue. The inspector asked what the issue was. Did the thugs in his neighborhood cause trouble again? This time it was different. Tae-san wanted to file a civil complaint. He wanted to get some justice for the orphanage. He also took care of the corrupt bunch who sat in luxury and ate gold. Tae-san told the inspector that his friend who lived in the orphanage was being forced to move, but they were not given a new place to stay. The mayor and the prosecutor were very suspicious of this matter. He wanted the inspector to put some pressure on them. This time there was also the mayor and the prosecutor, so it might be a bit tense. He asked if he had to sue them. He wanted him to help them defend the orphanage for free. As for the money issue, he would solve it. He would send the details to the inspector when he got home. That way, Tae-san solved this problem and Hyun-seo would be able to go back to school soon. Because of this problem, he still had a bunch of homework to do at home, and also the stock market transactions. Now Tae-san had to go back and settle the profits from the US stock market crash before it stabilized again. The stocks that Tae-san invested in technology companies started to rise. Google's stock rose above the average compared to the current level of US companies. But he couldn't keep investing in Google. Soon, the value of this company would also decrease. By then, Tae-san would invest in both Apple and Amazon. He finished his work today, so he could turn off the computer and rest. But before sleeping, he had to watch that movie. As soon as he opened the website, his computer exploded. This time, Tae-san was dragged to a riverbank covered by snow. Looking around, it was desolate, with only a leafless tree by the shore. There was also a boat to cross the river. This time, it was an old man with a cane who came to him. He only introduced his surname as Tae-san didn't remember anyone in history with that surname. The old man said he was about to cross the river. He asked Tae-san what he was. Tae-san knew that crossing the river was something that all the dead had to go through. But in his previous life, he was spared. But now he was standing on the river that all the dead had to cross. Tae-san thought he was the death god who was about to take him to reincarnate. But the old man said he was not the death god. He told him not to be afraid. He was the one who crossed the river. If he was not a god, why did he call him down here? He said of course he was a god. But Tae-san didn't understand him very well. He said if he ascended, he wouldn't have to cross this river. But he didn't want to ascend. He explained to Tae-san that everyone who died had to cross the river to reincarnate. But he didn't want to become an immortal. So he was just connecting with him. Tae-san didn't understand why he showed him the way to cross the river. The old man said he wanted to thank him. The ferryman of the river asked which gentleman had ordered the ferry. He introduced himself as Rich Chot Kong. He was the one who would guide the old man to reincarnate. He looked like a racer. He said it had been a long time since anyone took the ferry. Now people took trains, cars, etc. The good thing about taking the ferry like this was that there was no fee. The old man said he had to go now. He still turned to thank Tae-san. because thanks to him, the future of his descendants changed. He would definitely repay him. Tae-san watched the old man get on the boat and remembered the people who played with him with the surname Do. There were exactly two people. One was Lawyer Do, two were Hui Seo. If it was the person he helped, then this must be the ancestor of Hyun Seo. Richard drove the boat and felt Tae-san was very familiar. In the human world, at the Canadian bank, all the employees had a headache. Because Tae-san's private fund dumped a huge amount of money into their trading floor. The investigators found out that the fund was not only dumped into the Canadian market, but also into the markets in London, Hong Kong, and Shanghai. Dumping funds like this would cause their trading indicators to drop. The director didn't know what to do. He just told the staff to withdraw from the markets before being controlled. If the number of transactions continued to increase, they would only have to eat dirt. At Tae-san's fund office, they worked lightly, without any pressure, because they were putting most of the pressure on the trading floors. Just today, they made $3 billion. Looking at the poster of President Obama's election made Robert's mood very excited. Today, his office had helped this president a lot, and soon everything would be easier. Robert was looking forward to the next instructions from Tae-san. He wondered what he would do next, and hoped for the best. Tae-san called Robert in the US right away. He asked how Robert was doing, and if everything was okay there. Tae-san asked about the work related to the banks in the US. Robert said they were outside the meeting room, waiting for him to work. All of this was thanks to the boss. Tae-san modestly did not take credit for himself, but said that he remembered Robert. Without him, he wouldn't know who to give the work to. Tae-san said that he would announce the investment tomorrow, so Robert should be responsible for receiving the partners. He told him to rest assured, he could handle it. He said he would see Robert again on winter break. He didn't understand why there was a winter break. He joked, then asked about the political situation. Robert still followed his advice. Tae-san wanted Robert to pay more attention to them. Then he made an appointment to meet him in Hong Kong in December to discuss the next steps for the new year. Robert hung up. Although Tae-san was younger than him, he was still afraid of his momentum. This time, the amount of money that Tae-san announced to invest would give him full authority to decide, but this number was up to $20 billion. It was too big for him to decide how to use it. Robert didn't think Tae-san would trust him with this amount of money without any doubt. The initial investments were extremely safe, and this investment had no defense at all. Robert felt that Tae-san's investment method was like a knight pointing his spear at the enemy. No matter what, Robert believed that he was always right, and this would be the trend of stock investment in the future. Robert looked at Tae-san's plan, and from now on he would be the head of the merger and acquisition team of the group. Among the companies that he told him to focus on, Robert saw the name of John Sing Group. He didn't understand why Tae-san separated it like that. In Korea, after Tae-san accidentally mentioned the winter vacation, he was afraid that Robert would know that he was still a student. But this was his last vacation anyway. He felt that time passed very fast, and Tae-san would take the college entrance exam soon. Tae-san's student life would end, and he still couldn't believe that he could own $70 billion in his hand. He had to pinch his cheek to see if he was dreaming. Even though he had a lot of money in his hand, he still felt that he lived simply. An apartment, a car, that was not too extravagant at all. Tae-san wondered if he should spend more. But now he had to study, and he would think about spending money next year. Lawyer Do informed him that the city office failed in the inspection. Tae-san could work without any difficulty. Tae-san thanked the lawyer, but he said don't be polite when he was also receiving his salary. But thanks to Lawyer Do, things were much easier. After all, he was a stubborn and hard-headed guy. Lawyer Do said that the mayor didn't want to confess at first, but he just showed him some internal data and he spit it all out. Lawyer Do said that if he called, the old man would be scared to death. Let him see. Tae-san said that Lawyer Do was still awesome, and as soon as he took action, those guys wouldn't dare to bark anymore. He told Lawyer Do that he wanted to invest in a law firm. Tae-san wanted him to buy shares to make it easier to invest. He asked him how much percentage of shares he wanted. Tae-san said 30%. Lawyer Do thought that 30% of a law firm was simple, and that much would make him the CEO. He asked him which company he was interested in. Tae-san leaned on the railing on the balcony and said he wanted to get to the point. He wanted to know how much money 30% of shares was. Lawyer Do thought that if it was 30% of the top 3 law firms in Korea like his company, it wouldn't be cheap at all. Tae-san offered 100 billion. The lawyer couldn't believe it. He didn't think that he really offered that price for his company. He said that if he didn't believe it, he had to believe his bank account. Lawyer Do agreed to buy it right away. Tae-san hung up the phone, thinking that 100 billion was a price that no company would refuse. But his phone rang again. Tae-san opened it and heard who was calling him at this time. The person said, "Appa, it's me." Before this, except for the twins, no one called him Appa. Tae-san asked who it was, and the other side said how he had forgotten them. He recognized the voice. It was Seo Jun. She asked him if he was really dating Jae-jin. Seo Jun couldn't believe how he had forgotten her voice like that. She shouted so loud that Tae-san had to put down the phone to avoid getting deaf. It had been more than a year, and she hadn't contacted him, so he almost forgot her. He said, "Sorry, girl." Then he asked, "How are you doing these days?" He also asked if she was going to debut next week. Seo Jun didn't think he would know about that. She said, "On the internet, every news site is reporting that the entertainment company FOB is preparing to launch a girl group." Seo Jun asked, "Who were you talking to earlier that took so long?" "I called you for a long time and couldn't reach you." Tae-san said, "I was talking to a lawyer." Speaking of lawyers, she asked, "Did you fight with some thugs again?" Tae-san said, "Don't mention it anymore. I quit that life now. The thing I was talking about was a business issue." She asked, "Why business? Aren't you going to college?" She reminded him that he wanted to study law. Tae-san said, "I have an interview tomorrow." She said, "You will pass for sure. Seo Jun will drink rice water and pray for you to pass." She also said, "Whenever you need me, I will appear to take care of you." But now she was called by her manager. She said she would talk to him later. Tae-san thought, she is always so cute. The next day at the Korean Law University, the yard was already crowded with people who came to interview. The selection rate for college in Korea is very high. Even if you have high test scores, but your essay and interview are not good, you will be rejected. Tae-san waited outside. He didn't expect to have a day when he would be interviewed at the law school. Because the school will not recruit more next year, everyone used their full capacity hoping to pass this year. Thanks to his grandfather, Tae-san had a chance to study here. The professor told everyone to line up and wait for their turn to interview. Everyone was dressed neatly as if applying for a job. Everyone looked at the exit. They were all attracted by the beauty. A female student was walking towards them and everyone surrounded her like a star. Tessa recognized her as his senior Jae-jin. She changed her style of dressing. Jae-jin greeted everyone. The boys smiled and asked if she needed any help. The professor said, "I thought Jae-jin went to work at SYL Lem District." Jae-jin said, "I only went for a few days." She wanted to come back to school because her junior from the countryside came to interview. She approached Tae-san. As soon as he recognized her, Tae-san almost didn't recognize her because of her different style of dressing. She said, "Long time no see. I was busy, so please understand me." He didn't expect her to start a conversation with him when there were so many people. She thought he wouldn't care. But Tae-san said coldly, "Why should I understand you?" She didn't expect him to be so cold to her. Jae-jin still shamelessly said, "Don't be mad at me." She even invited him to have lunch after the interview. She said she had a lot of things to tell him. Tae-san said, "I'll contact you when I'm done." If it was before, he would have agreed right away. Not wanting to lose face, Jae-jin said, "I'll wait for you at the gate of the school." The curious people surrounded them to see what was going on. They pointed at him and said, "Aren't you Jerry's target?" They also brought up the love story of Young Seo and Jae-jin Ra. The guys cried because they didn't get Jae-jin's attention. But Tae-san was different. He knew Jae-jin was very scheming. She would cling to anyone if she could. Jae-jin Ra outside, everything he said was not in her plan at all. The steps that had seemed confident, her expression was all acting. She praised herself for doing a great job. Since that day, Jae-jin went to ask everyone about Tae-san. She heard that his family's business was booming. He was also a descendant of a noble lineage. She always felt that Tae-san's demeanor and quality were different from others. She was sure that Tae-san would pass. The professors always chose the ones with good qualities. Suddenly, her classmates appeared and asked her what she was doing here. Jae-jin said, "My junior was interviewing, so I came." They asked, "Is he your relative?" Jae-jin was embarrassed and said, "He is just a junior who lives near me." Her friend realized, "Did you fall for your junior too?" They teased, "You like that junior, don't you?" But Jae-jin said, "No, I don't." Then she asked, "Why did they come here too?" They came because they wanted to verify a rumor. Jerry didn't know what the rumor was. They said, "There is a handsome guy who looks like a model who also came to interview." As a person who loves handsome guys, they also came to see what he looked like. Jae-jin didn't think she would have so many rivals. She decided not to give Tae-san to anyone. Tae-san finished the interview and left. He thought the interview would be very difficult, but the law school was also simple for him. Looking at the faces of the professors, they couldn't make it hard for him. Tae-san was confident that he would pass for sure. Now he drove his beloved car out to find something to eat. When he got to the gate, Tae-san saw Jae-jin still waiting there. He didn't care about the person who made him suffer anymore. What was that about going to lunch after the interview? What should he do now? She changed her phone number and he didn't have it to call. So Tae-san ignored Jae-jin and drove straight home. Now everyone went their own way. The Tae-san she knew was dead. He left Jae-jin hanging like that. The end of the year was the busiest shopping time. The US dollar market returned to activity after being delayed for months. But Tae-san knew that another crisis would happen when this winter ended. But those who didn't prepare would be stripped of everything. Tae-san knew it was time for him to launch a new sweep. At his apartment, Tae-san anxiously waited for the result. He had been waiting for this moment for so long that he didn't dare to breathe hard. He pressed the registration number to confirm his result. The phone announced, "Registration number 44, candidate Jang Tae-san, Law School of Korea University." He stared at the screen of his mobile phone. It announced that he had passed. Tae-san officially became a law student. He called his mother at home to announce. He said, "I passed, Mom." His mother was happy and crying. She called her husband and said, "Our son passed, honey." His parents were both proud of him. They should be. He was the pillar of the family. Tae-san passing the law school was also one of the ways he repaid his parents' kindness. His parents would be happier when they had a son who studied at the most prestigious school in the country. But as soon as he announced it, he received a phone call from the director of the publishing company. He asked about his health. Tae-san said, "I'm fine and I just passed the Korean Law University." He congratulated him. Now he became his senior. Tae-san asked, "Is there anything wrong?" The director wanted to say, "Thanks to your work, the publisher made a lot of money." But there was a problem. He needed to tell him. Tae-san asked what it was. The director said there was a person he didn't remember the name of, but he had submitted a novel called Magic Warrior to the publisher. The director still had his manuscript. Tae-san couldn't believe what he had just heard. He repeated the name of the novel that the director had just said. The publisher said it was no different from his novel. He said the other person could be criticized for plagiarism, but why did he dare to claim that the almost copy of his story was his own? The director scolded him and kicked him out. Tae-san realized how he could forget the main author of a novel. He realized he had stolen everything from the writer John Hayes. The director said the other person insisted he had written that work since last year, and even showed him the drafts. Tae-san pretended to understand the director's feelings. Tae-san now had to figure out how to compensate the author for the theft. The director said he also showed him another draft. He asked what the work was about. The director said the work was called I Am a Noble. Tae-san knew this work. He knew the work I Am a Noble would lead the isekai trend. It had created a wave since the ebook was born. Since then, there have been a series of novels about it, games, and martial arts. Tae-san told the director to take the story. He knew the writer John Hayes had an interesting view of the other world, so this work would surely be a hit. Tae-san said he had a feeling like that. He wanted the publisher to print 5,000 copies in the first edition. He would guarantee 10,000 copies for them. Because he had used the writer's passion as the foundation for his show of wealth, he wanted to fix his mistake for his conscience. Later, if he had a chance, Tae-san would invite the writer to a bowl of tteokbokki. At the end of the year, at the shopping center, everyone was happily shopping for a new season. The shopping center was bustling like that. Tae-san took his mother to go shopping. He hadn't been back here for a long time. Usually Tae-san only ordered custom-made clothes. He asked his mother if she hadn't been here for a long time. His mother said it had been about 10 years since his father retired, and they moved back to the countryside. Tae-san wondered why his mother, who was both beautiful and smart, married his father. She clearly could have married someone more worthy. His mother said his father loved her at first sight, so he wanted to date her. And at that time, his father was also handsome, so she agreed right away. His father also loved his mother very much. He always said that without her, he didn't want to live anymore. Tae-san was a bit jealous of his father. His mother asked why he brought her here. Tae-san took his mother to look around. Anyway, they didn't forbid them. Entering the store, the staff greeted him and his mother politely. Tae-san told his mother to buy some clothes for herself and for his father. He saw that they were working hard, and he was worried. His mother also understood him, because his father's clothes were also out of fashion. His mother asked him if this vest model suited his father. Tae-san saw his mother more excited and was happy. He told his mother to also quickly choose some clothes for herself. The mother of the owner of a field also had to take care of herself. He pointed to the women's clothing section and told his mother to go over there and try it. But for some reason, there was a lady who paid attention to them. She asked, "Is that Seo-chan?" His mother recognized her as Suja, her old classmate. The old woman said, "Don't call me that, I'm Zu Seowa now." He couldn't believe that this Seowa was there. She was the famous woman of the century, the scammer who shook Korea in 2016. Although her face was different, her name was exactly the same. Tae-san didn't expect his mother to know her. His mother said, that was a long time ago. As soon as she saw his mother was still doing well, even though she was kicked out of the house, she was very surprised. She said, "How did the queen of the school fall into such a funny situation?" Tae-san didn't think his mother used to be the queen. His mother told her to go away. She just met her and she didn't like her already. She also rudely asked, why was his mother here? She clearly heard that his mother was living in the countryside. And she also said, his mother didn't look wealthy, did she? His mother turned on the fighting switch, and asked, "Are you still looking for trouble?" She apologized. "I didn't mean it." Tae-san was bored. He joined the fight with his mother, and asked who this fat woman was. Tae-san looked at the fat woman with a contemptuous look, and asked his mother, "Who is this fat woman?" When she heard that from him, she boiled with anger. She showed her anger on her face. Tae-san's mother also felt embarrassed by his words. She also explained that the person he had just provoked was her college friend. And she also reminded him to greet her politely. He greeted the fat lady with a polite bow. And he also forgot to introduce himself as Jang Tae-san. The fat lady stood with her arms crossed over her chest, with a haughty look. She started to speak in a sarcastic tone. "Is that your son? He's tall, huh? His face is also bright." She said this and her face began to show hostility. In her head, she was angry because Tae-san dared to call her fat. But in her mouth, she still mocked Tae-san that he only had the appearance to be a model, but in his head, he probably didn't have anything called knowledge. Tae-san was also not happy with this fat lady. In his heart, he was also bitter because he was said to have no knowledge. His mouth still had to keep some politeness. He said, "Yes, yes. I got into college in Seoul by luck." The fat lady mocked him back. "Oh, really? How lucky, huh?" She moved closer to Tae-san's mother, took her hand and smiled a contemptuous smile. Then she said, "Oh, it's like a carp turning into a dragon, huh? Which school did the kid get into in Seoul?" By the way, she also didn't forget to brag about her son who got into Kyungwoo University. Tae-san calmly replied, "Law school, Kyungwoo. Why? It seems he got into a good school." Tae-san's mother felt tired of the flexing of her old classmate. But she still kept talking and even laughed proudly about her son. She also added the final blow when she asked Tae-san which school and department he got into. "Handsome kid?" Tae-san didn't hesitate and said, "Law school, Korea University." Hearing this, she started to sweat and exclaimed, "What?" She looked at the annoyed face of her when she knew Tae-san got into a school even better than her son's. She couldn't believe it and said, "Tae-san is just a brat, so don't lie too much." Did she have a relationship with Zico or something when she raised her voice and argued that he looked like Chong? She pointed her finger straight at Tae-san's face and said, "You are just a brat, so how can you get into law school at Korea University?" Tae-san was confused by the behavior of this fat lady. His hand started to scratch his head pretending to be innocent. He had to say, "You can verify that information on the internet or let me find it for you to save time." The fat lady clenched her teeth angrily and shook all over but couldn't do anything, so she had to comfort herself that the family of this brat was just that. A smile of charity appeared on Tae-san's face. "If you lose this glue, I'll make another dog glue." The fat lady immediately changed the subject. Still with that sarcastic tone, she said, "But this is a high-end brand. What are you two doing here? Come to get a gift voucher?" Tae-san thought to himself, "This aunt is also hard-working to compete with life, huh?" A smile of contempt appeared on her face. She continued to emphasize, "Are you sure you don't bring a gift voucher to buy clothes?" Tae-san called the saleswoman standing behind him. He looked straight at the fat lady standing and said to the saleswoman, "Please help me choose some clothes that suit my mother. Today, only 5 sets are enough." The fat lady's face turned pale and she couldn't believe what she had just heard. She muttered, "What? 5 sets?" Tae-san turned to his mother, looked at her and said, "Price is not a problem. You can choose whatever you like because in my heart my mother is always the best of the best." The saleswoman enthusiastically replied, "Yes, dear customer." Tae-san was also very subtle about poking the wheel when he asked the fat lady, "Are you also here to buy clothes?" And he decided to give her a set because after all, she and Tae-san's mother were friends. The lady's face was distorted. At this point, When she heard that, the employee seemed scared when the fat lady started to yell, "Do I need you to look at me like a beggar? These cheap things, I wouldn't wear them even if I had them. If you wear them twice, there will be no holes left." This time, the lady pointed her finger at Tayson's mother's face, shouting with a furious expression, "There will be a reunion of friends at the Fightin' Hotel at 7 o'clock next week. You can bring your spouse or partner." And she insisted that Tayson's mother had to come. Tayson thought in his stomach that this lady wanted to play hard with his family. The main purpose of the fat lady was just to make Tayson's mother lose face. But how easy it was when Tayson was still here. Tayson answered for his mother to the fat lady, "You don't have to worry. My mother will definitely attend." While his mother was stunned by his agreement, he turned his face and pretended to signal to his mother, "You will agree, right?" She looked at Tayson with a bit of confusion and just nodded to end the matter. As if she had achieved her goal, the fat lady decided to invite all her classmates to attend and said, "Even if the sky falls, Tayson's mother has to attend." The fat lady turned away with two bodyguards who were packing things behind her, and cursed as she walked. She was kicked out of the house and still acted high and mighty. She was really shameless. Tayson stood and watched the fat lady walk away with her bulky body and angry face. He was determined to make her lie under his shoes for what she did today. His face became full of calculation. Tayson thought that being patient in this era was too extravagant. Indulging the enemy was cruel to oneself, and the fat lady would surely pay the price. The next place they went to was a penthouse with a view straight to the Han River. The broker was introducing the penthouse that they had just set foot in. He was trying every way to sell this penthouse. Suddenly, Tayson interrupted him, asking, "If it's so good, why hasn't it been sold yet?" This question made the broker start to be embarrassed. He explained that, although this apartment was very good, because of the U.S. subprime crisis, the real estate situation became extremely tense and completely blocked. Tayson turned to ask his mother, "How do you feel about this place?" She calmly replied, "It's a bit small, but it's okay." That answer made him somewhat confused, because this penthouse was 130 square meters. Tayson asked the broker, "This penthouse costs about 4.5 billion, right?" The broker replied, "This is the highest price in the Olympos complex, and it's also the highest price among the apartments and villas currently available in Korea." Tayson started to inquire about the identity of this broker. The broker also answered bluntly without any hesitation. But when Tayson asked him how much he could really reduce for this penthouse, he began to falter. He seemed to be caught by the tail, and began to reply with a scared voice, "It can be reduced by 10% according to the transaction conditions today." A question from Tayson had already reduced 10%, and this was the principle that his world was operating on. Tayson did not hesitate to ask the guy, "How much can you reduce for 3 units like this?" This question almost shocked the broker completely. He explained, "The consequences of the subprime crisis are not severe yet, so the builders should also take advantage of the decision." The broker was like hitting the jackpot, but he still wanted to know the conditions of Tayson and his mother. Tayson decided to pay 10 billion, including all registration fees and taxes, and he would pay in full at once in cash. Hearing this, the broker was stunned. Did he really believe what he was hearing? And Tayson looked at his mother. Her face was still very calm, when her son had just spent 10 billion, and she looked like she didn't care. The doubts in Tayson's head appeared, because his mother was not a person who didn't care about money, and the atmosphere at that time made him feel very strange. Tayson decided to put that thought aside and invited his mother to continue shopping, because he still had to buy a lot of furniture and utensils. His familiar red car was honking on the way to school, under the curious and amazed eyes of the people about Tayson's Bose car. Everyone had to ask questions about it. Those eyes kept looking at his car, and wondered who the owner was. He stopped at the parking lot. But those people were still crowded around Tayson's car. The car door opened, and he got out of his car. His handsome appearance was like Lee Man-ho's version of brown hair with a side bang. The ladies around him must have praised him for a minute. The atmosphere of Korea University, the most prestigious environment in Korea, was a completely different atmosphere, which made Tae-san feel very interested. Tae-san went to the law department. Everyone around him kept talking about him. No one could believe that he was a law student because of his attractive physique. He walked in the midst of the whispers about him, and didn't care about them at all. Even though they said that his handsome appearance could attract all the female students. He stopped at a vending machine, and the chatter about him still didn't stop. And they said that Tae-san's arrogant look suited Mizan's taste. A silent smile appeared on Tae-san's face, because he felt that everyone was going crazy for him. Suddenly, there was a voice behind him saying, "Why don't you buy him a can of water too?" Tae-san turned his head and looked behind, and wondered in his head, who is this? A girl with purple hair, wearing a jacket with a fur hood behind. Her legs wore black boots, and rolled up her pants. With this outfit, Tae-san really thought that this was a legendary gangster that he had heard from a senior in the art department. She stared at him, and asked again, "Is that okay?" The girl with purple hair covering half of her face under a baseball cap. She reached out to him. Her fingers were long and slender, a beautiful hand. Suddenly, she looked at him, and said, "Only here they sell canned coffee." At this moment, he could see clearly that she had skin as white as the first snow. He was stunned to look at her. At this time, she asked him if he was a law student. The girl said that this was the first time she saw him here, which surprised him, because he also saw her for the first time. She smiled, and said to him, "In this law department, no one is as good as you." He shyly thanked her, but still did not know who she was. She looked at the law students who were looking at them, and said, "They look very mismatched, just like old couples." Then, she looked at him again, and said, "You look very arrogant." He was embarrassed, and handed the can of coffee in his hand to her. But in his heart he was saying, "I study in the same department as those old couples, miss." She smiled, not showing her eyes. She pressed the can of coffee milk to her face, and said, "It's very warm." She complained about the heater in the art room, saying that it was too good, and that she couldn't argue with the law students, because they were too mouthy and jumpy. Then, she asked him if the art and law departments were treated differently. Did he think so? But he didn't know how to answer, because today was also his first day of school. But he still acted like a good boy. Tae-san said that she could use his warm bag. She answered a sentence that had nothing to do with it. She said that she drew a lot so her hands were cold and stiff, and maybe because she was too tall and strong, her heart couldn't warm up. He felt that this sister talked in a way that the first and the second sentences had nothing to do with each other. He asked her if she wanted to say something to him. Hearing this, she suddenly asked him what year he was in. Looking at her beautiful face, he suddenly blurted out in his heart, "This sister must be mine." But his face was still shy. Tae-san wanted her to introduce herself before asking him, because it was the minimum etiquette. She smiled happily and introduced herself as Yuri, the 6th class of Western art. She reached out her hand and wanted him to introduce himself. He said that he was Yang Tae-san, a freshman in the law department. She was surprised by his introduction. She learned that he was a freshman, a new student. She sighed that time passed too quickly. She felt like she had just entered the school, but now she was a junior. She said that although she was old, her soul was always young. She felt sad because time passed too quickly. Tae-san felt that this girl was very strange, and said, "Instead of being sad, you should be happy that you only have to study for 2 more years. Learning more knowledge will bring more joy and benefits than you think." He felt that this girl, although a senior, still talked like a young freshman. And he liked this very much. And she was also beautiful beyond comparison. She asked him, Are you teaching me morals? Tae-san quickly denied it, saying that he just wanted her to change her mind, and use the precious little time at university to create more valuable opportunities for the future. Because we all have the same amount of time. She felt that he talked too much. It was always like that for law students. They always talked about morals and logic. She told him not to say those words until he had gone on a blind date. Then, she stabbed him again, saying, "Although you look good, you talk like an old man. But of course, you are older than this girl. Because you have lived for 30 years. He explained that he only talked like that now, but he would talk differently on a blind date. He would make the girls fall for him. But she misunderstood Tae-san's meaning, and said, "Are you only showing this side to me?" The people around them felt that he treated this beautiful girl differently. Although they did not forget to criticize. He explained that he saw her sad, so he wanted to cheer her up. But she became sadder. Then, Tae-san smiled like Lee Min-ho, and said, "If I made any mistakes, please forgive me." Yuri happily agreed, because listening to him talk about morals was also pleasant. Besides, she could listen to morals and drink coffee at the same time. The people around them then realized the true identity of Yuri. She was the beauty of the art department, the mistress. They felt lucky to see her here today, and they looked at the crowd of people talking. She was very loud in her head, not knowing what they were saying. Yuji smiled at Tae-san and said that he had something to give him, and wanted him to give her his phone. She reached out her hand, but he did not give her his phone. He hesitated and handed his phone to her. She entered her phone number into Tae-san's phone. The people in the province were panicked by the situation that was happening too fast and too dangerous. She looked at him and suddenly asked, "Do you have anything to do today?" He was surprised. She gave him her phone and said, "If you are free, contact me." It was like a pyramid scheme, but he quickly replied that he was very free tonight. The people around them were shocked by the events that had happened since then and could not believe that the beauty asked for Tae-san's number. In the large lecture hall with many students, he was bored and twirled his pen on the table, lying on the table and feeling that the situation was too difficult. On the podium, a junior student was introducing himself. He said that he had just finished his military service and hoped that everyone would forgive his rude words. Because he was the student council president, he told the students below that there would be an orientation for freshmen and hoped that everyone would have time to attend. The sound echoed throughout the large room, and he continued to say, he wanted to form groups to prepare for this orientation and each group would have 20 members. So 200 members would be divided into 10 groups. Everyone listened attentively to what he said, and today everyone would meet the seniors in charge of each group and elect the group leader. Then he invited Group 1 to come to the podium. A hand was raised high, a girl called Group 10 to gather, and she was the senior and the leader of this group. She smiled and asked everyone to greet each other. She promised to treat everyone to a lavish meal. She looked at the freshmen and felt that they were too honest, or rather, looked dull. She introduced that the orientation would have the participation of the students from the economics and law departments and some words to reassure everyone. She introduced that the professors in the economics department were very strict and very insecure in front of the law department of the school and asked everyone to prepare a steel spirit to meet the professors. Tae-san stood next to her and felt that this girl was interesting. Tae-san stepped forward and greeted her, wanting to know her name. She introduced herself as Azan, a sophomore in the law department, and she said that her name was boring. She smiled and looked at him, wanting him to introduce his name, but when she saw his face, she suddenly exclaimed, "You are so handsome. If you go out to earn money, you will get a lot of money." He was embarrassed and introduced himself as Jang Tae-san. Hearing his name, she suddenly remembered something. Then she hit him in the chest and called him a brat. He still did not understand why this girl called him that the first time they met. He asked shyly, "What do you mean?" She smiled and explained, "But if you don't explain, then you are a brat, just a brat. And he felt that he had a nickname on the first day of school. She explained to him that he was the one who said that if he failed the second time in the second year, he would rather not go to school, and had left an impression on the professors and even asked to test his IQ. He only understood his nickname when he heard that. It was a bit rustic. Teo sighed and asked, "So what?" He felt that he was looked down on by his seniors here. And the senior looked at him with contempt. He smiled and looked down on this senior. "Oh, no. For everyone, your assets have reached billions of dollars." And everyone else, the senior, was a bit surprised by Tayson's reaction. She didn't understand why he suddenly laughed. And he felt that with the value of hundreds of billions of won created by himself every day, he was not a spoiled kid, but he was Jang Taesan, the richest man in Korea. At this time, on the phone, the voice on the other end of the line was asking if he brought the car here. These days, freshmen are really scary. Sitting on his warhorse, he heard the noisy sounds outside. They talked to each other about where to eat and drink and negotiated the meeting place for today. He answered the phone and asked where the other end of the line was. He would pick up right away. At this time, after hearing the location, he started the car and drove there. Sitting in the car, he decided to perform a show for everyone. The buffalo knows how to spin. He turned the steering wheel and turned the car 180 degrees in front of everyone to show his class. In front of the screams of astonishment and admiration, the car and the horn blended together. He sped away like a gust of wind, leaving behind a trail of smoke. Yuji was surprised by his car and asked him if students were allowed to drive or not. While her hair was messy, she was still thinking that he was a rich kid, right? He was rich and still thoughtful to warm up the seat before she got on. Looking at him driving, she felt that maybe he was flirting with her right now. Tessa looked at Yuji and winked at her, reminding her to fasten her seatbelt because he drove a bit fast. Then he asked her if she knew a fun place to go. She smiled shyly and said that she wanted to go to the noodle shop of the old lady who cursed. He quickly agreed. She was surprised by his quick response and thought that he had lived in this area. Just saying the name and he knew the location. In the car, Yuji praised him for driving very well and wondered if this was his car. He answered that it was true, making her feel sure that he was a tycoon because the sports car was worth hundreds of millions. She asked where he lived. He smiled and said that he lived in the vicinity. She wondered that maybe his parents had to be very rich, but he replied that his father had planted an apple orchard. Yuji still thought that the apple orchard could be a very large farm because only the very rich would have a spoiled child like this. But he said that it was only a big one in the region, but the organic apples were hard to sell. Yuji thought that if organic apples were hard to sell, then he must have said it as a joke. She continued to ask what his mother did for a living. Taesan answered that his mother was just a housewife and a painter. She was very curious how he could afford a Porsche if his family was like that. She asked him directly, "Who bought you this car?" Because it was very expensive and she didn't think he could buy it himself. He explained that he had started his own business very early and the car was also bought by himself, which surprised Yuji very much. They arrived at the old lady's restaurant, where she often scolded people. The fried rice on the stove was golden and smoky. It looked delicious. The old lady quickly recognized Yuji and called her the Moonlight Girl, which surprised Taesan by this nickname. Yuji was happy but a little embarrassed to reply to the old lady. Seeing that it was the first time she brought her boyfriend here, the old lady felt curious. But Yuji explained that Taesan was not her boyfriend, but just her junior. The old lady didn't believe her and felt that she was funny because she could tell that she was flirting with Taesan. The old lady said, "Everyone here has eyes, they can see it. How dare you lie to me?" Seeing that everyone was looking too much, she quickly scolded them for being rude. The girls in the restaurant thought Taesan was very handsome, and the boys in the restaurant thought Yuji was a model. Yuji was surprised by Taesan's frying skills. She asked him if he was a chef or not, because he could cook so well. The old lady looked at Taesan and felt very familiar and strange because it was the first time she met him. She looked at him with a probing eye and asked him if he knew her. He was embarrassed to say that he had just met her for the first time, but the old lady was very puzzled. She still felt that he looked very familiar and she thought that maybe she had dementia. The old lady looked at Yuji and said, "You must catch this boy." Yuji was embarrassed and smiled. She explained that Taesan looked like those who lived with money piled up like mountains, but Yuji looked a bit shabby. She thought that Yuji had caught a golden turtle for herself. She enthusiastically encouraged her, "If you have a chance, you must hold on to it, you know?" Yuji blushed and nodded to please her. Then the old lady looked at Taesan and said. She said to come often, and even if Taesan brought another girl, she would hide it for him. This time it was Taesan's turn to smile shyly, blush and ask her why she did that. The old lady pointed to the other female guests in the shop who were drooling over him. She said, "Don't you see the look of those girls when they see you? Why do you ask that?" Suddenly she looked at the two of them and asked, "You are young, but you don't drink alcohol?" She advised that they should drink more alcohol to speed up the process. The shop was filled with laughter and the two decided to order a bottle of beer and a bottle of soju. He decided to make a bomb drink for Yuji to try. The laughter did not stop, and the hungry eyes of the girls in the shop also stared at Taesan. Yuji looked at Taesan with suspicion that he had met the old lady before and asked, "Did you come here a lot?" "Because you are very good at stir-frying pork." He smiled and told her that his hobby was cooking, making her laugh. She wondered why he ordered alcohol and beer when he was only a minor. Drinking these things was against the law. He smiled and told her a secret that the old lady's eldest son was the chief prosecutor of the sole prosecutor's office, the second son was a senior police officer, and the youngest daughter was a judge. So drinking here would not be caught. Yuji was very surprised to hear this and asked how he could know. But his reaction made him sure that she also knew this. But why did she know? But thinking like that, he still answered what the seniors in the law school told him. She felt this was strange because it was a secret, and he felt that she was more suspicious than him. He did not know who she was that could know the secret. The doubts of both of them ended with a glass of foaming beer bomb. Yuji was surprised when he saw him mixing beer and alcohol together. Seeing that action, she felt that she was about to meet the devil. He quickly explained that he was making a bomb drink. She did not know what a bomb drink was. He picked up a glass of rice wine and drank it all in one gulp in Yuji's horrified eyes. The beer can was still stuck in his mouth. He looked at Yuji and asked if she wanted to try one. He felt that Yuji was easy to get drunk. Seeing him drink so well, she also felt doubtful and wanted to try it. Seeing Yuji's face like that, Taesan did not want to force her to try it, so he said that if she did not like it, he would not force her to try it. He said that Yuji felt that he was looking down on her, so she wanted to try it more. The two quickly blended into the atmosphere of the shop, clinked glasses, and started the Yuji party. After drinking a glass, she was very surprised by the delicious taste of this new beer. She wanted to drink more. The glass of beer was empty. The beer in Yuji's mouth was very sweet, different from the taste she usually drank. She quickly asked him to make more. For herself, she kept asking to drink like that. Afraid that she would get drunk because when mixed, the alcohol content would be higher than normal, he advised Yuji not to drink more. But the alcohol demon did not stay still. She said that she was very good at drinking and asked him to pour more for her. Suddenly, a girl came to the table and called Yuji's name, asking if she came here to drink. It turned out to be Azin. She was Yuji's friend. She was very surprised to see Yuji sitting with another guy. But when she came to the front, she found out that the two were acquaintances. It turned out that this young man was Taesan, making Azin very surprised. However, when the person who went drinking with Yuji was Tae-san, Asin asked Yuji in a panic if she knew Tae-san. Yuji and Tae-san also felt very embarrassed to be in this situation. Yuji stuttered and explained in vain. Tae-san quickly explained to break the awkward atmosphere that he had fallen for Yuji at first sight and had invited her to have a drink and get to know her. Hearing his explanation, Asin felt that he was a freshman who came to study to date, and scolded him for never being successful. But she quickly changed her tone and praised him for being very capable, which surprised Tae-san by this girl's flip-flop. Asin said that Yuji had been single since she was in her mother's womb, so Tae-san had the ability to go with Yuji was very awesome. She also said that if she was a man, she would definitely hit Yuji. Hearing himself being praised, Tae-san felt very embarrassed. Meanwhile, Yuji was full of black lines by Asin's words. Seeing that the snacks were already on the table, Asin felt that she was lucky today. She quickly called the students in her group to sit with Tae-san's table and join the party. Asin took Yuji's beer glass, and said that she would drink her beer without anyone's consent. Asin quickly drank the beer in her hand in front of the two horrified faces of the owners of this table. Asin felt that her beer was too delicious. She wondered if this was a new brand of beer, completely different from the beers she had drunk. Asin quickly urged the freshmen to sit at the table and start the party. Asin looked at Tae-san and asked him if he wanted to drink beer or soju, which made Tae-san very embarrassed, and said that he would get it himself. Asin heard Tae-san's voice, started to ovulate and praised Tae-san's voice for being very cool. A freshman came up and asked Asin, "Who is the beautiful girl with purple hair sitting in front?" Asin asked the freshman if Yuji was pretty. Asin introduced Yuji as a third-year student of Western art and her high school friend. Their families also knew each other. Yuji smiled and greeted her juniors and introduced herself as Son Yuji and invited her juniors to join the party. The boys saw the girl and their eyes lit up. They quickly agreed. What else to wait for? Everyone started to raise their glasses and congratulate themselves for entering the university environment. Then they drank all night long. The happiness was like a movie. At that time, Tae-san was busy pumping alcohol for everyone. Yuji didn't know that she had to go through the hellish feeling the next morning. Her memory was interrupted when she was drunk. She woke up and didn't know who she was or where she was. She only smelled the warm blanket, her hair was messy, and her face was dirty after a night of drinking. At this time, she was not fully awake. She quickly regained her composure, sat up angrily, not knowing where she was, in a room that did not look like a girl's room and not knowing what had happened last night. She quickly sobered up, flipped the blanket and looked at her clothes. She breathed a sigh of relief because her clothes were still intact as last night. Suddenly, Tae-san's voice came into the room saying, "If you are awake, please take a shower and come to the kitchen." After identifying whose voice it was, she felt so embarrassed that her face turned red and screamed because she had spent the night at a boy's house. It turned out to be young Tae-san's voice. She felt very awkward, smiled and reassured herself that it would be fine. She opened the door and stepped out of the bedroom because the first thing to do was to meet him first. Looking out the window, she found out that this was Gangnam, opposite the Han River. She heard Tae-san's voice urging her to come to the dining table. She walked into the kitchen and was surprised that the house was so spacious. Looking at the dining table, she was so shocked that her eyes widened. All the food on the table was very rich and diverse. It could be said that this was a meal that could only be cooked by a professional chef. Yuji asked him shyly if anything unexpected had happened last night and how they parted ways with everyone after drinking. Tae-san smiled and asked her if she didn't remember anything at all. His face was so sure that it surprised her, asking her if she didn't remember anything that happened last night. It made her very scared. Tae-san looked at her and smiled, asking why she reacted like that. She blushed because she didn't know what he was talking about, making her confused and afraid. Tae-san continued to tease her, asking her why she treated him like that, making her feel like going crazy in front of his reaction. Suddenly he asked her why she liked him, making her panic in front of his words. He said that clearly yesterday he had said that he liked her from the first glance. Hearing this, she was speechless. Playing dumb, he felt very happy. Seeing her reaction, he was satisfied because everything he said just now was nonsense. In the morning, he reached out to Yuji and said that he would take responsibility for everything, making Yuji sweat. She turned pale, not knowing what situation she was in. She was like a young girl who had just grown up. The Rolex watch was 11 a.m. in Korean time and 10 p.m. in U.S. time. Tae-san thought that maybe Robert hadn't slept yet, so he decided to make a call. The other end of the line quickly picked up, and Robert's voice rang out. Tae-san asked Robert to buy some stocks for him. Robert quickly replied, asking what kind of stocks he wanted to buy. Tae-san wanted to buy stocks of the Fiddle Hotel, and he offered a starting price of $10 billion. Robert quickly agreed in a respectful manner. Tae-san knew that the tourism and hotel business would suffer from the economic recession this time, and the stock prices would drop continuously on Saturday this week. And more importantly, his mother's class reunion would be at the Fiddle Hotel, so he wanted to quickly take over it and help his mother regain her confidence. He wanted Robert to buy at least 40% of the stocks and attack both the domestic and foreign markets. And he wanted to start as soon as the trading session opened tomorrow morning. The way to buy was to lower the auction price, then start buying from the bottom up. And if everything went smoothly, he could buy it for half the current price in 3 days. Robert quickly responded and followed his instructions. The scene switched to the lively high school where Tae-san had studied. The camera was pointing at Tae-san holding a bouquet of flowers to celebrate his graduation. Tae-san's parents were choked up about his day today. He thanked his parents for giving birth and raising him to have this day, which was all thanks to them. Tae-san's twin siblings also came to congratulate him. They teased him that he looked cooler than usual today. Tae-san's mother called him and asked if his friend was standing on the other side. His face changed color as if he felt something was coming. His two best friends bowed to Tae-san's parents, who were his uncle and aunt. They wanted to steal his twin siblings. Tae-san was furious with his two stupid friends. Tae-san's siblings greeted his friends. Then he suddenly heard a ringtone. He looked at the picture and saw that it was an unknown number and he didn't know who it was. Tae-san put the phone to his ear to listen. There was a girl's voice on the other end of the line. He asked if it was Seo-yin. Both his siblings and friends were shocked to hear the name. They wondered if it was the person in the Ford group. His two friends also lost their minds when they heard the name Ford. Simultaneously, 4 girls' voices on the other end of the line said, "Tae-san, congratulations on your graduation." And the 4 people behind were shocked. Seo-yin also sent Tae-san a million congratulations on his graduation ceremony. The other 4 girls whispered that Seo-yin was crazy in love with Tae-san, and she would call his name every night and hug a pillow to sleep. Tae-san was very touched by the congratulations from the Ford group and Seo-yin, and he promised to buy them a lot of delicious food. He said he was at Seo-han and wanted to contact them with this phone number, but Seo-yin said they still couldn't use the phone because they couldn't get the initial investment money, so their director wouldn't let them. Tae-san sympathized with their idle life, but he dared them to touch him. Tae-san was not easy to deal with. He had grasped the situation and ended the conversation with them in their anger. They blamed him for still keeping in touch with Seo-yin when he already had his own love. Tae-san had to pay for his sin. The Fiddle Hotel was adorned with a luxurious appearance. Inside, the hotel's general manager was worried about the fact that the major shareholder of the group had changed in just a few days. This change was very urgent, so the lower-level employees did not know, so the general manager was also very careful this time. He felt that the person who had made the requests for the hotel today was not an ordinary person, because even the chairman of the large group did not receive this. He reminded the manager once more to welcome this guest warmly. Outside the hotel, the guests had started to appear at the hotel. A fat lady named Seogan was standing gossiping with another person named Hyo-suk. They were taking turns complimenting each other on how beautiful they were lately. The blonde asked the fat lady where she got her beauty from. She immediately boasted that her husband was a very talented cosmetic surgeon. The blonde wanted that talent of the fat lady's husband, so the fat lady also hinted that her husband would come, so just ask him for a quote. The blonde seemed curious when she heard that the fat lady's husband was coming. She asked the fat lady if the others had arrived yet. The fat lady excitedly said that she heard that she would come today. Who is she? The blonde asked the fat lady. The malicious tone appeared on the fat lady's face. She said that today the girl would join to see the runaway queen. The blonde was surprised to hear that name. She asked the fat lady if that was Zhu Xiaoran. The fat lady showed a contemptuous expression and said, "Let her try to come. I will trample her to the point that she can't show her face in this soul land anymore." Suddenly a staff member approached near where they were. He said that because other cars were waiting to park, he asked permission to move some cars parked here to another place. The blonde had to accept his request. As for the fat lady, she looked puzzled and said that she didn't know which family's car was big and powerful. Suddenly a white Bentley was moving towards them. They both sweated profusely when they saw the supercar. There were only a few of these in the world. A pair of graceful feet stepped out of the car. It was Zhu Xian, Tayson's mother, but with a completely youthful appearance. Her fashion style was also very elegant, unlike the previous meeting. Both the fat ant and the blonde ant could not believe their eyes. Tayson sat in the Bentley and looked outside. The reaction of the two ants had already made him lose interest. Tayson's mother smiled brightly and greeted the blonde ant. They had not seen each other for 20 years. The blonde ant was moved to tears as she remembered the old days. They laughed and talked about the things they had gone through together. There was only one person who was left out because of the shock. That was the fat ant. The first thing she said was not a greeting, but a jealousy about the car that Tayson and his mother came in. She asked if it was a rented car just for the reunion. Wasn't that ridiculous? The fat ant was still ranting about the car when Tayson got out of the car. The polite staff asked Tayson for permission to park the car. Seeing Tayson, the fat ant screamed as if she saw her mortal enemy. "How dare you bring that brat here with his halo?" Tayson greeted the fat ant with an indescribable contempt. He walked forward, adjusted his vest, and said softly, "This is the car that Chao's mother often uses to go to the market in Seoul, but how could the fat ant accept that silly reason?" So she asked again, "Do you know how much this car costs to say that it is for the market?" Tayson smiled brightly and said, "It's 300 million, what else?" The fat ant turned pale when she heard Tayson mention the price of the car. Tayson's mother said that this was Hai-Su, her best friend from school, and told Tayson to greet her properly. Tayson politely greeted the blonde ant and introduced himself as Tayson of Mrs. Jusizan. The blonde ant praised Tayson's handsome appearance. She asked Tayson if he was a student. Tayson said he was a freshman this year, and she asked him what school he went to. He proudly answered, "I study law at Korea University." The three of them were having a very happy conversation, but there was only one person who was left out. That's right, it was the fat ant. She was trying to comfort herself that she didn't have to work hard anymore, because her son treated her very well. The flexing of her husband, son, job, and money was nothing new to Tayson. The fat ant was possessed by Zico again. She sneered at him, "Do you know where this is to dare to come here?" Tayson pretended to be stupid and said, "Why can't I come here?" He also explained that his father was busy studying to become the vice chairman, so he came to replace his father. The fat ant couldn't help but body-shaming Tayson. Her face turned red with anger. The friend standing next to her also defended Tayson's mother and said that the fat ant had also brought her son to the reunion last year. The fat ant changed her name to Suare, but if anyone called her CO1, she would be possessed by Zico. The blonde ant and Tayson's mother just laughed it off. The blonde ant happily invited Tayson's mother, "Let's go inside the hotel." The luxurious atmosphere inside the Hilton Hotel made everyone who entered feel elevated. The three of them went inside the Hilton Hotel. Everyone was surprised to see Tayson's mother appear. They quickly realized that the beautiful woman in front of them was just Ran. Seeing the wealth that emanated from Tayson's mother's dress, they quickly rushed to greet her with a friendly face as if they were distant relatives. Everyone was very surprised that Tayson's mother was still beautiful and unchanged from before. Tayson's mother quickly smiled and responded warmly to the enthusiastic greetings of everyone. Suddenly, a man stepped in front of Tayson's mother, making her very surprised. He quickly introduced himself. Basan is the general manager of this hotel, and he was very happy to meet Tayson's mother here. Tayson's mother was still very amazed because she did not understand why he greeted her so respectfully. Meanwhile, everyone was shocked when the general manager came and greeted Tayson's mother enthusiastically. The general manager said that he was very grateful that Tayson's mother had chosen and came to his humble hotel. Therefore, he had prepared a small gift for her and her friends who were here. Tayson's mother still did not understand what was going on and why she had a gift, making her panic. The general manager introduced that the dishes made by the hotel's chef himself were a gift for her. At this time, everyone present was very astonished by the appearance of Chef Elber, who could only be met by the tip of the finger. The general manager brought Tayson's mother a bottle of Sadajikan wine from 1992, and asked if he could invite her a glass. Tayson's mother agreed in panic. The whispers of the people around when witnessing the general manager personally inviting Tayson's mother to drink. After inviting her, he quickly bowed to Tayson's mother and said that if there was anything missing, please let him know and he would wait right behind. Everyone felt that this scene was unbelievable because the general manager was someone who only big company presidents could meet. Everyone quickly surrounded Tayson's mother and asked about her success. In addition, there were many people who asked about her life lately and how her husband and children were. Everyone wondered if the garden was just a hobby, and in fact she was a real estate tycoon or something very big. The fat ant quickly shouted angrily, saying that Tayson's mother could do any business. Maybe it was because her philandering father finally gave her some money. Tayson's mother was very annoyed by those words, but she calmly replied. Hearing her calm voice, Tayson felt that his mother had finally regained her confidence. Seeing Tayson's mother so confident made the fat ant even angrier. She shouted with a confident face, "That's right, don't pretend that you have a good father anymore." Tayson's mother looked at the fat ant who was angry and said, "What a pity." This made the fat ant very confused. My mother said with a sad face, but a very calm voice, that, since school, she always knew that the fat ant was always jealous of her. She thought that she had changed after raising her children, but it seemed that the fat ant never changed anything. The fat ant screamed with a furious face, her eyes bulging. She said that Tayson's mother was only beautiful, and that she was the daughter of a mistress. Suddenly, the next events happened that surprised Tayson very much. The wine flew in the air, dark red. All the guests present here were stunned by the event in front of them. The fat ant was soaked with wine, and she panicked holding the empty glass in her hand. Tayson's mother said that she didn't care about being jealous, but she couldn't forgive the fat ant for insulting her parents in front of her. The fat ant ran to her husband, crying as if she was wronged. But at this time, Tayson felt very happy for his mother. The fat ant's husband also felt very unfair for his wife. So he wanted to find Tayson's mother and scold her. Tayson knew this man worked at the Manhwa office. This was easy to solve. The fat ant's husband pointed at Tayson's mother's face and said, "Your action is a crime of assault." At this time, Tae-san suddenly spoke up and criticized, "How can that be called assault?" The fat ant's husband was angry and wanted to burst a blood vessel. He said, "Tae-san is a child and dares to poke his nose into his business." He shouted and criticized Tae-san for being a waiter and dared to interfere with the customer's problem. At this time, Tae-san's mother looked at him with a look of stupidity. She said, "Tae-san is her son." But he felt that it didn't matter who he was. Tae-san stepped forward and introduced himself as studying law at Korea University. Everyone around was very surprised by the environment that Tae-san studied in. The fat ant's husband was also surprised, making him frown. Tae-san smiled and said that he would compensate for the dirty clothes, and said that the two of them were like sandwiches, so Tae-san would buy all the sandwiches here for them. Hearing this, the fat couple was angry and wanted to die. They started to scold Tae-san for daring to talk like that to his seniors, saying that he was ignorant, because he was like his mother. Tae-san's mother was not angry and shivered, but Tae-san suddenly spoke up and said that he was involved in the crime of defaming the honor of others, making him stunned. Tessa looked at him and said that he would sue him for defaming his and his mother's honor. Because his wife had said that his mother was the daughter of a mistress, and the son of a philandering father. And he also said that his family had no education, and his mother was ignorant. This insult was unacceptable, especially in a reunion like today. He was so angry and choked that he turned red, and even more terrified when he said that he would sue. He took out his phone and called his lawyer, who was Director Du, and said that he wanted to entrust a lawsuit for defamation of honor by someone working at the Manhwa office. This person was standing in front of him and he wanted to transfer the phone to him. He gave him the phone and wanted him to answer the call. He was very angry that he dared to threaten him and refused to answer the phone. He told him to talk to his lawyer first. He reluctantly answered the phone and shouted that he was Lee Dong-kwa from the Manhwa office, but the other end of the line was still silent and did not answer. He continued to shout and wanted the other end of the line to answer him immediately. The voice of Director Du shouted from the phone, making him want to collapse, and asked him if he was the bastard Lee Dong-kwa, right? He was a little surprised that someone else dared to curse him. He asked who the other end of the line was, and the other end of the line shouted, "I am Director Yo-Dote." Hearing this name, he panicked and called Senior, sweating profusely. Director Du scolded him like a waterfall, asking him if he knew who he was messing with, and ordered him to apologize quickly and go back to the office right away. He was the fat stupid pig that made him afraid, shaking. He was so trembling that he couldn't walk because of fear. Director Du continued to demand that he beg sincerely. He looked at Tae-san with a face as green as a banana leaf. Tae-san asked him if he had talked well with his lawyer. He quickly bowed 90 degrees and apologized sincerely, saying that he had committed a deadly sin. He didn't understand what was going on. His wife next to him asked what he was doing. Meanwhile, he was scared and stiff like a wooden statue. The fat ant shouted at him what the hell he had to bow his head like that. At this time, the fat ant was given a gift in her mouth, which was a slap and 2 words, "Shut up." Everyone was surprised by his action of hitting his wife in the face. He grabbed his wife's hand and pulled her out of here quickly. Tae-san felt that the meeting today seemed a bit hot. The blonde comforted Tae-san's mother not to care about them. The people around came up and comforted Tae-san's mother warmly. At this time, on the stage, the legs wearing pink shoes stepped up. The atmosphere in the hall was very strange. Everyone surrounded Tae-san and his mother like a focal point. Suddenly someone noticed something unusual on the stage. Everyone quickly looked up at the stage. Tae-san also followed the eyes of everyone to the stage. In admiration of the cuteness, the girl group on the stage quickly stepped up and greeted everyone, which was the Ford group. On the stage, the lovely girls were dancing to the music and they were singing a popular song right now. Everyone knew this group and had heard their song. Everyone was amazed by the body of the girls on stage and their dance. After the performance, They smiled at the audience and shouted their names after the performance ended. The band quickly left the stage and said goodbye to everyone in the warm applause. Suddenly, someone came up and surprised Seo and the whole group. The person who came was Chinsu, the manager of the hotel. He said that he had prepared a dinner party for everyone. He came to guide everyone to go there. Hearing about the dinner party made everyone very surprised, because the band manager would not let them eat dinner to keep in shape. But the manager continued to say that he had contacted the group's manager and got permission. The members of the band were so happy that they cried when they finally got to eat dinner. Everyone was very surprised by the lavish meal. There was meat and steak, and lamb too. Everyone happily said that they loved meat, but they couldn't eat it. They cried with joy. The manager of Group Ford came and allowed everyone to have dinner, because there was no performance scheduled tomorrow. Everyone quickly rushed to the table and started to eat with all their might. The group manager was happy to see everyone in the group and very excited about the meal. Holding a piece of meat in his hand, someone said, "If I don't eat this piece of meat, I won't regret anything even if I die." Suddenly, a voice called Seoyeon's name. Tae-san came, holding a very large bowl of ice cream, and called her to eat. Seoyeon turned her face, saw that it was Tae-san, and was very surprised. At this time, the members of the band saw a stranger enter their party and quickly shouted, "There is a pervert." But Seoyeon quickly ran and threw herself into the arms of that pervert, making the whole group stunned. At this time, the system rang out, "You have received karma points." Everyone wondered what Seoyeon was doing, and who the person holding Seoyeon was. Right now, Seoyeon was crying in Tae-san's arms, making Tae-san very confused. At this time, everyone felt very excited, because they recognized him as Tae-san, the brother that Seoyeon often mentioned. Tae-san hugged Seoyeon and asked, "Since when did you become so big?" Tae-san greeted everyone and introduced himself as Jang Tae-san, and asked everyone if the food suited their taste. Seeing Tae-san so handsome, everyone doubted Seoyeon's story that he only knew how to study. Seoyeon let go of Tae-san and wondered, "Did you prepare all the food here?" Tae-san did not deny it and said that he just invited everyone to eat as he promised. Seoyeon realized that the reunion today and the event were all prepared by him. Tae-san smiled and said that because today was his mother's reunion, and he wanted to keep his promise to buy food for everyone in the group. Hearing this, everyone felt very grateful. He shed tears, and the sound of eggs falling on the floor was heard. Seoyeon asked Tae-san how he could buy off the group's manager, because the group's manager was very strict and decided not to let the group eat dinner like this. He just smiled and didn't explain anything. Tessa looked at the group and said, "If you want to eat or rest anything in the future, just tell me." Everyone wondered if he was the hidden boss of the company. In fact, as everyone guessed, because Ford's management company was a new company, he invested in it. But he didn't explain anything about this. He asked a lawyer to invest about 3 billion won and get 50% of the shares. The company quickly accepted the money he invested, and he was satisfied with this. Tae-san smiled shyly, smiled and explained that his mother also had some money. Seoyeon asked Tae-san how his life at school was, and where he had interned. He smiled and said he was about to intern. Everyone in the group wanted to try interning once, because they were very curious. Tae-san thought about the issue that everyone had just said, then he asked the members in the group if they wanted to try interning. Everyone wanted to. He quickly responded and said, "Wait a minute." Then, he took his phone to call someone. He told the other end of the line, who was Senior Kong, about the talent contest. He wanted to prepare himself. The other end of the line seemed to not trust him much, but he said firmly, and just needed the senior not to interfere. All the members in the group were surprised to hear this phone call. The other end of the line of Senior Kong quickly responded and invited him to gather together once. After hearing this call, all the members in the group were stunned, not believing that they would participate in the talent contest. The screams of joy on the flight. The noise around discussing a man. This man was none other than our main character. Tae-san was sitting in the business class, admired by everyone. Yuji's message asked him why he didn't go to school. Tae-san said that he had to go on a business trip to Hong Kong. Yuji was surprised that he opened a company when he was young. The sound of texting rang in the quiet air. He said that most of the CEOs of other startups started their business at his age, so it wasn't too young. The other end of the line quickly asked him where he had gone. He replied that he was expected to return to school today. Looking at the phone, as if thinking about something, he said, on Tuesday, he would go to intern, and when he came back from interning, he would go to eat together. Because he knew a very delicious Italian restaurant. The other end of the line texted, sometimes send a message. The flight began to land in Hong Kong. As soon as he got to the airport gate, Robert had picked up his name sign to pick him up. As soon as they met, he hugged him and praised him for looking younger, while he was still very young. In the office of the BMG building, there was a discussion. Robert said that the U.S. political world was still following the trend of Hillary. Tae-san asked Robert if there was any threat. He quickly replied that there was also a threat, because the Democratic Party was originally going to collapse, but because of the war, they might regain power. Hearing this, Tae-san decided to invest capital for Hillary's election, making Robert very surprised. He said with a firm voice, just use the maximum political funds that can be legally invested. The election was over, but Obama still needed the candidate Hillary. He explained further that the artists of the Democratic Party did not support Hillary. Even if Obama became president, he would only have half the power. Robert was very surprised to hear this. He explained further that Obama also had to compromise. Robert quickly responded. Suddenly, he asked how much the private investment fund had increased. Robert said that he had established 35 private investment funds and hedge funds. Tae-san said that he should increase it to 50 in the first half of the year, on the condition that the number of his names did not exceed 20. And for the rest, he would promote and sign contracts to become a co-founder investor. Robert sweated profusely in front of his boss's calculations. He quickly responded. Tae-san told Robert that there was a big storm coming. Then, he asked how the thing he had asked for before was going. Robert remembered and took out a black card of American from his pocket. The unlimited black card gave it to Tae-san. He smiled enthusiastically and said that he could finally buy a private jet for himself. He wanted to buy a short-range plane and a few long-range ones. Robert was scared and sweated profusely. One of the things that Americans are proud of is having self-driving planes. And now he had several planes but did not need to register his name. Robert quickly responded with a bewildered expression. In the office of the entertainment company Ford. The voices of discussion about the transfer of the company for $3 billion were too cheap. A different voice rang out. This person thought that this amount was reasonable, because even if the Ford Group rose, it would only recover the capital later. The sound of nail clipping accompanied the voice. Should we deal with it or continue? The man with a half-smiling face said. First, we have to find out if we can get more, then we will decide later. The man with the beard answered, if not, stick to the sponsor, and switch when the price goes up. He has found many sponsors lately. The man with the beard smiled happily and said, developing a girl group, even if they are not famous, it doesn't cost much. The other man looked at Seoyeon, if we sell her, it will be for billions. The bearded man said he would keep Seoyeon for a while longer. With a greedy face, he said that after she became famous, he would sell her to someone else. The skinny guy planned to drug Seoyeon and take nude photos of her, like the previous times. Someone had paid to use the group for 3 days later. The man with the hair said that there were too many idiots in this world who spent millions to play with female idols. They smiled all day with greedy faces, agreeing with that opinion, because they were happy with so many idiots. At another company. Tae-san was holding the report of the entertainment company, reading the lines that made him very angry. Because this company was too wicked, the director said that the report was very accurate about the two heads of that company, who knew nothing but money. The director continued to describe the two brothers, one throwing and one catching, one doing the work, and the other handling it, with a hateful face. They lured and nurtured the kids into idols, then received sponsorship fees. He turned his face. Tae-san angrily slammed his hand on the table. He trembled when he realized that there was someone more wicked than himself. The rumors that they used drugs to record sex videos, then threatened the idols. The victims could not file a lawsuit, they could only quit. Some others chose to commit suicide. Tae-san felt that the two brothers were crazy. They attacked their own artists, and he ordered the director to sweep them away, making the city clean again. The director smiled and comforted him, saying that he did not have to worry because he would make them wet their pants. He thought that they were greedy and stupid people, so they were easy to fall into the trap. He told Tae-san that he would add some content to the report and transfer it to the senior experts to handle this case. Tae-san was really angry this time and he was determined to become a cleaner, cleaning up all the trash in showbiz. The screams rang out in the entertainment company, and they were almost not allowed to enter the entertainment company like that. A box of snacks was placed on the table, and a trembling voice said, "Eating these things will ruin the kids' figures." Tae-san explained that these snacks were handmade, fermented from organic vegetables and Korean beef, so there was no problem at all. Seeing a stranger appear in the company made manager Hwang surprised and asked Tae-san who he was and how he could enter the company like that. Tae-san smiled awkwardly, beating around the bush and saying that everyone had to eat to live. Looking at the company building, he felt that the atmosphere here was really gloomy, like a place where evil things often happened. But the person in front of him gave him the feeling that he was a good person, so he did not fit in here at all. Manager Hwang's face showed that he was a very serious person and gave others a very trustworthy feeling. His 3 dishwashing wrinkles showed that when he met a nobleman, he would surely be lucky. Tae-san decided to keep Manager Hwang in his palm, and could not let him slip away. Tae-san introduced himself as Seo-yeon's lucky neighbor to Manager Hwang. Manager Hwang also recognized him because he often heard Seo-yeon talk about him as a law student. He told the manager that he had booked everyone for 3 days, starting from today. Hearing this made the manager feel that he was very rich, and he was young but already owned a luxury hotel. At this time, Tae-san corrected the manager's thoughts that he was self-reliant in everything. Manager Hwang was surprised that a student could be so rich. Tae-san asked if a student could not start a business, making the manager embarrassed and did not know how to answer. Even so, he felt that Tae-san was a very attractive person. The music sounded throughout the corridor and the cheering in the dance room. Tae-san and the manager walked towards the direction where the sound was louder, and the closer they got, the more they felt the enthusiasm from the room. In the room, the Ford group was dancing to the music. Tae-san stood outside and looked in. He smelled a strange smell, yellow sun mixed with sweat. The scent that day made Tae-san feel sad. Seeing Tae-san and the manager at the door, the whole band cheered up because he brought hamburgers. Right now, suddenly everything went dark in front of him, and the space changed abruptly. He fell into a dark space, where he could not see anything. The music sounded, and in the dim light, a hot girl appeared in the spotlight of the stage. The music sounded, and the girl moved her body to the rhythm. Her decisive movements made Tae-san amazed and wide-eyed. In the music, the girl bent her body in the air. These very difficult movements, this was the second goddess Tae-san had met so far. Looking at the person on the stage, he felt a very new experience. The first goddess was a gentle lady, and this goddess was completely opposite. The girl turned around and looked at Tae-san and asked, "Did you call me?" Tae-san felt that this girl was a monster in disguise. Seeing Tae-san's reaction made the girl find him very cute. Suddenly, the girl recited a spell. Tan sang, "Lie bitch key, water, don't be too arrogant." Tae-san still did not understand what this girl was saying. At this time, the girl continued the remaining verse. Once you go to Shanghai, it is hard to come back. Min Noyat is a mountain, go there and rest. Suddenly, the girl's name appeared in Tae-san's mind as Jean Y. That was exactly it. This girl's name was Hang Jean. She was the woman who melted the hearts of many men in the Rosian era. Back to the present, at the Korean University, Tae-san's footsteps walked on the way to school. The talent show of the 10th Law Department officially began, and he had to go there. Yuji gave him a can of milk coffee to drink. Yuji asked him about the talent show, how far he had prepared. She had heard Asen say that he was preparing for the talent show alone. He was silent, smiled and did not say anything. He wanted it to be a surprise secret. He looked at Yuji and said that the talent show was not just him. At the Ion Resort, the discussions were loud, annoyed by being forced to participate in the stupid activities of the school. A brother said that everyone had to participate, except for the 4th year. Another one echoed, it is a capitalist school. But in fact, everyone was quite looking forward to this talent show, because there were many beautiful first-year students who would participate. Yong-sung came over, joined the conversation, and said that he had also heard the rumor and he wanted to stay and join the activity. A brother in the group said that if Yong-seon liked someone, they would help him catch the opportunity. He was a good brother. Yong-seon denied this brother's words, because he knew himself. Everyone went into the school to join the awaited talent show. The MC on the stage introduced the starting performances. At this time, Yong-seon's group had entered the hall and saw a beautiful girl sitting opposite. Yong-seon said that this girl was a monster who only knew how to study. In fact, this girl was his ex-girlfriend, whom he had abandoned after dating for a few days. For him, the stage was performing Romeo and Juliet. The girl who played Juliet was very beautiful and excellent. I heard she was the daughter of a big businessman. The whispers under the stage discussed the background of this girl, a person who had both talent and beauty. More importantly, she was very rich, making everyone admire her. Another group of people from the business department, when they knew that this girl was in their department, they were moved to tears. The business department cheered enthusiastically for their own department. The MC stepped onto the stage and ended the performance of the business department to start the new performance of the law department. But suddenly, all the lights in the hall went out, and the hall fell into darkness. Everyone was confused, not knowing if this was an accident or intentional. At this time, the lights on the stage began to flare up. The girls with slim waists stepped out from the wings, creating an impressive performance. For all the audience, they were stunned to see all the members of the Ford group on stage. The excitement and surprise of the audience under the stage did not understand why they were here. Seo-yeon greeted everyone with a familiar cute face. Under the stage, everyone did not understand if this was really the talent show of the law department or not, because this was too strange. The lively music sounded, along with the applause of the audience. Seo-yeon's beautiful face made everyone under the stage boil. The whole group blended into the rhythm and started their performance. Right at this moment, a foot stepped out from behind the wing, the boy with the muscular muscles, looking very familiar, Lee Jean. Even more familiar with this face after appearing, making her surprised and wide-eyed. Tae-san stepped onto the stage with a cool outfit and a pair of black hip-hop glasses, making the audience not believe their eyes. The buzz because the law department could have such a handsome guy instead of old men. Also quickly recognized Tae-san and Yong-seon, very surprised by their appearance. Lee's Jean, Tae-san's high school crush, was even more surprised because she had missed him. Tae-san spoke up, inviting everyone to have fun with them today. Everyone was amazed because they didn't know there was a second act after the first one. It was really a model student who participated in activities too enthusiastically. At this time, the music changed and started to sound. Seo-yeon was performing her body along with the rhythm. Tae-san also blended into this melody. The audience screamed excitedly and crazily in front of the performance. Professor Cho pressed the like button. No, 2 buttons with 2 hands for this performance. Young Seo was also shocked and surprised. No one wanted to lose to anyone. Tessa looked at the reaction of everyone under the stage, knowing that she had done very well, especially with her old crush. Lu Jean sat below in a daze, looking at him not knowing since when. Her 2 hands had 2 very big like buttons on the stage. At this time, Tae-san and Seo-yin were hugging each other, blending into the very hot rhythm. Lu Jean felt panicked in front of this performance, in front of this scene. She was the loser in this love affair. The audience cheered for the performance that was too excellent. Tae-san's name was shouted throughout the room. Perhaps this was the most attractive performance in this school activity. The MC was moved and praised the performance as too wonderful, teary-eyed. At this time, Ford's group on stage began to say goodbye to everyone to prepare to leave. The professor shouted the loudest at this time, saying that Tae-san cheated by bringing the girl group on stage, looking at his name tag. Tae-san still remembered him shouting very loudly. He told the professor that he was not counted as cheating, because this contest had no limit for outsiders and participants. They could do according to their abilities. Standing in front of his question, the professor did not know what to say, because the law said so, but the professor felt that this was not fair to others and he was trying to circumvent the law. Tae-san smiled, looked at the professor, and asked why he gave him so many likes earlier. Everyone in the audience shouted at this time because the performance was really too wonderful and said that the professor should not be so inconsistent. At this time, the MC switched to another performance to continue the contest. At the villa near the school, Yong Seon made a phone call to manager Cha. He asked him if he knew the Ford band. After hearing the other end say that he knew information about the band, he smiled greedily. He told the other end to call the band to serve him. The other end quickly responded, especially instructing Seo-yin to be the one to greet him. Yong Seon thought of Tae-san, and felt that he was a person who did not know the sky and the earth, always making him uncomfortable, feeling that he was a tiger, and Tae-san was just a piece of prey that always teased the tiger. On the drinking table, there were many empty beer bottles on the table and on the ground. At this time, Azin was very drunk, saying that she had ovulated in front of Tae-san. Everyone was embarrassed to hear her words. She said that she would always open her heart to wait for him. Suddenly, at this time, there was a call for Tae-san's name that made him turn his head. He recognized that this senior in front of him was his crush, Lee Jean. She smiled and looked at him, saying that she was also a freshman when he did not ask. Lee Jean looked at everyone and greeted them warmly and friendly. These guys saw the girl and their eyes brightened, quickly greeted and praised Lee Jean for being beautiful. Tae-san did not understand why she appeared here, while he did not invite her. Suddenly, Lee Jean sat down next to Tae-san, making him startled and scared, wanting to move away. She wanted Tae-san to pour her a glass. Everyone in the group was very curious and did not understand why Lee Jean cared and favored Tae-san so much. Lee Jean smiled, explained that he was her junior in the same area. At this time, Tae-san spoke up and said that he had liked her and followed her everywhere. She was his unrequited love before. Everyone was surprised and shocked to hear this information, asking him if it was because of her that he came to this school to study or not. He smiled and did not answer the question. Instead, he praised Lee Jean for being very beautiful. A guy at the table was annoyed and asked him if he was really sincere with senior Lee Jean or not, but he reacted like that. He smiled awkwardly, saying that he had been unrequited, so how could he not be sincere? But now, he was no longer unrequited. Lee Jean was surprised by his words, because if he said that, then he did not like her anymore. Tae-san said that he had someone he liked in his heart. Azin was drunk and started to talk nonsense. Lee Jean was a fox spirit and she didn't want to be fooled by a fox spirit. Looking at Lee Jean, Azin said that she despised boys. Lee Jean was embarrassed and asked why her senior called her a fox spirit. Normally she called her Baby Bong. She thought of the nickname Baby Bong that she gave to Lee Jean, which was a rose with sharp thorns. Azin lay down on the floor and warned Lee Jean not to pay attention to Tae-san because he was Yuji's now and Lee Jean was not worth a corner of Yuji. Lee Jean felt very embarrassed when she was told by her own senior. She didn't know how to answer. Azin was drunk and said that if it wasn't for Yuji, she would definitely take Tae-san, but because her best friend and Tae-san had a one-night stand, she had to give up her intention. Everyone was angry and looked at Tae-san, asking if it was the day that he ate the pig intestines with pickles that made them become pig intestines with pickles. Tae-san hurriedly explained that he just took her home to sleep, but he didn't say what they slept. Another person in the group brought a glass of wine to Tae-san, quickly wanting him to drink a glass to apologize. At this time, another person came in and called Tae-san. It was a girl's voice. Everyone looked towards the door and found that the person who came was Julia, who performed on stage earlier. She walked up to Tae-san and introduced herself as Yuya, Class 8, business major. Tae-san teased her that preparing for the performance for so long, she had become smoke and dust by now. Ura was angry and yelled at him that he didn't know the effort of others, and he cheated in this contest, which was a pure contest between students of the school, but he used a girl group to cheat. She came here to slap him in the face. Tae-san felt that girls were the kind of thing that said everything out of their mouths and didn't keep anything in their hearts. He calmly explained that he just used the capital that he had, not cheating. Just like she used expensive dresses for herself or fashion accessories, all because of her own money. He was the same. Yuya was annoyed and said that he was a boy but compared himself with a girl. Tae-san criticized her for trying to discriminate by gender. Yuya couldn't say anything to him, so she was angry. At this time, Lee Jean suddenly spoke up and criticized her for coming to the law department to cause trouble. Yuya was not afraid of her, but she also approached her face and said that she didn't like Lee Jin's personality at all. Yuya suddenly turned her face to Tae-san and asked him to go for a drink with her next time. She said that she felt that they had a lot of fate, and said that after the opening ceremony, she would come to find him. At the ski resort, the cheerful cheers rang out. The Ford group had fun skiing and relaxing after a hard-working time. The manager said that looking at the kids, they were still like children. Tae-san agreed with his words. In fact, the manager also understood that everyone would try their best after debuting and also worked hard to maintain it. He said to Tae-san that this industry was more competitive than other industries. Tae-san smiled and told the manager that he had booked a good place for them to rest, so they just had to have fun and relax. The manager felt that Tae-san was very capable, because he did things that the company couldn't do. Suddenly, the manager looked at him with a probing gaze and asked if he liked Seoyeon. He did not deny it and praised Seoyeon for being very cute and strong. The manager felt that his answer did not match his age at all. His way of talking seemed very mature. He wondered if he was really only 20 years old. In fact, he did not know that he and the manager were probably the same age, if he had not time traveled. The manager felt suspicious that he was only 20, but he acted like his friends who had joined the army with him. At this point, he changed the topic. Tae-san asked if the group was preparing for their second album. The manager said yes, but the company did not want to invest in this album. The manager felt very strange and did not understand. He felt that the director was plotting something evil. Tae-san asked the manager why the company did not invest when the group's income was clearly good. The manager told him that everyone thought so, but the director did not. There were many people who were oppressed by the company and could not rise up. Hearing this, Tae-san suddenly fell silent and thought for a while. He spoke up and asked if the manager became the director, maybe these things would not happen. The manager also said that he would do that. He said that he was attached to the group and their lifestyle. Therefore, he would stay with the group longer than those who only looked down from above. The manager said that there were many people who had earned a lot of money for the company, but then they were crushed and cursed. Seeing the manager's strong reaction, he probably did not know that today's conversation was Tayson's interview for him. He smiled and asked the manager if he knew about the company being sold. The manager was very surprised by the information he just received, because he did not know himself. At this time, the group was still having fun, skiing, and did not know that there would be things that would change their lives. The manager said that he had heard rumors that someone had invested in the company, but he did not know who it was. Taysan asked the manager if they would be affected if the company was sold, because the group had just started to become famous. Hearing this, the manager really could not stand it and said that he would go to his wife's house to kneel down and ask them to invest, because he did not want to lose the kids. With 200% determination, he wanted to become the boss to change the fate of the group. In fact, in his previous life, around this time, the company was also bought by manager Huang. The manager shouted to the kids that he would be responsible for their lives in the future. To be honest, I have a crush on the manager. He is so warm. Everyone is having fun and playing without knowing that the future has changed. On the busy streets of Korea, Yuji asked Taesan about his recent situation, because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. They chatted happily like a couple walking on the street. Suddenly, Taesan smiled cheerfully, making Yuji surprised. He thanked her, making her confused and not understanding what was going on. He said that she always supported his manly shoulders. He pointed to the other girls walking on the street and said that thanks to Yuji, his value had reached a new level. He reached out to Yuji and asked her to give him the bag. He would help her carry it to prove himself gallant. Yuji suddenly startled, realizing that Taesan was holding her hand. Holding her hand, Taesan said that her hand was very cold so he would warm it for her. She was embarrassed. At this time, at the entertainment company, the director of the company and his brother came to greet the guest who had just entered. After a greeting, everyone went into the office. Yong-seon asked the director of the company and him if they wanted to find a place to discuss work. Was the place where they were standing okay to talk or not? The couple walked hand in hand down the street. Taesan said that if she felt uncomfortable, Yuji could let go of his hand, but why would she do that? That's what I said, but Yuji was shy and didn't know what to say. At this time, Yuji suddenly asked Taesan if he was a real playboy, right? Because Yuji had heard Asin say that Lee Jin, the second-year law student Fox, also liked Taesan, and the freshman business student was also very curious about him. Taesan sighed helplessly because his handsome appearance attracted too many girls. Taesan explained to her that everyone had their own interests and that Asin was drunk at that time so he could say those words to her. Because when he was drunk, Asin wanted Taesan to break up with Yuji and date her. Yuji was very surprised by what he said, not thinking that she would say that. Taesan smiled confidently and said that he was a flower and the bugs came to him. It was not the fault of the flower. Hearing that, Yuji felt nauseous like me, so she rolled her eyes. Taesan said that other girls didn't like being told that they were fickle and men were the same. So even if they were close to each other, they should keep the basic courtesy. Yuji always felt that he was like an old-fashioned playboy. At this time, the phone rang and he answered. The voice on the other end of the line sounded urgent and said that something big had happened. Hearing this, he was almost scared because he didn't know what it was. Going to the entertainment company, he remembered that he had been warned that there was no surveillance camera, but there was very strict security. At this time, Young SEO had discussed the contract with the director of the entertainment company. The director of the entertainment company politely invited him to the elevator. Then he continued to say that the company had many shortcomings and hoped that he would be more accommodating. But in his heart, he thought that a kid dared to face him. Yong-seon also said some polite words to him in reply. He got out of the elevator, and the director of the entertainment company bowed very low to say goodbye to Yong-seon. The director thought that today Young Seo had stepped into the mouth of the tiger, which was him. Young Song walked to the hotel area. He was surprised by the situation here. The director asked him if he was satisfied with this hotel. He praised the director for being very thoughtful and knowing how to choose such a hotel for him. At this time, Young Song asked the director where Seo-yin was. He pointed to the end of the hotel and said that she was waiting for him in the last room. Young Seon smiled secretly and walked to that room. As soon as he entered, he asked the director if she was really clean. The director answered that no one had touched her, not even a finger. He came to check if the truth was as he said. He walked to the room and was completely surprised by the figure sitting on the bed. Seo-yin sat obediently like a puppy, with a beautiful body curve, as if waiting for her master to come back. Young Seon was surprised by her real body, feeling that she was too beautiful in the dark. A red car sped on the road, with the speed of light. Tae-san cursed. If Young Seon touched Seo-yin, he would kill him. He angrily shouted that he would tear him apart when he met him. He arrived at the hotel, where there were many strict security guards. The bodyguards talked to each other and discussed their work. But at this time, a black shadow came from outside, wearing a black suit that blended in with the darkness. He approached the bodyguards and quickly shouted at Tae-san to get out of here. Everyone screamed for Tae-san to leave, but it was all bark and no bite. No one stepped forward to stop him. At this time, a blur passed by the two. Tae-san punched each of them, making them fall to the ground. He flew back, and all the security guards at the door were dealt with by Tae-san quickly. He walked in like a god, with the corpses of the bodyguards in the room under his feet. At this moment, Young Seo-yin walked to the bed and greeted Seo-yin in her astonishment. Seo-yin panicked, not knowing who he was and why he entered this room. Young Seon said that he loved her very much, so he came to meet her. He brought his perverted face close to her, to prove his love for Seo-yin. At this time, Seo-yin realized that she had been deceived. She thought that the person who entered this room was Tae-san. Young Seon was surprised when he heard the name of the guy he hated from her mouth. Thinking that she had been betrayed, he reached out and touched her soft skin. Then, he quickly pulled her into his arms and said that idols were rising, so everyone was delicious. Seo-yin was too panicked by his actions. She quickly slapped him in the face, very angry that he was hit by a girl when he went out to play. He was so angry that his face turned blue with veins. He quickly moved forward, knocked Seo-yin down with a slap, making her lean and hurt. After being slapped, Seo-yin fell backwards. He was very angry, because he thought that he would eat gently, but he didn't expect to be hit. He decided to show her that today was the day of initiation. Seo-yin cried, resentful, and called Tae-san's name. At this time, the two brothers, the directors, were watching on the hidden camera in the room, discussing the scene in the picture. The director with a beard said that Young Song was a dog, so he never restrained himself and behaved badly like a madman. Suddenly, behind them, another voice asked if they liked watching TV. The two directors panicked, not knowing who came or not. They quickly turned their faces to the back. At this moment, Tae-san gave Cho, the director, a very chill punch, sending him back to the ground. This punch made the director fly away, to the point of breaking the table. The younger brother of the director panicked to the point of sweating, because he knew that he was doomed. Tessa looked at him with eyes full of murderous intent, and continued to give the younger brother a punch. He was terrified, opened his eyes wide and looked at the fist falling in front of his face. The punch went straight from his head down, making Cho and him fall straight to the floor. Blood from the two brothers spilled on the floor. The two brothers, the directors, were truly evil and wicked. They lay down, panting heavily as if they were dying. Tae-san asked them again, for the second time, if they had fun. They didn't answer after he asked for a long time. Tae-san shouted and cursed them as a bunch of dogs. His face was extremely terrifying. He held one in each hand, squeezed their necks and lifted their legs off the ground. Tae-san decided that today he would clean up all the trash and be a real janitor. He couldn't let them survive. Tae-san squeezed hard on the point on their necks, making them roll their eyes, and their faces turned blue with veins. The director was also like that. Perhaps for the rest of their lives, these two brothers would have to live on the street until they died. In the voice of the two brothers, they asked who was the one who killed them. Tae-san was merciful and said that he was the death god who came to take their lives. Hearing this, the two brothers were more terrified and more painful when Tae-san tightened his hands, making them almost suffocate. Tae-san wanted them to live every day as if they were in hell, and never escape. He dropped them down, and they were limp like noodles, lying on the floor. Suddenly, a scream came from the screen. Young-seon, our guy, was approaching Seo-yin and wanted to eat her up. She screamed in panic. Seeing this scene made Cho and Tae-san go crazy and wanted to kill him right away. Tae-san yelled he would definitely kill Jong Seo-yin. At this moment, suddenly, the system rang out. He received karma points. From now on, the evil gods would follow him in the hotel. Young-seon came closer and said that even if Seo-yin cried, no one could save her. Seo-yin didn't know why everything turned out like this. She was scared and backed away. Young-seon said that no one would save her, not even Tae-san. Even if she resisted, it would be useless. So she could only obediently listen to him. She was afraid and backed away, constantly saying no, looking at his face. She was very scared, constantly saying that she didn't want to see the hand that was approaching her. She screamed in panic, because she didn't know what else to do besides screaming. At this moment, suddenly someone called his name in Seon. He was very surprised, turned around and looked for the source of the voice in a panic.